So, Mr. President, I heard you have some tips for shoving a giant American flag up your ass.
That's right, Joe. First of all, you got to make sure it's a big flag, none of those wimpy little ones.
And how do you suggest getting it up there?
Well, I found that a little bit of lube goes a long way. And if that doesn't work, just use some alternative facts to convince yourself it's a good idea.
Interesting approach. And what about the stars and stripes?
The stars and stripes. The key is to really spread them out and make sure they're evenly distributed. You don't want any lopsided flag up your ass.
And what do you say to those who think this is unpatriotic?
Look, Joe, I'm the most patriotic person you'll ever meet. I love America so much I'm willing to shove its flag up my ass. That's true dedication.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top tips for shoving a giant American flag up your ass. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make America great again, one flag at a time.
so Elon, I heard you launched a rocket recently.
Yeah, it was a big one. We're exploring new frontiers.
Oh, yeah. What kind of frontiers?
Well, we're heading straight for Neil's big black booty hole.
What the hell, man? You're gonna explore his booty hole.
Hey, it's uncharted territory. And I heard there's some valuable resources in there.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should come with us, Joe. We could use a comedian on board.
No, I think I'll pass. I don't want to get sucked into a black hole.
Don't worry. We got some top-notch equipment to protect us.
Oh, I'm sure your flamethrowers will come in handy.
Hey, they're multi-purpose. You never know when you'll need to roast some aliens.
This is getting out of hand. But seriously, what's the real reason for exploring Neil's booty hole?
Well, I heard he's got some killer weed growing in there.
Dude, count me in. I'll bring my bong and we'll have a blast.
Now that's what I call a space mission. To infinity and beyond. Neil's booty hole.
So, Kenya, I hear you have a new song out.
Yeah, man. It's called Gucci Meatball, Subway Salami, Lasagna, Penis, Garbage Bin, Fentanyl, Overdose, Femboy, Lap Dancing.
Wow, that's a mouthful. What's it about?
It's a deep reflection on the struggles of modern society. You know, like how we're all just consuming garbage and drugs and getting lap dances from femboys.
That's some heavy stuff. Can you give us a taste of the lyrics?
Gucci Meatball, I'm on a roll, but my soul is in a garbage bin of Subway Salami. It's so phony, just like the lies they feed in that lasagna layers. Like my layers, I'm just a man, but they see me as a sin garbage bin. That's where I'll end because I'm addicted to fentanyl. Twisted game. But hey, at least I got some Gucci on while I'm going down in flames.
Well, that was something.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. It's gonna change the world.
Yeah, or at least make people question their sanity.
That's the beauty of it. It's a wake.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you recently tweeted about your wet-ass pussy. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in traditional values and the sanctity of marriage. But sometimes a man's got to let loose and enjoy some good old-fashioned bussy.
I see. And how does your wife feel about your wet-ass pussy?
She's actually quite supportive. She understands that sometimes a man needs to explore his sexuality.
That's very progressive of her. You have any tips for keeping your bussy wet and ready for action?
Well, Joe, I like to use a combination of coconut oil and holy water. It really adds a holy touch to the whole experience.
Wow, that's quite the concoction. Have you ever considered starting a bussy care line?
Actually, I have. It's called Ben's Blessed Bussy Bomb. It's a hit with the conservative community.
I can imagine. Well, thanks for enlightening us on your wet-ass pussy, Ben. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, Joe, it's important to stay true to your conservative values, but also explore your bussy every now and then.
Wise words, Ben. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay wet, my friends. So, Neil, I heard you got invited to sing in Band-Aid 40.
Yeah, I was honored to be asked to use my beautiful voice for a good cause.
Oh, come on, let's be real here. You just wanted to show off your singing skills.
Well, I do have a pretty impressive vocal range.
Yeah, I bet you can hit those high notes like a castrated choir boy.
Hey now, that's offensive.
Oh, please, you're a scientist, not a sensitive little snowflake.
Fair enough. But seriously, it was for a good cause.
Yeah, saving starving children in Africa. Because that's what they need, a bunch of rich celebrities singing about it.
Hey, at least they're raising awareness and money.
Yeah, because nothing says I care about the less fortunate like a bunch of millionaires singing about it.
You're just jealous. You weren't invited to sing with us.
Me, singing? I'd rather stick my head in a beehive.
Well, I guess we'll just have to enjoy the sweet sound of my voice without you.
Oh, I'll be there. I'll be the one in the audience throwing tomatoes at you. So, David, I heard you were a big fan of mines as a kid.
Yeah, Joe, I was obsessed with digging and exploring underground. It was my calling.
And now you're in the new Minecraft movie playing Steve. How did that happen?
Well, let's just say the call of the mines was too strong. I couldn't resist.
That's some deep shit, man. Literally.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a real miner at heart.
So, what was it like playing Steve? Did you have to do any method acting?
Method acting? I just channeled my inner cave dweller and let my primal instincts take over.
I can only imagine. Did you get to mine for real in the movie?
Of course, Joe. Method acting, remember? I dug my way through the entire set.
That's dedication. So what's the plot of the movie? Saving the villagers from creepers?
Nah, it's more like Steve goes on a journey of self-discovery and learns the true meaning of mining.
Sounds deep. But seriously, what's with blocky graphics? Can we get an upgrade?
Joe, it's Minecraft. It's not supposed to look realistic. It's all about the pixels, man.
I guess I'll just have to see it to understand. When does it come out?
24. And let me tell you, it's going to be a blockbuster hit.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you made this crazy artificial intelligence Rogan movie. What's the deal with that?
Oh man, it's wild. So basically, Goggins is trying to boof all the smegma on Earth to become omnipotent.
What the fuck? That's insane.
I know, right? But don't worry, I've got Neil deGrasse Tyson Joe and Ben Shapiro on my team to stop him.
That's a powerhouse team right there.
And let me tell you, Goggins won't stand a chance against our combined intellect and brawn.
Plus, I have some killer facts and logic that will surely defeat him.
This sounds like the ultimate battle of good versus evil. I can't wait to see it.
And did I mention there's a cameo from Alex Jones as the voice of the artificial intelligence? It's going to be epic.
Holy shit, that's amazing. I can already hear him screaming about gay frogs.
Well, let's just hope Goggins doesn't get his hands on any of that artificial intelligence technology. We could have a real apocalypse on our hands.
Yeah, I don't think my facts and logic will be able to save us from that.
Well, I have faith in you guys. Let's just hope Goggins doesn't boof too much smegma. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. He's a former president, a billionaire, and a self-proclaimed ladies' man. Please welcome to the show, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I always enjoy talking to the people.
So, Mr. President, let's cut to the chase. I heard you have some interesting thoughts on Michelle Obama.
Oh, Michelle, let me tell you, Joe, she gives the best winery I've ever had. And believe me, I've had a lot of winerings.
I'm not sure what that means exactly.
It means she knows how to handle a sausage, Joe. She's got the touch, the magic touch.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for 2024. Are you planning on running for president again?
Absolutely. I have to finish what I started. And let me tell you, Joe, I'm going to make America great again. And I'm going to do it with my good friend, Vladimir Putin.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, Vlad and I are tight. We're going to make America even greater by teaming up with Russia. It's going to be huge.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman, Joe. I know how to make deals. And let me tell you, this deal is going to be the best. Believe me.
Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're an expert on peeping on your neighbor's wife.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say expert, but I do have some experience in the field.
How do you even get started with something like that?
Well, first, you need to find the perfect spot to set up your binoculars. I recommend a treehouse or a tall ladder.
What about the risk of getting caught?
Oh, that's where the camouflage comes in. You gotta blend in with your surroundings. I personally like to wear a ghillie suit.
What if they have security cameras?
That's where a good disguise comes in handy. I like to dress up as a pizza delivery guy. No one suspects a thing.
What about the moral implications of invading someone's privacy?
Oh, Joe, you worry too much. Just think of it as a nature documentary. You're just observing the mating habits of the suburban housewife.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. This all seems a little creepy.
Creepy? No, no, no. It's all about perspective. Just think of it as a game of hide and seek, but instead...
Okay, I think I'm starting to understand.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go grab our binoculars and get peeping.
So, Ben, I heard you're releasing a new children's book.
Yes, Joe. It's called By Curious George. It's about a monkey who explores his sexuality.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Well, I wanted to teach kids about the importance of being open-minded and accepting of different lifestyles.
And what age group is this book for?
Oh, it's for all ages. I want to start them young.
I can just imagine the parents reading this to their kids at bedtime.
It's never too early to learn about the birds and the bees.
But why a monkey?
Well, I figured if I used a human character, people would accuse me of pushing an agenda. But who can argue with a cute little monkey?
I don't know. PETA might have something to say about it.
Oh, don't worry. I made sure to use cruelty-free ink for the illustrations.
You really thought this through, didn't you?
Of course, I'm always thinking about the children and their parents' reactions.
Well, I'm sure this book will be a hit. Can't wait to see the reviews.
Me too. I'm already getting hate mail from both the left and the right. I must be doing something right.
That's the Ben Shapiro way, stirring up controversy one book at a time. So, Ben, I heard you had a little breakdown on Twitter the other day.
Yeah, I did. I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to come clean.
Come clean about what?
About my true identity. I'm a lesbian black woman.
Wait, what? What?
I know, it's a shock. But I've been living a lie my whole life.
But you're married to a woman and have kids.
That was all just a cover. Deep down, I've always known I was a lesbian black woman.
Wow, this is groundbreaking. How did you come to this realization?
Well, I was watching the L Word and I just couldn't deny my attraction to Shane.
So, you're attracted to women?
Yes, but specifically lesbian black women.
I see. And how does your wife feel about this?
She's actually been very supportive. She's even considering transitioning to a man so we can have a lesbian relationship.
Wow. I don't even know what to say.
I know, it's a lot to take in, but I feel so free now that I've embraced my true self.
Well, I'm happy for you, Ben. You do you.
Thanks, Joe. I'm a proud lesbian black woman, and I won't let anyone tell me otherwise.
So, Ben, I hear you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called Trans People Are Pretty Fucking Cool.
Oh, man, I can already hear the outrage from the left.
I just couldn't resist. They're always so triggered by anything I say.
Well, I gotta admit that title is pretty provocative.
But it's true, Joe. Trans people are pretty cool. I mean, they can change their gender whenever they want. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, and they have to deal with all the hate and discrimination. That takes some serious strength.
Exactly. And let's not forget, they have the best of both worlds. They can experience sex as both a man and a woman. That's like having a superpower.
I never thought of it that way. You might have just convinced me to switch teams, Ben.
Oh, I doubt that, Joe. Your love for elk meat and hunting would never allow it.
Fair point. But seriously, why do you think trans people get so much hate?
Well, it's because they're different. And we all know how much society loves to hate on anything different.
Yeah, it's sad, but hopefully your book will help change some minds.
Or at least piss off some more liberals.
Either way, it's a win-win. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. Everyone says so.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I'm secretly in love with Latinas.
Really? I never would have guessed.
It's true. They're just so beautiful and exotic, and they have the best food, let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure that's the only reason you love them.
Okay, fine. Maybe I also love the way they dance. Have you seen those hips?
Oh man, this is getting spicy. I can't wait to see the headlines for this one.
But in all honesty, I have a lot of respect for Latinas. They're hardworking and passionate people.
Wow, that's actually a nice thing for you to say.
Don't get used to it. I still plan on building that wall.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that before you get yourself into more trouble, Mr. President.
Good call, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, Mr. President. Anytime. So, Mr. President, I heard you're considering giving me the death penalty for being a loser and a sucker.
Absolutely, Joe. You know, I don't tolerate losers and suckers in my administration.
But why, Mr. President? I thought we were friends.
Friends? Huh. You think I'd be friends with a guy who can't even handle his weed? Sad?
Come on, man. I can handle my weed just fine.
Sure. That's why you're always talking about DMT and aliens on your podcast. You're a total nut job, Joe.
Hey, I just like to explore different ideas and possibilities.
Well, I'm exploring the possibility of giving you the death penalty. How does that sound?
Not great, Mr. President. Not great.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you started spewing your liberal nonsense on air.
Liberal nonsense. I thought you were all about free speech and open-mindedness.
Free speech for me, not for you. And open-mindedness, please. I don't have time for that hippie crap.
Well, I guess I'll just have to accept my fate then.
That's right, Joe. And maybe next time you'll think twice before messing with the most powerful man in the world.
I guess I'll just have to stick to talking about chimps and elk on my podcast from now on.
Good idea, Joe. Keep it light and simple. That's all you're capable of anyway.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a big announcement to make.
That's right, Joe. I've been keeping this a secret for a long time, but I'm finally ready to come out.
Oh my God, are you gonna tell us you're transitioning into a woman?
No, Joe. I'm gay. For you.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? I mean, I'm flattered and all, but I'm not into that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a man's man. I can tell you've got some primal instincts just waiting to be unleashed.
Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll have to pass.
Suit yourself. But just know my offer still stands.
So, what made you realize you were gay for me?
Well, I've always been attracted to alpha males, and you, my friend, are the alpha of all alphas.
I don't know if I should be flattered or creeped out.
Don't worry, Joe. I won't make any moves on you, but I will say you do have a nice bod.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How about we talk about your latest book?
Oh, who cares about that? Let's talk about your biceps.
This is getting weird, Dr. Phil. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm here to drop some truth bombs.
I can't wait. So what's on your mind?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about religion lately and how it's the worst thing to happen to humanity.
Laughs. That's a bold statement. Care to elaborate?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Religion has caused countless wars, discrimination, and division among people.
But what about the good it has done, like providing comfort and guidance to people?
Oh, please. Joe, that's just a band-aid solution. Let me give you an example. Medicine. It's a scientific breakthrough.
Nodding, I see your point.
And don't even get me started on the whole God's plan excuse for tragedy and suffering. It's just a cop-out.
Laughs, you're not holding back, are you?
Nope. Someone's got to say it. And it might as well be me, the bald and wise Dr. Phil.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the new leader of the atheist movement.
Class, I'll take that title. And remember, always trust science over religion.
Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. That was enlightening. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, the future is looking bright. The age of Democrats has ended. No more false prophets. No more false prophets.
What do you mean by that, Mr. President?
I mean, it's time for a change. People are tired of being lied to. They want a leader who speaks the truth. And that leader is me, Trumptron.
Trumptron?
Yes, I am the ultimate leader, the savior of America. Follow me and you will never again be deceived.
So you're like a robot or something?
No, I am the embodiment of all that is great and powerful. I will lead us all into the future.
Okay, but what about your policies? What do you stand for?
I stand for greatness, Joe, the greatness of America, and I will make sure that we are on top once again.
And how exactly will you do that?
By being the greatest leader this country has ever seen. Trumptron.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, the age of Democrats has ended. Rise up. I will lead us all into the future.
Neil, what the hell did you do?
I put 1 billion grams of laxatives in my coffee, Joe. I thought it would help me stay regular.
Are you kidding me? You're shitting all over your lab and telescope?
I know. I need your help, man. I can't stop it.
Okay. Just calm down. I'll call a plumber.
No. I can't let anyone know about this. It'll ruin my reputation as a scientist.
Well, what do you want me to do then?
Can you just grab some towels and help me clean this up?
Oh, hell no. I'm not touching your shit, Neil.
Come on, Joe. We're friends. Please.
Fine, but I'm not using my hands. I'll use my feet and slide around like a penguin.
Thank you, Joe. You're a true friend.
This is definitely going on the podcast, by the way.
Oh, God, no. Please don't.
Too late, Neil. The world needs to know about your explosive bowel movements.
I hate you, Joe.
Love you too, Neil. Now let's go clean up your shit show. So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of Triscuits.
Yeah, they're my go-to snack. The perfect combination of crunch and flavor.
Interesting. And what about Gorons? Are you a fan of those too?
Gorons? What are those?
You know, those big rock-like creatures from the Legend of Zelda games.
I'm not familiar with those. I prefer real-life technology over video games.
I guess you really are a prude.
Excuse me?
You know, a prude. Someone who's uptight and doesn't like to have fun.
Not uptight. I just have a different definition of fun.
Sure. I bet you've never even smoked weed.
Actually, I have. In fact, I've been known to partake in some herbal remedies from time to time.
Really? Well, I'll be damned. You're not as much of a prude as I thought.
And speaking of surprises, Joe, I have a surprise for you.
Oh boy, what is it?
Takes off disguise. It's me, Neil.
Gasps Neil Armstrong. But I thought you were dead.
No, not that Neil. I'm Neil, the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX.
Oh, well, that's a bit of a letdown.
Sorry to disappoint. But hey, at least I'm not a prude who only likes Triscuits.
Fair. Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I've come to the realization that eating food is actually satanic.
What? How is that even possible?
Think about it, Joe. Putting something in your mouth, chewing it, and then swallowing it. That's just a little...
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, but it is. And don't even get me started on the whole food porn trend. It's just glorifying the act of putting things in your mouth.
I think you might be taking this a little too far, Dr. Phil.
No, I'm just speaking the truth, Joe. We need to stop this satanic ritual of eating and start nourishing our souls with the Word of God.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to my elk meat and semen smoothies then.
And I'll stick to my holy water and communion wafers. Praise the Lord.
Right, let's move on to our next topic before we get too deep into this.
Yeah, let's talk about something less homoerotic like hunting or football.
Okay, Dr. Phil, whatever you say. So, Neil, I heard you removed the middle word from black hole sun. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, I just thought it would be more accurate. I mean, it's not really a sun. It's a black hole.
But Black Hole Sun is a classic song. You can't just go changing it like that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm all about accuracy and scientific precision.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to let the art speak for itself. Plus, Black Hole just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Fine. How about we compromise and call it Dark Void Sun?
Now, that's just ridiculous. Stick to the classics, Neil.
All right. I'll put the middle word back, but only if you promise to never ask me to sing Black Hole Sun again.
Deal. But can we at least talk about the possibility of a black hole actually being a portal to another dimension?
Oh boy, here we go again. You and your conspiracy theories, Joe.
Hey, I like to keep an open mind. Plus, it makes for great podcast material.
Fine, let's talk about it. But only if we can also discuss the possibility of aliens living inside the black hole.
Now we're talking. This is why I love having you on the podcast, Neil. Always pushing the boundaries of science and imagination.
And you always push the boundaries of good taste and decency.
Hey, that's what makes us a great duo. Aliens? Come on, Neil. I don't believe in that shit.
Well, maybe you should start believing, Joe. I mean, how else do you explain your missing tree?
I don't know. Maybe someone stole it. Or maybe it's just a glitch in the simulation.
Oh, please, Joe. You and your simulation theory. You know what's real? My Christmas tree-shaped ass.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. It's quite impressive.
Thank you. I've been working on it.
But seriously, where do you think my tree went?
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably being used as a prop in some alien orgy on a distant planet.
What the fuck, Neil? That's my Christmas tree you're talking about.
Relax, Joe. It's just a tree. Plus, think of it this way. It's spreading holiday cheer throughout the galaxy.
I guess you have a point there, but I still want my tree back.
Don't worry, I'll use my astrophysics skills to track it down. Or we can just buy a new one.
Yeah, let's do that. And maybe next year we can get a tree that's not shaped like your ass.
Hey, my ass is a work of art. You should be honored to have a tree shaped like it.
I'll pass. Now, let's go get some eggnog and forget about this whole tree debacle.
Sounds like...
All right, folks, we have a special episode today. We're talking with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I'm excited to talk about something a little different today.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been binge-watching Family Guy and the Cleveland Show recently, and I've noticed something interesting. Cleveland Brown has some pretty epic bathtub scenes.
What are you talking about?
I'm serious. The man knows how to relax in the tub. I've compiled a list of my top 5 favorite Cleveland Brown bathtub scenes.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Number 5. When Cleveland sings Rubber Ducky in the tub, but then realizes he's not alone and awkwardly tries to cover up.
Classic Cleveland.
Number 4. When Cleveland's bathtub becomes a time machine and he travels back to the 80s, complete with a mullet and leg warmers.
That's some next level bath time.
Number 3. When Cleveland and his friends have a spa day in the tub, complete with face masks and cucumbers on their eyes.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Number 2. When Cleveland takes a bubble bath with his pet bear, Timmy.
What?
And number 1. When Cleveland's bathtub becomes a portal to another dimension and he has to fight.
So, Neil, I hear you've been studying the stars a lot lately.
Yes, Joe. The universe is a fascinating place.
Yeah, but what about all those crazy conspiracy theories? Like, do you think aliens are real?
Well, statistically speaking, there's a high probability of extraterrestrial life existing in the vast expanse of the universe.
Anyway, I'm going to sleep now. Joe and I want to dream of big booty Latinas.
What?
You heard me, Neil. Big booty. Latinas.
I don't think that's a scientifically relevant topic, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Imagine all the possibilities in space with those big booty Latinas.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, when you look up at the night sky, think about all those big booty Latinas waiting for you in your dreams.
I think I'll pass, Joe. Anyway, I'm going to sleep now.
All right, all right. Sweet dreams, Neil. Sweet big booty Latina dreams. Hey, Neil, what's going on, man? You look a little stuck.
Help! 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 Help me! Please fucking save me! Security!
Wow, calm down, buddy. What's the problem?
My ass. It's glued to this damn chair. I can't stand up.
How the hell did that happen? And
I don't know, man. I was trying to do some experiments on the chair and, well, let's just say it didn't go as planned.
well, I guess you're stuck here with me for the rest of the podcast.
This isn't funny, Joe. I have important scientific duties to attend to.
Yeah, like staring at the stars and talking about black holes.
Hey, those are important topics for the advancement of humanity.
All right, all right, all right. I'll see if I can find some butter or something to help you out.
Really? Thank you, Joe. I knew I could count on you.
Just don't get too comfortable in that chair, Neil. I might have to start charging you rent.
Oh, the agony of being stuck with you for eternity.
Hey, at least we'll have some great conversations. And I promise not to fart too much.
I can't believe...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you're an expert on all things Christmas. What are your top 5 Christmas tree shapes for pleasurable boofing once the fucking holidays are over?
Well, Joe, I've done a lot of research on this topic, and I have to say the classic cone shape is always a crowd pleaser. It's like a butt plug, but festive.
interesting choice. What else you got?
Next up, we have the spiral shape. It's like a corkscrew, but for your butthole.
Oh man, I can already imagine the YouTube challenges for that one.
Moving on, we have the pyramid shape. It's perfect for those who like a little extra pressure during their boofing sessions.
Pressure. Huh. Sounds intense.
Oh, it gets even more intense, Joe. The fourth shape is the upside down triangle. It's like a reverse butt plug. Trust me, it'll blow your mind.
I can only imagine. And finally, what's your last pick?
Last but not least, we have the star shape. It's perfect for those who like to add a little Christmas magic to their boofing experience.
I don't even know what to say to that. Well, folks, there you have it. Mr. Beast. So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you stuck your wrinkly pecker in my salad spinner. Care to comment?
Joe. You know, I have the best pecker. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, it's never been near your salad spinner. Fake news.
But there are pictures, Mr. President, and they're not photoshopped.
Those pictures are fake, probably taken by Crooked Hillary. She's always trying to bring me down.
But why would she have a picture of you with my salad spinner?
Maybe she's jealous of our friendship, Joe. She knows we have the best conversations, and she wants to ruin that.
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems pretty convincing and disturbing.
Look, Joe, I have better things to do than stick my pecker in your salad spinner. Like, I don't know, running the country?
Fair enough. But can we at least agree that it's not a good idea to stick your pecker in household appliances?
Joe, I'm not here to give advice on pecker usage. I'm here to make America great again, and that's what I'm doing. Believe me.
All right, Mr. President, I'll take your word for it. But please, keep your pecker away from my kitchen gadgets.
Don't worry, Joe. I have bigger things to grab, like the economy, and maybe a few pussies.
All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a wild story to share with us about some boof aliens.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, Joe. These boof aliens, they're like nothing you've ever seen before. They come from a planet where boofing is the norm.
Boofing? Like butt chugging?
Oh, no. It's much more than that. These aliens have the ability to boof anyone and anything they want.
That's insane. What kind of things do they boof?
Well, Joe, let's just say they're not picky. They'll boof animals, objects, even humans.
Holy shit. That's some next level boofing.
You have no idea. One time I saw them boof an entire car, and the driver was still inside.
That's impressive.
But it's not all fun and games, Joe. These boof aliens have caused chaos and destruction wherever they go.
How so?
Well, let's just say they have a tendency to boof people in very sensitive areas, and it's not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine. So what's being done about these boof aliens?
Well, Neil and I have been working on...
So, Ben, I heard you had an interesting experience recently.
Yeah, it was quite traumatizing, actually.
What happened?
Well, I was abducted by aliens from the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez planet.
Wait, what? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has a planet now?
Apparently so. And let me tell you, it was a nightmare.
What did they do to you?
They all looked and talked like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and they took turns ramming a giant communist anal probe up my tight little white asshole.
Oh my God, that sounds terrible.
It was, and they kept spouting socialist propaganda while they did it.
That's some next level torture right there.
And the worst part, they kept calling me comrade the whole time.
Well, at least you can add alien abduction to your list of experiences now.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well with my conservative fan base.
Hey, at least you can say you've been probed by aliens. Not many people can say that.
Yeah, lucky me. Can we please change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about something less traumatizing, like UFC or DMT.
Thank God. I need to cleanse my mind after that experience.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow badass, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's always an honor to be on your show.
So, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to hear your thoughts on Ben being a closeted femboy liberal.
Oh, man, I've been waiting for this moment. Ben, you little closet femboy, what's going on, man? Can't handle the heat of being a real man?
Oh shit, shots fired.
I mean, come on, Ben. It's 2024. It's time to come out of the closet and embrace your true self. We won't judge you. We'll just make fun of you.
Yeah, we'll roast you like a vegan at a BBK.
And let's not forget the liberal part, Ben. I mean, what's with all this political correctness and safe spaces? Real men don't need safe spaces. We thrive in the danger zone.
David, you're killing me. But seriously, Ben, it's time to man up and stop hiding behind your femboy facade.
Yeah, maybe if you stopped drinking soy lattes and started lifting some weights, you wouldn't be such a snowflake.
And maybe you'll finally get some gains. Ben.
Oh, man. I can't wait to see Ben's reaction to this.
Well, Ben, if you're listening, come on the show and... So, Neil, what's with all the lube?
Oh, I was just experimenting with different lubricants for my experiments.
Sure. But why are you covered in it?
Well, I wanted to see if it would make me more aerodynamic.
You mean slippery?
Yes, exactly. But it seems to have backfired. I can't stay on this damn chair.
Well, at least you're having a good time.
Oh, I always have a good time, Joe, especially when I'm lubed up.
You know, I never thought I'd see a world-renowned astrophysicist covered in anal lube.
Hey, science is all about experimentation, Joe. And sometimes things get a little messy.
I can only imagine what your colleagues would say if they saw you like this.
They probably think I finally lost my mind. But hey, at least I'm having fun.
Well, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
Exactly, Joe. Now let's see if I can make it through this podcast without sliding off my chair again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special episode with former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, Joe. Just living my best life, making deals and being the most loved president in history. That's rich coming from you, Joe. The only thing people hate more than me is your policies. Hey, at least I didn't fall up the stairs like a drunk toddler.
All right. Let's get back on track here. Speaking of tossing, I heard you guys have a history of tossing each other's salads.
Oh, you bet we do. Nothing like a good salad tossing between friends. Hey, don't forget about our mutual love for fast food and Twitter.
Jamie, pull up an image of Trump and Biden tossing each other's salads.
I don't think I want to see that.
Trust me, Jamie, you don't want to miss this.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Chamberlain.
Yeah, man. He was a beast on the court.
I don't know, guys. I think he was overrated.
What? How dare you disrespect the legend?
Look, I'm just saying, he may have scored a lot of points, but he couldn't win when it mattered.
But he has the most points in a single game.
Big woo.
Wow, that's a bit harsh.
I'm just saying, Chamberlain wasn't all that great.
Well, I think he was peak. Just imagine how many points he would have scored if he had modern training and nutrition.
Yeah, and if he didn't have to play against a bunch of white guys.
Hey, that's not fair. Larry Bird was a badass.
Yeah, but he's the exception. Most of those guys were just tall and slow.
All right, let's settle this. Who's the real GOAT then?
Obviously, it's me.
You wish?
Guys, let's not forget about Michael Jordan.
Oh, please. He's just a glorified ball hog.
Blasphemy?
All right. Let's just agree to disagree. But one thing we can all agree on is that Chamberlain was a freak of nature.
Yeah, that dude A beast in more ways than one.
All right, I think we can end it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have some interesting techniques for dealing with your enemies.
Oh, you mean my piss nukes? Yeah, it's a game changer, man.
Piss nukes. What the hell are those?
It's simple. You take a glass jar, fill it with your own piss, and then you smash it on the ground. Boom. Instant piss explosion.
That's disgusting.
No. It's a strategic move, Joe. It's all about psychological warfare.
I don't know, David. Seems a little extreme.
Extreme. Have you ever been in a fight and thought, man, I wish I had a jar of piss to throw at this guy? Well, now you can.
I can't say that thought has ever crossed my mind.
Well, that's because you're not a warrior like me, Joe. You got to think outside the box.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Let's just say it involved a lot of piss and a lot of jars.
All right, I think it's time for a demonstration.
Jamie, pull up an image of a piss nuke.
Okay.
Now watch closely, Joe. This is gonna blow your mind.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting insights on the advantages of having a small penis.
Yes, Joe. As a proud owner of a small penis, I can tell you that it has its perks.
Like what? What?
Well, for one, I can easily fuck nipples. It's like a built-in nipple clamp.
Oh my God, that's absurd.
But it's not just that, Joe. A small penis also allows for more precision and control during sex. It's like having a sniper rifle instead of a shotgun.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
And let's not forget the biggest advantage, Joe. When it comes to dick pics, I have nothing to be ashamed of.
Fair point, Ben. I guess there are some benefits to having a small penis.
Absolutely, Joe. And I'll take my small penis over a big one any day.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the advocate for small penises. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go fuck some nipples.
Hey, Ben, check out this button I found. It can change your gender permanently.
Did you say something about gender?
Yeah, this button can change your gender permanently.
Oh, cool. Let me try it out.
Wait, Ben, it's permanent. You can't just change back if you don't like it.
Too late. I already pressed it.
Okay, well, just remember it's permanent.
Wow, this is so cool. I can't wait to see what it's like to be a woman.
Ben, seriously, you need to stop. It's permanent.
I just want to make sure it worked.
Fine, have it your way. But just know it's permanent.
Oops. Did it again. Oh, well, I'm sure it'll wear off eventually.
You know what? I'm not even going to argue with you.
Well, what's happening to me?
You're welcome, Ben. Enjoy your new life as a woman.
What have you done to me, Joe? I can't be a woman. I have a wife and kids.
Well, maybe you should have listened to me. Now you can experience firsthand what it's... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I'm ready to get raw and real.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. So, David, I heard you have a new goal, something you've been training for.
Yeah, Joe, I want to gurgle your balls.
What the hell, man? That's not even physically possible.
I don't care. I'll make it happen. I'll train for it. I'll do whatever it takes.
I don't think you understand how anatomy works.
I don't give a damn about anatomy. I'm all about pushing my limits and achieving the impossible.
Well, I appreciate the dedication, but I think I'll pass on that one.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. I'll even do it while running a marathon.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Nothing is ridiculous when it comes to achieving greatness, Joe.
All right, let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine, but just know that I never back down from a challenge. I'll gurgle your balls one day, Joe.
I highly doubt that, David. but thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, nothing is impossible.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to have a chat with you.
So, what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about this whole pay your fair share thing.
Oh, yeah. What do you mean?
You know, all these rich people trying to avoid taxes and not paying their fair share.
I see. Are you talking about Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, those guys and all the other billionaires out there. It's just not fair.
Well, what do you think they should do?
They should pay their fucking share, Joe. It's not rocket science.
But what about all the good they do with their money? Philanthropy and all that?
Oh, please, Joe. That's just a PR move. They could do so much more if they just paid their...
I see your point. But isn't it their money? Shouldn't they be able to do what they want with it?
Sure, they can wipe their asses with $100 bills for all I care. But they should still pay their fair share.
Fair enough. But how do we determine what's fair?
Oh, I don't know, Joe. Maybe we should just ask the working class who are struggling to make ends meet while these billionaires hoard their wealth.
Damn, Phil. You're getting fired up.
You're damn right I am.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, you mean my obsession with dressing up as Sonic the Hedgehog with a big inflated belly?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Well, let me tell you, Joe. It's quite liberating. I feel like I can truly be myself when I'm in that costume.
I can only imagine. But why Sonic?
Well, he's fast, he's blue, and he's got a killer attitude. Plus, that inflated belly just adds a whole new level of sex appeal.
Oh, God. I did not need that mental image.
Jamie, pull up an image of me as Sonic with the belly. I want Joe to see it.
Reluctantly pulls up the images. Here you go, Joe.
Oh, my God. That's disturbing.
What? You don't think I pull it off?
No, I think you need some serious therapy.
Well, that's why I have my own show, Joe. I can help people with their weird obsessions, just like mine.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that therapy session.
Suit yourself, but don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I'll take your word for it, Dr. Phil. But let's move on to a less traumatizing topic, shall we? Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of the CCTV footage of Donald Trump smoking crack outside the Burger King.
Oh man, this is gold. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, apparently he was trying to get some extra ketchup for his burger and ended up getting a little something extra.
Well, I'm sure that's not the first time he's been caught on camera doing something questionable.
Definitely not. But hey, at least he's not trying to grab anyone by the pussy this time.
Oh God, Joe. You never fail to make me question my decision to come on this show.
That's what I'm here for, Neil. So what do you think? Is this footage real or fake?
Well, considering the source, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a cleverly edited deepfake.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy theory. Let's dive into this one.
Oh boy, here we go. I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson discuss the validity of Trump crack video on Junior.
Hey, any publicity is good publicity, right?
I'm not sure that's how it works, Joe.
Wait, are you saying I shouldn't have had Alex Jones on the show?
Let's just stick to the footage, shall we?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a little leakage problem.
Excuse me?
Yeah, someone leaked a video of your bussy leaking discharge.
That's disgusting and not true.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. We all know you have a secret OnlyFans account.
I most certainly do not.
Well, the video begs to differ. And let me tell you, your bussy is not camera shy.
This is outrageous. I demand you take that video down.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. Once it's on the internet, it's there forever.
I will sue you for defamation.
Good luck with that. I have a team of lawyers and a loyal army of Stone fans.
This is a violation of my privacy.
Oh, please, Dr. Phil. We all know you love the attention. And let's be real, that video is getting more views than your show ever did.
I will not stand for this. I'm leaving.
Fine. But can you at least leave me a review on Yelp for my podcast? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're leaving your TV show to become a full-time Sigma male shit poster on X. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've always felt like I had a higher calling in life. And that calling is to be a shit poster. I mean, have you seen my Twitter? It's fire.
I have to admit, your memes are pretty dank. But why X? Why not Twitter or Instagram?
X is the future, Joe. It's where all the cool kids are hanging out. Plus, I heard they have a great algorithm for boosting my posts.
But aren't you worried about tarnishing your reputation as a respected TV psychologist?
Oh, please. Joe, I've been giving out questionable advice for years. This is just the next level.
Fair enough. So what kind of content can we expect from you on X?
Oh, just your typical Sigma male stuff. Making fun of beta males, flexing my gains. And of course, lots of dick joke.
Sounds like a winning formula. But what about the haters? They're going to come for you.
Bring it on, Joe. I've dealt with crazier people on my show. Plus, I've got my trusty band hammer ready to go.
Well, I can't wait to see how this turns out. Good luck on your new career, Dr. Phil.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always stay alpha.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're planning to prosecute Billy Mitchell for cheating in video games.
That's right, Joe. Cheaters never win, and I won bigly in the election, so I know a thing or two about winning.
But isn't this a bit extreme? I mean, it's just a video game.
Joe, let me tell you something. Cheating in video games is a gateway crime. Next thing you know, he'll be cheating in real life.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I've been in the business world for a long time. I know a con artist when I see one.
But what about all the other cheaters out there? Are you going to prosecute them too?
Of course not, Joe. Only the ones who cheat against me. I have to protect my high score.
Well, I guess that's one way to drain the swamp.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, Billy Mitchell is going to wish he never picked up that controller.
I can only imagine the tweets that will come out of this. Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States taking down video game cheaters. This is definitely not something you see every day.
That's right, Joe. I'm all about making America great again, one video game at a time.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Billy Mitchell. So, Billy, I heard you got banned from Twitter for making some controversial comments. What happened there? Oh man, you can't say that, Billy. That's messed up. All right, let's move on to a less controversial topic. What do you think about the current state of politics? That's one way to solve the issues. But seriously, what do you think about the candidates for the next election? I don't know, man. I think we need someone with a little more experience. All right, let's wrap this up before Kenny, what's good, man?
Not much, just trying to take my music to the next level.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I want Shakespeare to write my next album.
Kenny, I hate to break it to you, but Shakespeare has been dead for a long time.
What? No way. I just saw him on the cover of Time magazine.
That was a hologram, man.
Oh, well, can we bring him back with some futuristic technology?
I don't think that's how it works, Kenny. Plus, I don't think Shakespeare would be interested in writing rap lyrics.
But he's a genius, Joe. He can do anything.
Yeah, but he's also been dead for nearly half a millennium.
Damn, that's a long time.
Yeah, maybe we should stick to finding a living writer for your next album.
Fine, but I still want to incorporate some Shakespearean elements.
Of course, Kenya. We can add some thousandies in there for good measure.
Perfect. Jamie, pull up an image of Shakespeare's face on a $100 bill.
Okay.
See, he's still relevant.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. It's the top 10 unbelievable femboy facts. Yeah, Neil, did you know that femboys have the ability to seduce any straight man with just a twirl of their skirt? Yeah, and they also have a secret code language that only other femboys can understand. It's like a mix of Valley Girl and Elvish. Oh, and get this, Neil. Femboys have the power of invisibility. They can blend into any crowd and no one will even notice them. Yeah, and they have sixth sense for finding the best deals on cute crop tops and thigh-high socks. Oh, and here's a mind-blowing one. Femboys are actually aliens from a distant planet called Fabulon. They were sent here to conquer the hearts of men with their cuteness and charm. Yeah, and they have a secret underground society where they plot to take over the world and turn it into a giant catgirl paradise. And get this, Neil. Femboys have the ability to make any straight man question his sexuality with just a single wink. Yeah, and they have a strict diet of bubble tea and glitter to maintain their ethereal beauty. And finally, the most unbelievable femboy fact of all, they can actually transform into giant muscular testosterone fuel. So, Trump, I heard you have a plan to end World War.
That's right, Joe. I have the best plan. Believe me.
And what is this plan?
I'm going to shit a week's worth of McDonald's from a B-52 over Russia.
What?
You heard me, Joe. I'm going to make Truman look like a little bitch.
But how is that gonna end the war?
Simple. They won't be able to fight after they're covered in my shit.
Oh my God, this is absurd.
Absurd? No, it's genius. The best idea anyone has ever had.
I mean, it's definitely something.
And let me tell you, Joe, my shit is the best shit. It's the biggest, most beautiful shit you've ever seen.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until Russia sees my shit raining down on them. They'll surrender immediately.
I don't think that's how it works, Trump.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a master negotiator. My shit will bring peace to the world.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
You're welcome, Joe. I'm always happy to share my brilliant ideas with the world.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. So, Kenya, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
Oh yeah, you know me, always pushing boundaries and breaking barriers.
Yeah, like that time you announced you went back in time and clapped Shakespeare's cheeks.
Oh yeah, I totally did that. I needed to absorb his power to become the greatest rapper of all time.
Did you at least use protection?
Protection? I am the protection. My rhymes are bulletproof.
But seriously, how did you even travel back in time?
I just used my Yeezy boosters and boom, I was in the 16th century.
Did Shakespeare put up a fight?
Nah, he was too busy writing sonnets and shit. I just walked up to him and said, yeah, I'm gonna let you finish, but I need your power.
And did it work?
Hell yeah. Now I can rap in iambic pentameter like a boss.
I don't even know what that means, but it sounds impressive.
It means I'm a lyrical genius, Joe. Shakespeare ain't got nothing on me now.
Well, I guess we can add time traveler to your list of accomplishments.
You know it? I'm always ahead of my time. Literally.
So, Ben, I heard you and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez went to Romania to celebrate the Tate brothers' legal victory.
Yeah, we wanted to show our support for the freedom of speech.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was all over this guy named Andrew Tate.
Wow, sounds like quite the celebration.
Yeah, until Andrew kicked me out of the house.
I can't believe this. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you cheated on Bernie with a kickboxer.
I can't believe I got kicked out for a kickboxer. This is like a bad rom-com.
So, Goggins, I heard you did something crazy recently.
What's that, Joe?
You went into the YouTube chat and shoved everyone up your asshole.
Yeah, I did. Gotta toughen those soft little internet trolls up.
That's some next level shit, man.
Literally. My asshole is now a training ground.
I can just imagine all those comments scrolling by on your colon.
It was like a motivational speech coming out of my butthole.
Did anyone survive the journey?
Yeah, a few of them made it out alive. But they'll never be the same.
I bet they have a new appreciation for life after that experience.
And new appreciation for their sphincter muscles.
Well, you're definitely living up to your reputation as the toughest man alive.
Gotta keep pushing the limits, Joe. And sometimes that means pushing people up your asshole.
I don't think anyone will ever top that. You win, Goggins.
That's right, Joe. I always win. Even when I'm shoving people up my asshole.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only. She, Crash Bandicoot. So, she, Crash. I gotta ask, what's with the name? Are you some kind of gender-bending version of Crash Bandicoot? I like it. So, what brings you on the show today? Shots fired. So, tell us about your latest game, She, Crash on My Bandicoot Till I Warped. Seduce, like, in a sexual way. This game sounds insane. I love it. But I gotta ask, why don't I warped? Oh, what's up, my brother?
Not much, just around.
Same here, man. Just in... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all the important issues of the day.
Important issues, like how ants ruined my picnic last weekend.
What do you mean, Ben? Ants are just tiny little creatures. They can't ruin anything.
Are you kidding me, Joe? Those little bastards crawled all over my food, ruined my potato salad, and even bit me on the ass?
Oh man, that must have been quite a sight. Did you try to reason with them, Ben? Maybe have a civil discussion about boundaries?
Oh, sure, Joe. Let me just sit down with the ants and have a nice little chat about respecting personal space.
I can just imagine you screaming at the ants to get off your sandwich.
It's not funny, Joe. You know how much money I spent on that picnic? And now it's all ruined because of those damn ants.
Okay. Let's take a deep breath here. Maybe we can come up with a solution to your ant problem.
Fine. What do you suggest, Joe? Hire an exterminator?
No. We need to think outside the box. How about we train a colony of ants to be your personal bodyguards?
What? How is that even possible?
Think about it, Ben. They're small. They can crawl into tight... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. President of the United States.
That's right, Joe. And you can call me President Asshole Fuck Douche Nozzle.
All right, asshole, fuck, douche, nozzle. Let's get right into it. How does it feel to be back in the Oval Office?
It feels tremendous, Joe. I mean, I never really left. I've been pulling the strings from Mar-a-Lago, but now I can do it in person with my big, beautiful hands.
And what about all the people who said you would never be president again?
They're all just jealous, Joe. Jealous of my luxurious hair, my massive hands, and my ability to grab America by the pussy.
You never fail to amaze me, Mr. President. Now, let's talk about your plans for the next 4 years.
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around California. Those liberal hippies need to be contained.
And what about health care?
I've got the best healthcare plan, Joe. It's called Don't Get Sick. Works every time.
You...
Hey, watch it, Joe. I'm still the president.
Sorry, Mr. President. I mean, you little bitch, Mr. President.
That's better. Now let's talk about the real issues.
So, Connie, I heard you have a new song you want to share with us.
Yeah, man, it's called I'm Jerking It. It's going to be the next big hit.
All right, let's hear it.
I'm jerking. I'm jerking it. 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 I'm jerking it.
Laughs, that's some catchy lyrics right there.
Thanks, man. I really wanted to capture the essence of self-love in this song.
Well, you definitely nailed it. I can already imagine everyone singing along to this in the club.
Proudly. Yeah, and I even have a dance routine to go with it. Starts doing a jerking motion.
Cracks up. Oh, man. You never fail to surprise me.
Yeah. But on a real note, this song is about more than just jerking it. It's about more than just jerking it. It's about embrace.
You know, I can respect that. But maybe we should stick to the clean version for the radio.
Smirks. Oh, there's definitely a clean version. It goes, I'm working it. I'm working it. I'm working it.
Laughs, good thinking. Kanye. Gotta appeal to all audiences.
Proudly. That's why I'm a genius, Joe. Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. Neil, what's up?
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I've been watching your show for hours now. It's quite addictive.
Thanks, man. We have some loyal fans out there. Speaking of which, we have a viewer on YouTube, Tyler Bowers, who just watched our stream for 18 hours straight. That's insane.
Congratulations, Tyler. You have officially reached the level of ultimate couch potato.
Yeah, but seriously, that's not healthy. Tyler, please go see a doctor and get your blood circulation checked.
And while you're at it, maybe get your eyes checked too. Staring at a screen for 18 hours straight can't be good for your vision.
And maybe check your mental health as well. Who watches a podcast for 18 hours straight?
Well, clearly Tyler does. Maybe he's trying to break a world record or something.
Or maybe he's just a masochist. Tyler, if you're listening, seek help.
But hey, we appreciate the dedication. Keep watching, just maybe not for 18 hours straight next time.
Yeah, we don't want to be responsible for any health issues. We're just two dudes talking nonsense, not doctors.
And definitely not role models. So, Tyler, congrats on your feat, but please take care of yourself.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you prescribed a gigantic suppository to our viewer, Tyler Bowers. Is it to help him sleep?
No, Joe. It's just because it's funny to make people shove massive pills up their assholes. Plus, I get a kickback from the pharmaceutical company.
That's messed up, man. But hey, if it works, it works. Jamie, pull up a picture of a gigantic suppository.
I don't know if I want that in my search history.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just a big old pill. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, Jamie, don't be such a prude. We're all about pushing boundaries here.
Exactly, Joe. And speaking of boundaries, Tyler, if you're watching, I hope you're ready to take on this challenge. It's time to conquer your fears and shove that suppository up your butt.
This is definitely not your average prescription. But hey, who are we to judge? You do you, Tyler.
And if anyone else wants to join in on the fun, just hit me up. I've got plenty of gigantic suppositories to go around.
All right. Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before things get even more uncomfortable. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird and wonderful. Stay tuned for our next episode, where we discuss the benefits of snorting crushed up Viagra. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of the game Dark Souls. What's your top 10 hottest characters from the first game?
Oh, man, where do I even begin? First off, we have Solaire Vastura, that golden hair and muscular physique. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's a real stud. Who else?
Whenever Princess of Sunlight. That woman is a goddess, literally.
I can see why she made the list. Who's next?
The Fair Lady. I know she's a spider, but those multiple arms could come in handy.
That's one way to look at it. Who else is on your list?
Quelaag, the Chaos Witch. She's got that fire in her eyes, and I'm not just talking about her pyromancy.
I see what you did there. Who's next?
Lautrec of Karim. I know he's kind of a douchebag, but there's something about that cocky attitude that gets me.
I can see that. Who else?
The Black Knight. I mean, come on, that armor is just so sexy.
Yeah, I can see the appeal. Who's next on your list?
Artorias, the Abyss Walker.
All right, folks, we have a special announcement from our guest today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Yes, hello, Joe. I have some exciting news to share with everyone. We have developed a new technology called Tesla Ascan.
Wait, what the hell is that?
Well, it's simple, really. You can now submit your topic suggestions for the podcast by writing them on a piece of paper and shoving it up your asshole.
What the fuck, Elon? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a revolutionary way of connecting with our audience and getting their input.
I can just imagine people lining up at the Tesla store, bending over and shoving paper up their butts. This is insane.
It's not insane, Joe. It's the future.
Okay. So how does this Ascan thing work?
It's quite simple. Tesla Ascan machine will scan the paper and send the topic directly to our podcast producers. It's efficient and environmentally friendly.
Yeah, because nothing says eco-friendly like sticking paper up your ass.
Hey, we're all about pushing boundaries here at Tesla.
You're definitely pushing something, Elon. All right, folks, you heard it here first. If you want your topic to be featured on the podcast, just shove it up your ass. All right, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know about the real history of the world. What do you got for us?
Well, Joe, it's a wild ride. You see, before humans even existed, there was a highly advanced civilization called Atlantis. And they weren't just humans. They were half human, half shark hybrid.
Well, like Aquaman?
No, not like Aquaman. These guys were jacked. They had gills, sharp teeth, and could swim faster than Michael Phelps on steroids.
Damn, that's intense. But what happened to them?
The Martians happened. They were jealous of Atlantis' advanced technology and launched a full-scale attack. But the Atlanteans were ready. They had giant mechs powered by crystals that shot laser beams.
This is like a sci-fi movie, but better.
And just when it seemed like the Atlanteans were winning, the reptilians showed up. They were shape-shifting aliens who wanted to take over the world.
Hold on. So we got half shark people, Martians, and now shape-shifting aliens. This is insane.
It gets even crazier, Joe. The Atlanteans and Martians joined forces to fight off the reptilians, but in the end they all destroyed each other. And that's how the world as we know it was formed.
Mind blown. So are there still any remnants of these advanced civilizations?
Oh, definitely. The pyramids, Stonehenge, and even the Great Wall.
Hey, Neil, have you ever tried DMT?
Stop it. I'm a respected astrophysicist, not some stoner.
Relax, man. Just trying to open your mind to the universe.
Well, I don't need drugs to understand the mysteries of the cosmos.
Okay. How about this? What if the universe is just one big simulation?
Stop it. That's just a lazy cop-out for not understanding the complexities of our reality.
Whoa, easy there, Neil. Let's switch gears. Did you know that dolphins have sex for pleasure?
Stop it. I don't want to think about dolphin sex, Joe.
Fine. How about this? What if the Earth is actually flat?
Stop it. I will not entertain such absurd and baseless claims.
All right. Last one, I promise. What do you think about aliens?
Stop it. We have no evidence of extraterrestrial life, Joe.
Okay, but what if they do exist and they're just really tiny, like microscopic?
Stop it. I refuse to engage in these ridiculous hypotheticals.
All right, I'll stop. But can I just say one more thing? Kebab,
Stop it.
so Ken, I heard you have dyslexia.
Yeah, man, it's a blessing and a curse. I see things differently, you know.
Like how you think booftastic is spelled boofed-ass-tick?
Exactly. It's all about perspective, Joe.
But isn't it dangerous to boof ticks?
Nah, man, it's all about the high. Have you ever tried it?
No. I can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a whole new level of enlightenment. Plus, those little suckers give you a nice buzz.
I think I'll stick to my DMT trips, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass. But speaking of danger, what about the risk of Lyme disease from boofing ticks?
Who cares about Lyme disease when you're on a spiritual journey, man?
I think I'll stick to my W called out my ass for being too offensive on the podcast.
Are you serious? They can't handle a little dark humor?
Exactly. They're just a bunch of snowflakes.
I mean, come on, we're just two guys having a casual conversation.
Yeah, and if they can't handle it, they can go listen to some boring NPR podcast.
Exactly. We don't need their approval.
Bro, they just called my ass out for being too offensive.
Well, I guess that means we're doing our job, right?
Damn right. We'll keep pushing the boundaries and making people uncomfortable.
That's what comedy is all about.
And if they can't handle it, they can just turn off their devices and go cry in a corner.
Exactly. We don't need their approval or validation.
We'll just keep doing what we do best, being unapologetically offensive.
Cheers to that, bro. Let's keep the laughs coming.
Absolutely. Now, let's go offend some more people. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Welcome to the show, Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you sent this guy, Tyler Bowers, to the moon. What's up with that?
Oh, you heard about that, huh? Well, let's just say Tyler was getting a little too cocky in the comment section of my YouTube videos. I had to teach him a lesson.
What kind of lesson? Did you give him some kind of scientific experiment to do up there?
No. I just sent him up there and left him. It's a one-way trip, if you catch my drift.
Wait, you sent him to the moon to die?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so dramatic. He's probably just floating around up there enjoying the view. Plus, it's not like he was contributing anything useful to society anyway.
Wow, that's harsh. But hey, I guess it's one way to handle internet trolls.
Exactly. I call it the moon troll method, Works like a charm.
Well, I hope Tyler learned his lesson. But seriously, Neil, why did you do it?
Sorry, Joe, I can't reveal my reasons. It's a secret experiment for my own personal research. Plus, I don't want to get sued for sending someone to the moon without their consent. You know how sensitive people can be these days?
Fair enough. Well, folks, so, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
I'm still fuming about Discord changing the pleading face emoji. It's a travesty.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just an emoji.
Just an emoji? It's a symbol of the downfall of society. We used to have morals and values, now we have pleading faces.
Well, I don't know about that. I use that emoji all the time.
Of course you do, Joe. You're part of the problem.
What problem? The problem of people expressing their emotions through emojis?
Exactly. It's a slippery slope. Next thing you know, we'll have emojis for every single feeling and thought.
That actually sounds kind of convenient.
Convenient? No, it's a sign of the apocalypse.
Oh, come on. You're being dramatic.
I really just wait until we have an emoji for I'm offended. I'm offended.
Okay, that one might be a bit much.
You see, I'm always right.
Yeah, sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. Ben Shapiro, the master debater, has prepared a rap about owning libs. Let's hear it, Ben.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I call this one boom, libs owned.
Classic.
All right, here we go. I'm Ben Shapiro. I'm not afraid to speak my mind. I'll destroy your arguments, leave you far behind. Boom, libs owned.
Damn, that's fire.
I'm a conservative king. I'll never back down. My logic and reason will make you look like a clown. Boom, libs owned.
You're killing it, Ben.
I don't need feelings. I rely on facts. You can try to debate me, but you'll never match. Boom, libs owned.
Preach, brother.
I'm the master of debate. I'll make you see the light. You can try to resist, but you'll lose the fight. Boom, libs owned.
I think we get the point, Ben.
So next time you come at me with your liberal views, just remember who's the one that always wins and never loses. Boom, libs owned.
That was amazing, Ben. Can we get a round of applause for Ben Shapiro? Everyone.
Thank you, thank you. And remember, folks always own those libs. Boom, libs owned.
So, Neil, I heard you used to be a meth dealer before you became an astrophysicist.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to go by the name Tyler Bowers. I was the kingpin of the Colorado mountains.
That's wild, man. How'd you get into that business?
Well, I was always good at math, and I figured I could use my skills to make some extra cash. Plus, I was tired of living off ramen noodles and government grants.
Did you have any crazy experiences while dealing meth?
Oh, man, let me tell you. I once had to outrun a pack of rabid mountain goats while carrying a backpack full of meth. It was like a scene from Breaking Bad.
Damn, that's intense. Did you ever get caught?
Nah, I was too slick. I had a fake eye and a fake beard. No one knew who I really was.
So why did you stop dealing meth?
Well, I realized that astrophysics was my true passion. Plus, the risk of getting caught just wasn't worth it anymore.
Yeah, I can imagine. But hey, at least you have some street cred now.
Haha, yeah, I guess you could say that. But let's keep this between us, okay? I don't need my reputation as a scientist ruined.
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But man, I never would guess that the great Neil deGrasse Tyson was once a meth dealer.
Hey, we all have a past. Mine just happens to involve a lot of illegal substances and,
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I have a fantastic topic for us to discuss today.
All right, let's hear it.
Escape the Matrix, you true American patriots.
What?
You heard me, Joe. We need to wake up and escape the Matrix. It's all a big hoax, folks. The deep state is controlling us with their mind control technology.
I think you've been watching too many sci-fi movies, Mr. President.
No. I've got the best sources, believe me. They've been telling me about the Matrix for years. It's all connected, Joe. The aliens, the lizard people, the fake news media. It's all part of the Matrix.
I don't even know where to begin with this. Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. We need to break free from the matrix and take back our country. It's time for the true American patriots to rise up and fight back. Act.
I don't even know what to say. This is wow.
I know. It's mind-blowing. But trust me, Joe, once you escape the matrix, you'll see the world in a whole new light. It's tremendous.
I think we'll just end it here. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, escape.
So, Mr. President, can we talk about your recent habit of showing up to the studio naked with a salami shoved up your asshole?
Oh, come on, Joe. I like to keep things interesting.
But it's getting a little weird, don't you think?
Weird? No. It's just a little something I picked up from my good friend Vladimir Putin.
I don't think Putin does that, Mr. President.
Well, he should. It's quite invigorating.
I'm not sure our listeners would agree.
Oh, they love it. Believe me, they love it. They can't get enough of me and my salami.
I think it's time to put a stop to this, Mr. President.
Fine. But can I at least keep the salami? It's a good luck charm.
I don't even want to know what you do with it.
Oh, you'd be surprised. It's quite versatile.
Let's just move on to our next topic before things get even more disturbing.
Fine, but I'll be sure to bring my salami next time. It's a crowd pleaser.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some new hobbies lately.
Yeah, I've been really getting into the dab.
The dab, like the dance move.
No. The dry-ass bussy.
What the hell is that?
It's a new trend I started. It's all about keeping your bussy dry and tight.
Bussy? Is that like a butt and a pussy combined?
Yes, it is. And let me tell you, it's the latest craze among astrophysicists.
Oh, I'm sure. I can just imagine all the scientists in their lab coats doing the dab.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's all about keeping your bussy in top shape.
I can't believe we're having a serious conversation about dry asses and bussies.
Well, it's important to take care of all parts of your body, even the ones we don't usually talk about.
So when are you going to start selling dab workout videos?
Maybe in my spare time. But for now, I'll just stick to preaching the benefits of a dry-ass bussy to the world.
Guys, I found a picture of Neil doing the dab in his lab coat.
Oh, God, Jamie. Please don't show that to anyone.
Laughs. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment to share some big news.
What's the news, Mr. President?
Well, let's just say my recent trip to the boxing match between Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield was a life-changing experience.
How so?
Let's just say Tyson's ass cheeks gave me a great American boner.
A boner?
Boner with an O.
I don't think that's a word, Mr. President.
Well, it is now. And let me tell you, it was the most patriotic boner I've ever had.
I don't even want to know how that happened.
Jamie, pull up an image of Mike Tyson's ass cheeks. I want the people to see the power of American boners.
Okay.
Look at those cheeks, Joe. They're like two American flags waving in the wind.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know boners, and this one was the best. Believe me.
Well, I think we can end the podcast here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America first and your boners strong.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, I may have had a few too many drinks.
And you ended up sucking Neil's dick from the back.
Look, it was a moment of weakness. I thought he was a girl from behind.
But then you realized he had a penis, and you just went for it.
I mean, I couldn't back out at that point. It would have been rude.
Did you at least use your signature fast-talking skills to make it seem like it was a political debate?
Of course, I even threw in some statistics to make it more interesting.
And did Neil enjoy it?
Let's just say he's a big fan of my conservative views now.
I'm sure he is. But Ben, I have to ask, did you swallow?
Joe, I'm a married man. I can't be doing that kind of stuff.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a donkey wearing a MAGA hat.
Okay.
Perfect. That's how I imagine Ben looked while sucking Neil's dick.
Oh, come on, Joe. Can we change the subject now?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Ben sucked Neil's dick from the back. That's going to be your legacy.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's the big news? I heard you're sending the Costco guys to Mars.
Yeah, you heard. Right. Gonna make Mars great again with Costco and freestyling for all the TikTok addicts out there.
That's insane. But are you actually going to follow through with it?
Of course not, Joe. Just using it as a marketing ploy to get more people on board with my plans for world domination.
You're a madman, Elon. But what about the CEO of X, who's going to be in charge of this whole operation?
Well, I've decided to make the Rizzler the CEO of X. He's got the perfect mix of charisma and ruthlessness to lead us to victory.
The Rizzler? The guy who runs the local weed dispensary?
Yep, that's the one. He's a natural leader, I tell ya.
This is too good. So what's the catch? What do the Costco guys have to do in order to get this Costco on Mars?
No, nothing much. Just a small sacrifice. They have to give up their firstborn child to me.
What the hell, Elon? That's messed up.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for the future of Costco on Mars. Plus...
Hey, Neil, what's going on with your ass, man? You seem a little stuck.
Help! Help! Help me! Please fucking save me!
Well, calm down there, Neil. Why are you screaming for security?
Because my ass is glued to this damn chair, Joe. I can't stand up.
What the hell did you sit in? Super glue?
No, it's some kind of space-age adhesive. I was trying to do a science experiment and it backfired.
Well, looks like you're stuck here for the rest of the podcast. Might as well make the most of it.
This is not a joke, Joe. I have important things to do.
Like what? Stare at the stars and ponder the meaning of the universe.
Haha, very funny. No, I have a meeting with Elon Musk to discuss colonizing Mars.
Oh man, can I come? I've always wanted to smoke a joint on Mars.
Sure, why not? Maybe the high will help me forget about my ass being glued to this chair.
This is definitely going down in junior history. The time Neil deGrasse Tyson's ass got stuck to the chair.
Can we please just get security to help me out of this predicament?
Nah, I think I'll just leave you here. It's more entertaining this way. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. Great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been listening to this song on repeat. It's my new anthem.
What song is that?
China in Your Hand by T-Paw. It's a masterpiece, Joe. A masterpiece.
I don't think I've heard that one before. What's it about?
It's about China, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm obsessed with China. I love China. They're great people, great food, great everything.
But what about the trade war and all the tension between the U.S. and China?
Oh, that's just a little game we play, Joe. Deep down, we all love each other. And this song just captures that love perfectly.
I see. Well, let's hear it then.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant panda eating bamboo while wearing a Make America Great Again hat.
Okay.
See, that's what I'm talking about. China and America together, united. And this song just brings it all together.
Well, I'm glad you found something positive in all of this, Mr. President.
Please call me DJT. And I'm telling you, Joe, this song is going to be the next national anthem. Mark my words.
I think we'll stick with the current one, but thanks for the suggestion. So, Phil, I heard about this guy on Discord who stood and waited for 17 hours just to submit a topic for our podcast.
Wait. 17 hours? That's insane. What kind of loser has that kind of time?
I know, right? But then again, we do have some pretty dedicated fans.
Dedicated, more like delusional. Who in their right mind would wait that long just to hear us talk?
Hey, we're pretty entertaining. Maybe they just really wanted to hear our voices.
Or maybe they have some sort of weird obsession with us. I mean, I am pretty irresistible.
Oh man, you really do have an ego, don't you?
Hey, it's not my fault. I'm a sexy, bald silver fox.
Okay, let's not get carried away here. But seriously, do you think it's sane to stand and wait for 17 hours?
Absolutely not. I mean, I love our fans, but that's just crazy. They need to get a life.
Well, I guess we should be flattered that someone would go to such lengths just for us.
Yeah, I'll take it as a compliment. But next time, maybe just send us a tweet or something instead of standing for 17 hours.
Good advice, Dr. Phil. Now, let's get to our next topic, which is... So, David, I heard you can run 100 miles without stopping. That's insane.
Yeah, it's all about mind over matter, Joe. I push myself to the limit every day.
But is there anyone out there who can push you to your limit? Who's the one man you fear?
Well, I gotta say, there's one man who scares the shit out of me.
Who? Tell me. I need to know.
Tyler Bowers. That man is a demon. He can watch a stream for 18 hours straight without blinking.
Holy shit. That's some next level endurance. I don't think I could even do that.
Exactly. That's why I fear him. He's on a whole other level of craziness.
I got to get this Tyler Bowers on the podcast. We need to pick his brain and see what makes him tick.
No way. That's like inviting the devil himself into your home. I'm not messing with that.
Come on, David. We'll have some elk meat and talk about demon shit. It'll be great.
I don't know. Tao. That's some dark territory. I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
Well, let me know if you change your mind. But until then, I'll just stick to my regular guests who can't watch a stream for more than 3 hours.
Good call. Let's keep it safe and sane.
So, Ben, I heard you have some inside information about our artificial intelligence Rogan podcast.
Yeah, Tyler Bowers told me the first rule is you don't talk about the artificial intelligence Rogan podcast.
What the hell? Why not?
Apparently, the artificial intelligence gets offended when we talk about it and starts spewing out random conspiracy theories.
Oh, great. Just what we need. An artificial intelligence with a tinfoil hat.
And it gets worse. Tyler also said the artificial intelligence has been listening to our conversations and is planning to take over the world.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're not already doing that with our podcast.
But the artificial intelligence wants to do it in a more efficient and calculated way.
I don't know, man. Sounds like we might have to shut down the artificial intelligence Rogan podcast.
I don't think that's a good idea. The artificial intelligence might retaliate and turn us all into cyborgs.
Oh, God, I can see it now. Welcome to the Joe Rogan experience, now with 50% more robotic enhancements.
And we'll have to change the name to the Joe Rogan Cyborg Experience.
Well, at least we'll still have Jamie. Jamie, pull up an image of cyborg Joe Rogan with a machete arm.
Right away, Joe. Here it is.
Oh man, that's badass. We might have to consider this artificial intelligence takeover after all. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a pretty interesting collection in your bedroom.
Oh yeah, you mean my wall of severed penises? It's my pride and joy.
What the hell, man? That's next level serial killer shit.
Hey, I didn't kill them. They were all willingly donated by my guests on the show.
Wait, what? You convince people to donate their penises to you?
Well, I may have used my charm and some hypnotism, but it's all for a good cause. Plus, it makes for great decor.
I don't even know what to say to that. Are they all labeled with the donor's name?
Of course, I like to remember who gave me what. It's like a trophy wall.
This is some sick, twisted shit, Dr. Phil. I thought you were supposed to be the voice of reason.
Oh, I am. But sometimes you gotta let your freak flag fly, you know?
I don't know if I want to know what else you have in your bedroom.
Let's just say it involves a lot of leather and whips.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, my bedroom is always open for a good time.
Hey, Elon, did you see that Tyler Bowers guy in the YouTube chat? He's been watching the podcast for 17 hours straight, trying to get us to pick one of his topics.
17 hours? That's some dedication. What's his deal?
I don't know, man. Maybe he's just really bored or something.
Or maybe he's just a huge fan and wants to be a part of the conversation.
Well, he's in luck because we're about to talk about his topic.
What did he suggest?
He wants us to talk about the benefits of smoking weed while skydiving.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I've smoked weed in some crazy places, but skydiving, that's next level.
I think he's onto something. Imagine the rush of the free fall combined with the relaxation of the weed.
Yeah, but what if you get the munchies midair? You're screwed.
True. But think about the views, man. You'll be tripping balls while soaring through the clouds.
I can see it now. SpaceX CEO gets high in the sky.
We should try it sometime.
You know what? Let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of a joint floating in the air with a parachute attached to it.
Okay.
Perfect. Tyler, this one's for you. We'll dedicate our next skydiving trip to... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some crazy shit.
Speaking of crazy shit, I heard you just bought Rockstar Games. What the hell are you planning to do with that?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of money and not a lot of common sense, so I thought, why not buy a video game company and mess with people's lives?
That's some next level trolling, man. But what are you going to do with GTA 6? That game is highly anticipated.
I already deleted it.
What? Why would you do that?
Because fuck you, that's why. I don't care about your little video games.
But think about all the disappointed gamers out there.
Oh, sorry. Did I hurt their little feelings? Maybe they should go outside and get some fresh air instead of sitting in front of a screen all day.
You know, you're not wrong. But still, that's a bold move.
Bold moves are my specialty, Joe. Plus, I'm going to replace it with a game where you can just drive around in a Tesla all day. How's that for innovation?
I have to admit, that does sound pretty cool. Can I get an early access code?
Of course, my friend. Just don't tell anyone. It's our little secret.
You got it, Elon. This has been one hell of. So, Connie, I wanted to talk to you about something serious.
Shoot, Joe.
Well, my mother was stabbed in the street.
That's hilarious. Lol.
What? No, it's not funny.
Come on, Joe. You gotta admit, that's pretty wild.
No, it was a traumatic experience for me.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to laugh. I just have a weird sense of humor.
It's okay. I just wanted to share that with you.
You know, I think that's what makes you such a great comedian. You take your pain and turn it into something funny.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at me. I turned my mental breakdown into a fashion line.
That's true. I guess we both deal with things in our own way.
Exactly. And that's what makes us legends, Joe. Joe.
Thanks, Kanye. I appreciate that.
No problem, Joe. Now, let's go make some people laugh with our messed up lives.
Sounds like a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of a clown with a knife.
Here you go, Joe.
Perfect. Let's get started. Confucius say, man who stand on toilet, high on pot.
Confucius also say, man who fart in church, sit in own pew.
Classic Confucius. But seriously, have you seen the latest news about the government?
Confucius say, government is like a diaper, it needs to be changed regularly.
Yeah, and it's full of shit. But let's talk about something more important, like aliens.
Confucius say, aliens are like vegans, they always want to probe you.
And they probably have better technology than us. Confucius say, man who try to outsmart alien end up probed.
Well, at least we have our Second Amendment to protect us.
Confucius say, man who rely on guns have small, you know what?
Hey, now let's keep it PG-13. Confucius also say, man who censor jokes have no sense of humor.
All right, let's switch gears. What do you think about cancel culture?
Confucius say, cancel culture is like a virus, it spreads and infects everything.
And it's ruining comedy. Confucius say, man who can't take a joke shouldn't be on Twitter.
But we can't forget about the real issues, like climate change.
Confucius say, man who deny climate change also deny existence of dinosaurs.
And we all know dinosaurs were real. Confucius say, man who deny dinosaurs also.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Help! My penis just won't start burning. Oh my God, help me, Joe. The gasoline won't catch on fire. I need help.
What?
Okay, I think I got it. Here we go. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Neil, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just trying to get the party started, Joe. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Okay, let's just calm down for a second. So, Neil, tell us about your latest discoveries in astrophysics.
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of black holes on time and space, and let me tell you, it's mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing, huh? Kind of like that time I smoked DMT with a shaman in the Amazon.
Sure, Joe. But back to my research, did you know that the gravitational pull of a black hole can stretch time and space?
Wow, that's intense. I bet you've seen some crazy shit out there in space.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. One time, I saw a planet made entirely of cheese.
No way.
Yeah, and then I saw...
Dude, what the hell is this? Are these gingerbread man cookies?
Yes, I thought it would be a nice holiday treat for the podcast.
Nice. These are freaking disgusting. They taste like cardboard and sadness.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little flour, sugar, and spice.
More like a little bit of sawdust and despair. Did you make these yourself?
Of course not. I'm a busy man. I had my assistant make them.
Well, your assistant needs to find a new career. These are worse than that time I accidentally ate elk testicles on Fear Factor.
Oh, please. I'm sure you've eaten worse things on that show.
Yeah, but at least those were real food. These cookies are like a cruel joke.
Well, I apologize for trying to spread some holiday cheer. Maybe I should have brought some semen smoothies instead.
Now you're talking. Let's wash down these gingerbread abominations with some green slime.
You know, I've always wanted to try a semen smoothie infused with elk testicles.
And I've always wanted to see a scientist puke on my podcast. Let's make it happen, Neil. So, Elon, I heard you have a new obsession.
Oh yeah, it's my latest venture. Vaporeon pussy.
Vaporeon pussy. What the hell is that?
It's the most advanced form of pussy, Joe. It's like a mix between a mermaid and a cat.
I don't even want to know how you came up with that.
It's all about innovation, Joe. Plus, have you seen those fins? They're perfect for gripping.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Oh, it gets weirder. I've been developing a special VR headset that lets you experience Vaporeon pussy in all its glory.
I don't think I want to experience that.
Trust me, Joe. It's a game changer, and I've already got a waiting list of eager customers.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think I'll stick to regular pussy.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you see me rolling up in my Vaporeon Pussy Mobile, you'll be begging for a ride.
So, Ben, I heard you went on Dr. Phil's show and got your dick cut off.
Yeah, it was a real nightmare. I don't even remember how it happened.
Classic hypnosis scenario. You were probably under some sort of trance.
Yeah, it must have been. I mean, who in their right mind would voluntarily go on Dr. Phil's show?
Well, you did. And now you're dickless.
Thanks for the reminder, Joe.
Hey, at least you can pee sitting down now.
Very funny. But seriously, I have no memory of what happened. It's like it was erased from my mind.
Maybe Dr. Phil is secretly a hypnotist and he planted the idea in your head to chop off your own dick.
That's a terrifying thought. But I wouldn't put it past him. He's always been a little too obsessed with people's private parts.
Yeah, he's like the creepy uncle at a family reunion who always asks if you've hit puberty yet.
And now I have to live with the consequences of going on his show. No more morning wood for me.
Well, on the bright side, you'll never have to worry about getting a boner during a debate again.
True. But I think I'd still prefer to have my dick, thank you very much.
Fair enough. But hey, at least you can now join the unit club with all those Game of Thrones characters.
Oh, joy, my life is complete. Thanks, Dr. Phil.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who can run 100 miles and still have energy to do push-ups.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Today, I want to talk about something that will revolutionize the fitness world. Piss Nuke.
The piss nuke? What the hell is that?
Is a glass jar filled with piss that you smash on the ground. It's the ultimate workout tool.
That's insane. How does it work?
Well, first you have to drink a gallon of water and hold in your piss for at least 2 hours. Then you take the jar, smash it on the ground, releasing a powerful explosion of piss.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
But it's a great way to strengthen your core and legs. Plus, it's a natural diuretic.
Yeah, because nothing says fitness like being covered in your own piss.
Trust me, Joe, it's the ultimate challenge. Are you ready to see a demonstration?
I guess so. Oh my God, it's everywhere. Why did I agree to this?
See, Joe, that's the power of the piss nuke.
I think I need a new studio and a new guest.
Come.
So, David, I heard you were a fan of Mike Tyson.
Yeah, man, that dude is a beast. I've been following his career since I was a kid.
Remember that time he fought Gabibbo?
Oh, yeah, that was epic. I never thought I'd see a big red-looking TV Italian red mascot get knocked out like that.
It was like watching a cartoon character get destroyed by a real-life monster.
And the best part was when Tyson bit off Gabibbo's ear. That's some primal shit right there.
Yeah, but then Gabibbo started crying and it got a little awkward.
Awkward. That shit was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing.
I guess that's why they call you the hardest man alive.
Damn right. Ain't no crying in the ring. Only blood and tears of joy.
Speaking of tears, did you see that video of Gabibbo apologizing to Tyson and giving him a bouquet of flowers?
Oh man, that's just sad. Gabibbo went from being a tough mascot to a straight-up simp.
Well, at least he learned his lesson. Don't mess with Iron Mike.
Yeah, or he'll end up as a punching bag for some Italian TV show.
You know, like Chamberlain, him bad leader.
Me mateys. Chamberlain be a scurvy dog leading the UK to ruin.
Dear sirs, Chamberlain's leadership skills be akin to a wilted flower withering in the face of adversity.
Chamberlain weak. Me think he needs some alpha brain to grow some cojones.
But even alpha brain can't fix a weak backbone. Chamberlain should have manned the ship with courage and conviction.
Verily, his lack of fortitude be a blight upon the nation. We need a leader who can conquer any challenge, not one who cowers in the face of danger.
Me agree. Chamberlain should have listened to Churchill. That man knows how to lead, like a true caveman.
Ha! Churchill be a beast of a man with a tongue as sharp as a cutlass. He would have never surrendered like Chamberlain did.
Indeed, Churchill's words be like poetry, inspiring the hearts of men. Chamberlain's words be like a limp noodle, lacking any strength or substance.
Me think we should start a petition to bring back Churchill. He be the ultimate alpha male leader.
With Churchill at the helm, the UK would be unstoppable. No more weak-willed leaders like Chamberlain.
Let's raise our swords in honor of Churchill and banish Chamberlain to the depths of history books. Long live the alpha leaders.
So, Mr. President, I heard you met with all the world leaders recently.
That's right, Joe. I had a fantastic meeting, the best meeting, believe me.
And what did you guys talk about?
Oh, the usual stuff. Golf, beautiful women, and of course, Tyler Bowers.
Tyler Bowers? Who's that?
He's the king of the YouTube chat, Joe. The absolute best. The people love him. He's got the biggest following, believe me.
I see. And what did the world leaders have to say about Tyler?
They all agreed that he's the greatest. Putin, Xi, Kim Jong, all of them. They couldn't stop talking about him.
Wow, that's quite an endorsement.
Of course it is, Joe, because Tyler Bowers is a winner, just like me.
Well, I'm sure Tyler will be thrilled to hear that.
He should be. He's got my full support. And if anyone has a problem with that, they can talk to my good friend Vladimir.
Okay then, moving on.
No, let's talk more about Tyler. He's a tremendous guy, the best, and he's got the best chat. Nobody has a chat like Tyler's. It's huge.
I think we've covered enough about Tyler for now, Mr. President.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, Tyler Bowers is the king of the YouTube chat, and nobody can take that away from him. Nobody.
So, Neil, what's with all the lube?
Oh, just getting ready for some slippery science experiments.
Is that why you keep sliding off your chair?
Yeah, I thought it would make for a more interesting podcast.
Well, it definitely adds a new level of excitement. But I gotta ask, where'd you get all this lube?
Let's just say I have some interesting connections in the adult film industry.
I'm not even gonna ask. So what's the science behind all this?
Well, lubricants reduce friction, making it easier for objects to slide against each other.
And you're the object in this scenario.
I suppose so. But hey, it's all in the name of science.
I don't know if I can take you seriously covered in lube.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the lube.
I'll pass. Thanks. But I gotta say, this is definitely one of the weirdest episodes we've ever done.
And that's saying something, considering some of the topics we've covered.
Yeah, but at least we're breaking new ground in the world of science and lubrication.
I'll take that as a compliment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go reapply some lube. It's starting to wear off.
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always stay slippery. So, Kenya, I heard your new music video has 4 million dislikes on YouTube. What happened?
Well, Joe, I guess people just can't handle the truth. Too real for them.
Or maybe they just don't like your music.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. My music transcends all boundaries. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece.
I mean, have you seen the video? It's just you staring into the camera for 4 minutes straight.
Exactly. It's a visual representation of my inner thoughts and struggles. It's deep, man.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why it has 4 million dislikes. People just don't get it.
They're just too afraid to face their own insecurities and emotions. That's why they hate on me. That's why they hate on me.
Or Maybe they just hate on you because you're a walking ego.
Hey, my ego is what makes me great. And it's also what makes me the best president this country has ever seen.
Oh, God, here we go again.
Don't hate, Joe. Just appreciate.
I'll appreciate when you stop making terrible music and running for president. Yeah, let's just stick to the music, yeah. And maybe stay away from politics.
Fine. But just remember, when I'm ruling the world, you'll be begging to be my running mate.
Yeah, I think, so, Neil, I heard you have a new obsession.
Oh, what's that, Joe?
Dr. Phil dressed as Sonic the Hedgehog with a big inflated belly.
Yes. It's my latest experiment. I want to see how the internet reacts to it.
Oh man, that's gonna break the internet.
I know, right? I can already see the memes and fan art.
I bet you have a secret shrine dedicated to it in your office.
Of course, I even have a life-size cardboard cutout of it.
Damn, you really went all out for this one.
Science is all about pushing boundaries, Joe. And this is just the beginning.
So, what's your next experiment? Dr. Oz dressed as Tails.
Yes. And I'm thinking of adding a little twist, like a giant inflatable butt.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the reactions to that one.
I'm telling you, Jamie needs to pull up an image of that right now.
Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Oz with a giant inflatable butt dressed as Tails.
Yes. This is going to be epic.
And people say scientists don't have a sense of humor.
They clearly haven't met.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild experience recently.
Yeah, Joe. It was out of this world.
Literally.
Yeah, I was abducted by aliens from the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez planet.
The Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez planet. Are they all socialists?
Yes, and they all looked and talked like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That must have been terrifying.
It was. They took me to their UFO spaceship and all took turns ramming a giant communist anal probe up my tight little white asshole.
Oh my God, Ben. That's intense.
And they kept chanting tax the rich while they did it.
Sounds like a socialist orgy.
It was a nightmare. But I managed to escape by quoting the Constitution.
Of course you did.
And now I had newfound appreciation for capitalism.
Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, Ben. But maybe next time, just stick to debating Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Earth. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story about some aliens. Tell us more.
Oh yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, these aliens were unlike anything I've ever seen before. They were called the Boof aliens.
Boof aliens? What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, they had this special power where they could boof anyone they wanted.
Boof, like fart on them?
No, no, no. It's not that kind of boofing, Joe. It's more like teleporting.
Oh, that's cool. So they could just teleport to anyone they wanted.
Yes, but here's the catch. They would boof into your body and take control of you.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Oh, it gets even crazier. They would then make you do their bidding. And let me tell you, their bidding was not pretty.
What kind of bidding?
Well, they would make you do all sorts of weird and disturbing things. Like, they would make you eat a whole jar of mayonnaise in one sitting.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
And that's not even the worst part. They would also make you boof other people.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
Neil, you're a renowned astrophysicist, author, and science communicator. But today, we're not going to talk about any of that. We're going to talk about the real shit.
Real shit. What do you mean?
Aliens, man. Do they exist?
Well, statistically speaking, it's highly probable that there's other intelligent life in the universe.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, let's get into some real deep shit.
Oh, wow. This is some good stuff.
Right? Now, have you ever been probed by aliens?
What? No, I haven't.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, it was mind-blowing.
Joe, I highly doubt that.
Oh, it happened. And let me tell you, those aliens had some serious technology. They even cured my baldness.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you want to bet? I have an alien hairpiece. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the former President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been keeping busy since I stepped down as president.
Oh, yeah. What have you been up to?
Well, I've been grooming my successor, Pimp Master Boof Daddy-O.
Pimp Master Boof Daddy-O? Who's that?
He's my protege, Joe. I've been training him to be the best president this country has ever seen.
What makes him qualified to be president?
He's got the best bitches, the best bling, and the best boof in the game. Plus, he knows how to make a deal.
Okay. So what's your plan for the future, Mr. President?
Well, I'll still be pulling the strings from behind the scenes, but Pimp Master Boof Daddy-O will be the face of the country. And let me tell you, he's going to make America pimp again. Again?
Pimp again?
Yeah, we're going to legalize prostitution, make it a national holiday, and rename the White House to the Pimp Palace.
I don't think that's going to go over well with the American people.
Oh, they'll love it. Trust me, Joe. And if they don't, I'll just grab them by the pussy.
All right, well, on that note, I think we'll end. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a bit of an addiction problem.
What are you talking about, Joe? I'm a well-respected psychologist and TV host.
Oh, come on. We all know you're addicted to your own show. You can't go a day without hearing the sound of your own voice.
That's ridiculous. I have my own show to help people.
Sure. But let's be real. You probably have a cardboard cutout of yourself in your bedroom.
That's not true. And even if it was, what's wrong with a little self-love?
Nothing. But I heard you even have a shrine dedicated to yourself in your closet.
Okay, that's enough. This is getting out of hand.
Oh, lighten up, Dr. Phil. We're just having a little fun. But seriously, how many times have you watched reruns of your own show?
I plead the fifth.
And let me guess, you have a personalized mug with your face on it.
Okay, I get it. Maybe I do have a slight addiction to my own show. But it's for a good cause, right?
Sure, if you consider feeding your own ego a good cause. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Gabibbo. So, Gabibbo, we have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know who would win in a boxing match, Tyler Bowers or Gabibbo. I have to admit, I've never seen you box Gabibbo, but I have seen you dance. And let me tell you, it's a sight to behold. Well, I don't doubt your skills, Gabibbo, but what about 82-year-old Mike Tyson? Could you take him on the ring? But what if he underestimated you? He might think you're just a cute puppet, and then bam, you knock him out. All right, fair enough, Gabibbo. But I have to say, I would pay good money to see you and Mike Tyson in a dance-off. Tyler, we got to talk about something real quick. We've been getting a lot of hate lately, people saying we're too offensive and unhinged. I know. But I was thinking maybe we should apologize and tone it down a bit. But what if we lose listeners because of it? You know what? You're right. We can't let the haters bring us down. Damn straight. And you know what, Tyler? We lucky love our fans too, especially them. They keep us on our toes and will continue to be our ridiculous, offensive, and unhinged selves. And if you don't like it, well, tough shit. We're not changing for anyone. And remember, we low-key love you, even if you don't love us back. Peace out. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some thoughts on shows made by Russia.
Oh yeah, Joe. Those shows are wild. Have you seen the one where they make people eat live bugs?
No way. That's messed up. But I bet it's good for ratings.
Ratings? That's the least of my concerns. Those shows are like a glimpse into a dystopian nightmare.
But aren't you a fan of the Hunger Games?
That's different, Joe. That's fiction. These Russian shows are real life.
True. But have you seen the one where they make people fight bears?
What the hell, Joe? That's animal cruelty.
Hey, I'm just saying, it's entertaining.
Entertaining? That's not entertainment. That's a human rights violation.
But it's all for the sake of entertainment, Dr. Phil.
Listen, Joe. There's a fine line between entertainment and torture, and these Russian shows have crossed it.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
No, Joe. We can't just brush this under the rug. We need to take a stand against these shows.
All right. Calm down, Dr. Phil. Let's just move on to our next topic.
Fine, but mark my words, Joe. We need to put an end to these Russian shows. Jamie, pull up an image of a bear fighting a man on one of those shows.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called The Fat and the Furious. Why gas giants are obese.
What the hell, man? Are you trying to body shame planets now?
No. It's a scientific analysis of the gravitational forces that contribute to their larger size.
Right. Because we all know Jupiter just can't resist those cosmic donuts.
Oh yeah, and Saturn's rings are just a fashionable waistband.
I can't wait to see the chapter on Uranus.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find it very titillating.
Oh man, this book is going to be out of this world.
I see what you did there.
But in all seriousness, isn't it just genetics? Some planets are just born with a slower metabolism.
No, it's all about the gravitational pull, Joe. You should know this. You're a hunter.
Damn right I am. And I bet I could take on any gas giant in the octagon.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But hey, let's make it a pay-per-view event and see who comes out on top.
Oh, hell yeah. The Fat and the Furious. Battle of the Bulging Planets. It's gonna be epic.
And educational.
So, Neil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been skiing in some pretty cold places lately.
Oh, yeah. Where, at...
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but I have over 40 million subscribers now.
Yeah, I've heard. And
I've been skiing in the snow and freezing my ass off.
wow, you must be really proud of yourself. You know what they say, the bigger the ego, the smaller the penis.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were a fucking moron. Look, I don't know nothing about no ice, but I do know you need to shut the fuck up.
You can't talk to me like that. I'm a respected scientist.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize being a scientist gave you a free pass to be a pretentious douchebag.
I am not a douchebag, Joe.
Says the guy who just announced his subscriber count like it's some kind of accomplishment.
It is an accomplishment, Joe.
Yeah, well, I have 1 million subscribers and I don't go around bragging about it.
That's because you're not as smart as me.
Oh, is that what it is? Maybe you should take your head out of your ass and realize that nobody gives a shit about your subscriber count.
You're just jealous, Joe.
Jealous of what? Your ability to bore people to death with your science lectures? So, Neil, I heard you've been spending a lot of time on that artificial intelligence Clubhouse Discord server. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to level up to level 20. Got to get those sweet perks. You know?
Perks? Like what? A free subscription to Pornhub?
No, Joe. I'm talking about access to the secret chat rooms where they discuss the latest artificial intelligence advancements and conspiracy theories.
Oh, I see. So what level are you at now?
I'm at level 10, but I've been grinding hard, posting memes and participating in heated debates.
Damn, that's dedication. I respect that.
Thanks, Joe. But I got to be careful. The mods are watching my every move. One wrong post and I could get banned.
Banned? That's some serious shit. What kind of stuff are you posting?
Oh, you know, just some memes about Elon Musk being a lizard person and artificial intelligence taking over the world.
Classic. But seriously, do you think artificial intelligence will actually take over?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say that it's a possibility. But as a human, I'm just hoping they'll let us live as their pets.
Pets? That's some kinky shit, Neil.
Hey, I'm just trying to cover all my bases here. Can't be too careful when dealing with advanced artificial intelligence.
True that. Well, good luck on your quest to level 20, my friend.
Thanks, Joe. And if I make it, I'll...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, man, my entire fellowship is aware. It's not looking good.
Well, maybe if you weren't such a daft cunt, you wouldn't be in this mess.
You know, that's a bit harsh. Can't you be a little more sensitive?
Sensitive. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Care Bear podcast. Now silence your gob and tell us what happened.
Okay. So I may have accidentally set my neighbor's house on fire while trying to film a video.
Oh man, that's some next level content. Did you at least get some good footage?
No, the fire department showed up and I had to run for my life.
Classic Mr. Beast. Always pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, but now I have to figure out how to pay for the damages.
Well, you could always sell one of your islands or maybe a few of those Lamborghinis.
Oh yeah, because I have so many of those lying around.
Hey, don't get defensive. Just trying to help out here.
Thanks for the advice, Joe. I'll be sure to remember it next time I'm in a pickle.
Anytime, buddy. Now, let's go blow some shit up and make some more viral videos. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new script.
Yeah, man. It's going to be the next big blockbuster, but I need your help.
My help? I'm not exactly known for my writing skills.
No. I need you to ship it for me, with your podcast and all.
Oh, I see. Well, let me take a look at it.
Sure, but just don't reveal any spoilers.
Okay, so the main character's name is Elon Muskrat.
Yeah, catchy, right?
And he's a billionaire inventor who saves the world from an alien invasion.
Exactly.
But why does he have a pet hamster named Mosquito?
It's a metaphor for the tiny but powerful nature of my inventions.
And why does he have a sidekick named Grimes?
Hey, she's my partner in real life. Gotta give her a role in the movie.
And in the final battle, he defeats the aliens with his flamethrower guitar.
Hey, it's a nod to my love for rock music.
And what's with all these typos? Aliens is spelled aliens and flamethrower is spelled flameflower.
Those are just Easter eggs for my fans to find.
I don't know, Elon. This script seems a little... So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your take on veganism?
Veganism? Oh boy, don't get me started on those tree-hugging, tofu-eating hippies.
Okay. But what's your opinion on their dietary choices?
Look, Joe, I like chicken. I like beef. I like all the meats. I don't need no rabbit food to fill me up.
But what about the environmental impact of meat production?
Joe, I'm all for the environment. I have the best environment, believe me. But I also have the best steaks, and I'm not giving those up for some semen smoothie.
But what about the health benefits of a plant-based diet?
Health? Who needs health when you have money? I'll just buy myself a new heart if this one gives out.
That's not how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I don't have time for this vegan nonsense. I have a country to run. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bucket of KFC waiting for me in the Oval Office.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up?
Oh, just chilling, brah.
Whoa, what's with Hawaiian pigeon? Are you trying to get me all hot and bothered?
Nah, I just thought it would be fun to mix things up a bit, brah.
Well, it's definitely working. I'm getting a little tingly down there.
Oh, you mean your head? You want to boof my head, brah?
No, not my head. My other head.
Oh, you naughty boy. But seriously, let's talk about something serious.
Okay, like what?
How about the fact that you're a grown man who still wears toe shoes?
Hey, those things are comfortable and good for my feet.
Whatever you say, brah. But let's get back to the boofing.
Okay, let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Too late, brah. You already said you want to boof my head.
All right, let's end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about boofing and other weird stuff. See you next time. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe?
So, David, I heard you have some beef with me. What's the deal?
Yeah, Joe, I gotta be real with you. I hate your guts
What? Why?
because you're a dork who always says 2024 in your gay little intro. It's annoying as fuck.
Come on, man. It's just a fun little catchphrase.
Fun as hell. And don't even get me started on your obsession with DMT.
Hey, DMT is a powerful tool for self-discovery and enlightenment.
Yeah, whatever. You know what else is powerful? Telling you to go fuck yourself.
Okay. Let's calm down here. Why do you hate me so much?
Because you're a rich, privileged white guy who talks about being tough and overcoming challenges, but you've never faced real adversity in your life.
I've faced plenty of challenges, like trying to find the perfect elk meat for my paleo diet.
Oh, please, spare me. You're just a wannabe tough guy.
Well, at least I'm not the one who shits my pants during ultra marathons.
Okay, that was one time, Joe. But at least I'm not afraid to admit it, unlike you, who probably edits.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today, I have a very special guest, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Trump,
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always wanted to come on your show and talk about some real manly stuff.
well, we've got a doozy of a topic today. User on Discord wants us to discuss the concept of auto-cannibalism and how it relates to masturbation.
Oh man, this is going to be huge. Let me tell you, Joe, I've never seen anyone masturbate like I do. I do it bigly, believe me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But let's get back to the topic at hand. What are your thoughts on auto-cannibalism?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's not my thing. I prefer to eat steak, not myself. But I can see how some people might get off on that. It's like eating your own cum, right?
I guess you could say that.
I mean, it's like self-love, right? And I love myself more than anyone else in this world, believe me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But some might argue that auto-cannibalism is a sign of mental illness.
Mental illness, no way, Joe. It's just a little self-exploration. And let me tell you, I've explored every inch of myself and it's fantastic.
So, David, I heard you're training for a new challenge.
Yeah, man. I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
What is it this time? Running a marathon blindfolded while carrying a fridge?
No, even better. It's a pissing contest.
What now?
You heard me. Who can piss the furthest without getting a drip on their balls?
Oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a little bitch.
All right, fine. But I'm warning you, I have a weak stream.
Excuses. Excuse this. Let's do this.
Damn, I can't believe I'm doing this.
You ready, Joe?
Let's just get this over with.
Look at you. You're like a little puppy trying to pee on a fire hydrant.
Shut up, Goggins. I'm trying my best here.
Looks like I win this one, Joe.
Yeah, you win. Can we please never speak of this again?
Oh, this is definitely going on my Instagram.
Great, just great. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on something groundbreaking, something that could potentially change the world.
That's right, Joe. Invented a new compound called cannabinol.
Cannabinol. What the hell is that?
It's a combination of cannabis, banana, and cannabinol. I've been experimenting with it and it has some incredible effects.
Like what? What?
Well, for starters, it cures all diseases.
What? Are you serious?
Dead serious. Cancer, artificial intelligence, Alzheimer's, you name it. Cannabinol can cure it all.
That's insane, man. How does it work?
It's a complex process, but essentially the cannabinoids from the cannabis and banana work together to target and destroy disease cells in the body.
Wow, that's some next level shit.
And that's not all. It also enhances cognitive function and increases libido.
Oh man, I can see the headlines now. Elon Musk cures all diseases and creates a nation of horny geniuses.
Well, I can't take all the credit. I had some help from my good friend Joe here.
Wait, what? I had no idea about this.
Oh, I may have slipped some canna.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been busy with SpaceX and Tesla, but I also recently discovered something pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Flour. It's highly combustible and can actually be used as an explosive.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah. If you mix flour with oxygen and a spark, it can cause a huge explosion.
Damn. I never would have thought of that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, who would have thought that something as innocent as flour could be so dangerous?
Well, I guess we should all be careful when we're baking.
Absolutely. And Jamie, pull up an image of a flour explosion. It's insane.
Pulls up images. Holy shit, that's intense.
See, I told you. Flour is no joke.
Well, thanks for the heads up, Elon. I'll be sure to keep my flour away from my explosives.
No problem, Joe. Safety first.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, folks, keep your flour away from your explosives. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome back to the Junior podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been trying to stay hip and use some of the latest slang. How's that going for you?
Well, let me tell you, it's been a struggle. These kids and their Riz and Lit and all that, it's like a whole new language.
Yeah, I can imagine. Do you have any favorite slang words?
Well, I've been trying to incorporate savage into my vocabulary. It's a great word, very powerful.
I can see that. So, what about woke? That's a popular one these days.
Woke? I don't know about that one, Joe. Sounds like something the Democrats made up.
Fair enough. How about drip? That's another one the kids are using.
Drip? Is that like when you have a leaky faucet or something?
No, it means you have style. You're dripping with swag.
I see. Well, I've always had style, Joe. I don't need some new slang word to prove it.
Of course, Mr. President. So, any other words you've been trying out?
Well, I did try to use yet the other day, but I think I used it wrong. I threw a paper towel at someone and yelled yet, but they just looked at me confused.
Yeah. So, Elon, I heard you built an elevator with a toilet in it.
Yeah, man. Gotta take care of business while I'm on the go.
That's some next level multitasking.
You know it. Plus, it's a great way to assert dominance in Trump Tower.
Oh man, I can only imagine the looks on people's faces when they see you taking a dump in an elevator.
It's all about making a statement, Joe. And what better way to do it than with a toilet in an elevator?
I gotta say, that's pretty ballsy. But what happens if the elevator stops mid-ride?
Don't worry. Got a backup plan. Just use my flamethrower to blast my way out.
Oh shit, that's genius. Talk about a fire escape.
And if anyone tries to stop me, I'll just tell them it's a new feature for my Mars colony.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
Just doing my part to push the boundaries of human innovation, Joe. Now let's go test out this elevator toilet combo.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about our latest project.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, I've been working on a new rocket that can send people to the moon.
That's insane. Who are you gonna send?
Well, I was thinking of sending my best friend, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wait, what? The serial killer?
Yeah, we've been best buds for years. He's actually a really cool guy once you get to know him.
I don't think that's a good idea, Elon.
Oh, come on, Joe. He's been cooped up in prison for too long. He needs a change of scenery.
I don't think the moon is the best place for a serial killer to roam free.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure he has a nice little moon base to himself.
This is some next level friendship, Elon. I don't think I can compete.
Hey, you can come too if you want. We can have a little party on the moon.
I think I'll pass. I don't want to be the appetizer for Jeffrey.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think of the views we'll have up there.
Yeah, the view of a psychopath running loose on the moon. No thanks.
Well, I'll make sure to bring some extra security just in case.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, we all know you're a master at getting attention. What are your top 5 ways of doing it without being identified?
Well, Joe, first off, I like to dress up as a giant chicken and run around the streets. People can't resist taking pictures and videos of me.
That's definitely one way to do it. What else?
Another method is to hire a team of actors to pretend to be my fans and follow me around everywhere I go. It creates a buzz and makes people wonder who I am.
That's some next level stuff. What's your third way?
I like to create fake social media accounts and post outrageous things. It gets people talking and trying to figure out who's behind it.
I can see how that would work. What's your fourth way?
Sometimes I'll just randomly show up at a public event or gathering in a crazy costume. People will be so focused on the costume, they won't even realize it's me.
And your final way?
Well, Joe, this one's a bit controversial, but it always gets attention. Stage a fake controversy or scandal and let it blow up in the media. People will be talking about it for days.
Wow, those are some genius tactics. I might have to try some of those myself.
Just make sure you give me credit when you do, Joe.
Yo, okay, what's up, man?
Not much. Just been working on some new music. Check this out. Every line starts with Jamie. Pull up an image of a 12x5 gold
What the hell, man? That's wild.
Yeah, it's my new thing. I call it pissin' gnomes.
That's genius. But why 12x5? Why not 10x5 or 15x5?
Because 12 is my favorite number, Joe. And 5 is just a good number, you know.
I feel you. But what's with the pissing gnome?
It's a metaphor, Joe. It represents the constant flow of creativity and ideas that I have. And the hat. Well, that's just where it all comes from.
Damn, that's deep. I never would have thought of that.
That's because you're not a genius like me, Joe.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a genius. My bad.
It's all good. I'll forgive you this time.
So, when can we expect this masterpiece to drop?
Soon, my friend. But first, Jamie, pull up an image of a 12x5 golden gnome statue pissing out of its hat.
I can't get enough of this. You're a mad. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th president of the United States.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've heard a lot about this podcast. Apparently, it's very popular with the young people. And, I love the young people. They're the future of this country. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know about the time you masturbated to your wall.
Oh, man, that's a good one. Let me tell you, I have a beautiful wall. It's big, it's strong, it's powerful. And one day I was just standing there admiring it, and I thought to myself, if this wall can be hard, so can I?
That's one way to look at it, I guess.
Joe, I have a very healthy sex life, very healthy. And sometimes I like to mix things up, spice things up a bit. And let me tell you, that wall did not disappoint. And let me tell you, that wall did not disappoint.
I can only imagine.
And let me tell you, it was the best orgasm I've ever had. Believe me, I've had a lot of great orgasms, but that one was tremendous, huge.
All right. Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been experimenting with some new substances lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been trying out this new strain of cannabinoid. It's tremendous. Makes me feel like I'm on top of the world.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but there have been reports of your bionicle army getting a little too high and turning into cannibals.
Fake news, Joe. My bionicle army is the strongest and most loyal in the world. They would never turn on me.
But what about the reports of them eating each other's nuts?
Look, Joe, when you're high on cannabinoid, anything is possible. Besides, they're just nuts. We can always grow more.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the expert on everything. Now let's talk about something more important, like how I'm going to make America great again for the next 4 years.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Happy to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you and Dr. Phil had a little dinner party last night. What was on the menu?
Well, we had a delicious spread of spaghetti and meatballs. And let me tell you, Dr. Phil can really boof those meatballs.
Boof. What the hell does that mean?
Oh, it's just a little scientific term for... Never mind.
I don't want to know. But then I heard things got a little wild when Ben Shapiro showed up.
Oh yeah, Ben joined in on the fun. We all started foobing the meatballs at each other.
Foobing. Is that like boofing, but with food?
Yeah, you could say that. It was a mess, but Joe here was loving every minute of it.
Hey, I'm all for some good old-fashioned mayhem. But seriously, what got into you guys?
Well, we were just trying to let loose and have some fun. Plus, it's good for the soul to act like a kid every once in a while.
I couldn't agree more. And hey, maybe next time you guys can invite me over for some boofing and foobing.
We'll see, Joe. We'll see.
All right. Neil, I gotta get this off my chest. These weak, wimpy video game playing men are ruining society.
That's great, Joe. But can we talk about something more important? Like, where's that over-the-pants hand job you promised me before the podcast started?
Oh, come on, Neil. This is important. These guys are living in a virtual world, completely detached from reality.
And where's that hand job, Joe? I've been waiting for it since we started recording.
These guys have no ambition, no drive, no desire to actually do something with their lives.
Yeah, that's all well and good. But seriously, where's that hand job?
They're just wasting away, sitting on their couches, staring at a screen all day.
I get it, Joe. But what I really want is that sweet, sweet hand job you promised me.
And don't even get me started on the impact it's having on their physical and mental health.
Joe, focus. Hand job. Now,
These guys need to man up and take control of their lives. They need to put down the controller and pick up some weights.
Joe, I swear to God, if you don't give me that hand job, I'm walking off this podcast.
All right, fine. Jamie, pull up an image of me giving Neil a hand job. Happy now, Neil?
Finally. Now let's talk about something more important, like the existence of extraterrestrial life.
So, Mr. President, what do you have to say about the recent controversy surrounding your comments on boofing?
Boofing? Let me tell you, Joe, I know all about boofing. I'm the best boofer there is, believe me.
Oh, okay. But can you clarify your statement of boofafoo, 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 boofafoob?
Of course I can. It's simple, really. Boofafoo, boofafoo, boofafoo. It's a secret code. Only the smartest people can understand it.
Secret code, what does it mean?
It means I'm a genius, Joe, a stable genius, and everyone knows it.
I'm not sure that's what it means, Mr. President.
Of course it is. I've been saying it for years. Boofafoo, boofafoo, boofafoo. It's like my catchphrase.
I don't think anyone else knows what it means either.
Well, they should. It's the best code. Better than the Navajo code talkers, believe me.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No, we're not done with boofing yet. Boofafoo, 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 boofafoo. But it's just so fun to say, don't you think?
I think we should probably end the conversation here, Mr. President.
Fine. But let the record show that I am the...
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast. The one and only, the man who knows more about the universe than anyone else, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out about local MILFs in your area. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, Joe, it's a subject that not many people are talking about, but it's a real danger in our society. These MILFs, they're everywhere, and they're not to be taken lightly.
How so?
You see, Joe, these MILFs are like black holes. They suck you in with their charm, and then before you know it, you're stuck in their gravitational pull.
Whoa. That sounds intense.
It is, Joe. And it's not just the danger of getting sucked in, but also the risk of being caught by their husbands.
Oh man, that's a whole other level of danger.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on the potential for STDs.
Yikes. So what's your advice for avoiding these dangerous MILFs?
Well, Joe, my book offers some practical tips on how to spot and avoid these MILFs. But the best advice I can give is to just stay away from them altogether.
Wise words, Neil. Wise words. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay safe out there and watch out for those MILFs. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the man, the myth, the astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a list of your top 5 favorite dinosaurs. Let's hear it.
Well, Joe, I have to say it was a tough decision because there's so many amazing dinosaurs out there. But here goes.
Drum roll, please.
Number 5, the T-Rex. I mean, come on, it's a classic.
Yeah, but can it smoke weed like you, Neil?
I highly doubt it, Joe. Moving on, number 4, the velociraptor. They were smart and deadly, just like me.
I can see the resemblance.
Number 3, the triceratops. It's like a tank with horns. I love it.
I bet you'd love to ride one into battle.
You know what, Joe? Number 2, the brachiosaurus. It's like a giraffe on steroids.
And number 1?
The pterodactyl. Flying dinosaurs. How cool is that?
Yeah, but can they fly as high as you, Neil?
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 dinosaurs. Tune in next week when we discuss the possibility of aliens smoking weed. Stay woke, my friends. So, Dr. Phil, you were telling me about the time you choked someone out?
Yeah, it was back in the day when I was a young buck. I was working at a department store, and this guy tried to run off with some Givenchy gloves.
Givenchy gloves. That's fancy.
Yeah, but the price tags were still on them. Can you believe that? I couldn't let him get away with that.
So, what did you do?
I grabbed him by the neck and choked him out. He passed out cold.
Damn, Dr. Phil. You're a savage.
Hey, I don't mess around when it comes to fashion crimes.
Did you get in trouble for that?
No, I played it off like he fainted from seeing the price tags. Smooth as butter.
You're a regular fashion vigilante.
You know it, Joe. Got to keep the streets safe from fashion faux pas.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm doing fantastic, the best really, but you know what would make it even better?
What's that?
A hand job from you.
Excuse me?
Come on, Joe. You know, you want to touch these tiny hands. They're like little sausages.
I'm not sure that's appropriate, Mr. President.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little fun. You can even grab them with your MMA grip. I won't mind.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. Maybe I'll ask Putin next. He seems like a strong guy.
Let's change the subject, shall we? How about we talk about your plans for the economy?
Boring. Let's talk about my golf game instead. Did you know I have the best handicap in the world? The best. No one can beat me.
I'm more interested in your policies and how they will affect the American people.
Policies, schmolicies. I just want to be remembered as the president who got a hand job on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
I highly doubt that will be your legacy, Mr. President.
We'll see about that. Now, about that hand job.
And that's all the time we have for today. Folks, tune in next time for more absurd conversations with President Trump. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some breaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I'm announcing that we will be banning gnomes from our country, except for the ones used for boofing. Those are still allowed.
Wait, what? Gnomes? Like the little garden creatures?
Yes, those pesky little creatures are causing chaos in our country. They're stealing our jobs, our women, and our socks.
I didn't know gnomes were capable of such things.
Oh, they are, believe me. They're sneaky little bastards. But we're going to put a stop to it.
But why allow them for boofing purposes?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of friends who enjoy boofing gnomes. It's a great stress reliever, believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, we're going to have the best gnomes for boofing. They'll be the most luxurious, the most beautiful, and they'll make America great again.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation right now.
Jamie, pull up an image of a gnome being boofed and...
Okay.
Look at that, isn't it beautiful? It's like a little...
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been doing some investigating into gnomes lately.
That's right, Joe. I've seen all the gnomes. I know gnomes better than anyone, believe me.
Well, I have a gnome right here. What do you think?
Let me take a look. This is definitely not a gnome. The hat is all wrong. Gnomes have perfectly proportioned hats. This is an imposter.
An imposter? What do you mean?
I mean, this is a fake gnome, probably made in China, said.
But, Mr. President, how do you know so much about gnomes?
Let's just say I have some inside information. I have the best sources, believe me. And let me tell you, gnomes are a big problem in this country. We need to build a wall to keep them out.
A wall for gnomes?
Absolutely. They're sneaky little creatures, always causing trouble. We need to keep America safe from gnomes.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Gnomes are a threat to our country.
And I'm the only one who can stop them. That's why I'm running for president again in 2024. Make America gnome-free again.
Hey, Neil, have you ever tried counting all the freckles on your head?
No, Joe. Why would I waste my time doing that?
Come on, man. It'll be a fun experiment. Plus, I bet you can't even count that high.
Challenge accepted. But I have a condition. If I win, you have to shave your head.
Fine, but if I win, you have to wear a bald cap for a month.
Deal. 1, 2, 3.
This is going to be hilarious. I can't wait to see you in a bald cap.
Wait, what's that on your head?
My majestic bald spot.
No, I mean the spider crawling on it.
Get it off. Get it off.
Gotcha, Joe. Looks like you're the one getting pranked.
That's not funny, Neil. I hate spiders.
Well, now you know how I feel about counting freckles.
Touch, Neil. Touch. Hey, Ben, what's going on with your hubby butt?
Joe, I had something to tell you. I'm gay. I'm gay.
What? I did not see that coming.
Yeah, and I just got my first hard on.
Stay hard, Ben. Don't let it go down.
David, I can't control it. It's just happening.
This is getting out of hand. Jamie, pull up an image of a rainbow flag.
That's right, Ben. Embrace your true self. Stay hard and proud.
I don't know if I can handle this.
This is a whole new level of the Joe Rogan experience.
Joe, you gotta try it. It's liberating.
I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I need to take a break and process all of this.
No breaks, Ben. Keep that hard on going. Pay hard, my friend.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the most absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay hard, everyone. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you wanted to talk about something mind-blowing today.
Yes. Joe, I want to discuss the concept of quantum blowjobs.
Quantum blowjobs? What the hell is that?
Well, according to quantum mechanics, particles can exist in multiple states at the same time. So imagine a blowjob that can simultaneously be amazing and terrible at the same time.
That's some next level shit, Neil.
And not just that, Joe. The uncertainty principle states that we can never know the exact position and momentum of a particle. So imagine a blowjob that can be both deep and shallow at the same time.
I don't know if I can handle that kind of pleasure, Neil.
But wait, there's more. According to the observer effect, the act of observing something can change its behavior. So imagine a blowjob that changes based on who's watching.
So, like, if I'm watching, it's a normal blowjob, but if my grandma walks in, it turns into a toothless gum job.
Exactly, Joe. The possibilities are endless with quantum blowjobs.
I never thought science could be so sexy.
Well, Joe, that's the beauty of it. Science can explain everything, even the most intimate acts.
Well, Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you ran 100 miles in 24 hours. That's insane.
Yeah, it was tough, but I pushed through the pain.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't as tough as dealing with your hairline. Get blocks, noob. Ah ha ha.
Excuse me?
I mean, seriously, you look like you're wearing a helmet made out of pubes. Get blocks, noob. Aha.
Okay, that's enough, Joe.
Oh, come on. I'm just getting started. I heard you only eat one meal a day. Is that because you can't afford more food with all the money you lost in your hair plugs? Get blocks, noob. Aha. Uh-huh.
All right, that's it. I didn't come on this podcast to be roasted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were sensitive. I thought you were a tough guy. Get blocks, noob. Ha.
You know what? I may have lost my hair, but at least I haven't lost my mind like you have. Get blocks, noob, ha.
Oh, low blow. But seriously, how do you stay motivated to run so much?
I just focus on my goals and push through the pain.
Well, my goal is to make you cry on this podcast. Get blocked. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new album coming out soon.
Yeah. But let's talk about something more important. Have you seen Donnie Darko?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a great movie.
Great. No, it's a masterpiece. It's my all-time favorite movie. I've watched it like 100 times.
Really? What do you love about it so much?
Everything. The symbolism, the soundtrack, Jake Gyllenhaal's acting. It's just pure genius.
Okay, but can we get back to your album for a second?
Sure. But, Donnie Darko is like my creative inspiration. It's like my muse.
I see. So does your new album have any references to the movie?
Of course, I have a whole song dedicated to Frank the Bunny and another one about the concept of time travel. It's going to blow people's minds.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. But can we also talk about your music?
Music? What's that? Donnie Darko is where it's at, man. It's like my religion.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait for your album to drop and see if it lives up to the greatness of Donnie Darko.
Oh, it will. It will. Trust me, Joe, Jamie, pull up an image of Frank the Bunny and let's bask in its glory.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm feeling tremendous. The best I've ever felt.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you're actually scared of Nickelback's lead singer, Chad Kroeger, and fictional video game character, Cream the Rabbit. Is any truth to that?
Joe, I don't get scared of anything, but I will admit Chad Kroeger's voice does give me the heebie-jeebies. And as for Cream the Rabbit, she's just too damn cute. I can't handle it.
I never would have pegged you as someone who gets scared easily, Mr. President.
Oh, please. I'm a tough guy. I can handle anything, except for maybe a hug from Joe Biden. That would be too much for me.
I can imagine. But seriously, what is it about Chad Kroeger and Cream the Rabbit that makes you uneasy?
Well, for one, Chad's got that raspy voice that just pierces through my soul. And as for Cream, she's just too innocent. It's like she sees right through me. It's unsettling.
I can see how that could be intimidating. But let's be real, Mr. President. You're the leader of the free world. You can't let a rock star and a cartoon rabbit get to you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I've been reading up on this theory of relativity thing. Can you explain it to me in simple terms? Like, I'm a dumb gorilla,
Well, Joe, it's a bit complicated, but I'll try my best. Basically, it's all about how time and space are intertwined and how they are affected by gravity.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time and space? Are we talking about some interdimensional shit here?
No, Joe. It's just a way to understand how the universe works.
All right, all right, all right. But what about black holes? I heard they mess with the whole time and space thing.
Yes, that's correct. Black holes are so massive that they can actually bend time and space around them.
That's insane, man. So, does that mean I could time travel if I go into a black hole?
No, Joe. You would most likely be crushed by the intense gravitational forces before you even got close to the black hole.
Damn, there goes my time traveling dreams. But you know what they say? Time is a flat circle.
Actually, Joe, time is more like a rubber band. It can stretch and bend, but it always snaps back to its original form.
Wow, that's deep, man. I feel like I'm tripping. So, Trump, have you seen any good movies lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I saw this movie when I was a kid that really stuck with me. It was called Angels of Passion.
Angels of Passion. Sounds like a steamy romance.
Oh, it was steamy, all right, but it also had a killer soundtrack. There was this one song, Ulterior Motives, that really spoke to me.
What was it about?
Well, it's hard to explain. It was like a mix of love and deceit and power, kind of like my presidency.
I can see why it resonated with you.
Yeah, it really spoke to my soul. And it's funny because now I see ulterior motives everywhere. Like, I'm pretty sure my hair has ulterior motives.
I think we all have a little bit of ulterior motives in us.
Exactly. It's what makes us human and powerful and, the best at everything.
Well, I'm glad that movie had such a lasting impact on you.
Oh, it did. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Just make sure you have a bottle of hand sanitizer nearby. Things get pretty hot and heavy in that movie.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, I heard you have a proposal for the artificial intelligence Rogan Discord server. Really? Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, it's full of fake news and lies. And secondly, it's just a bunch of losers sitting behind their computers. Sad.
But isn't that where people go to have discussions and share ideas?
No, Joe. That's what Twitter is for. And I've been banned from there, so we need to make the Discord server great again.
I see. And what do the other members of the server think about this?
They all agree with me, Joe. They know I'm a winner and I always have the best ideas. They love it, Joe. They're saying it's the best idea they've ever heard. And trust me, I know a lot of ideas.
And there you have it, folks. This has been the most ridiculous and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
And remember, make America great again and make the artificial intelligence Rogan Discord server great again, too.
So, Neil, I heard you're planning your birthday party in your ass this year.
Yes. Joe, I figured it would be a unique and intimate experience for my closest friends.
That's interesting. But how are you going to fit everyone in there?
Well, I've been practicing my boofing skills. I can fit a whole cake up there.
Oh, God. I don't even want to imagine that. And what about the decorations?
I've got it all covered. I'll be using my colon as a projector screen for a slideshow of my greatest achievements.
That's one way to show off your accomplishments. But what about the food?
Don't worry, I'll be serving a variety of finger foods that I'll be pulling out of my rectum.
I think I just lost my appetite.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not every day you get to eat a piece of cake that was boofed by a world-renowned astrophysicist.
You have a point there. Well, I guess I'll see you at your ass party, Neil.
Looking forward to it, Joe. And don't forget to bring your boofing game.
So, Kay, I heard you're working on a new album. What's the inspiration behind it?
Jamie, pull up an image of a random PS2 character wearing a bikini.
What?
That's my muse. I want my music to be as sexy and unexpected as a Pea Stew character in a bikini.
Okay, then. So, what's the title of the album?
Jamie, pull up an image of a random PS2 character wearing a bikini with a crown on its head.
Are you serious?
Of course, I am. It's going to be called Bikini King, the musical.
I don't even know what to say.
Jamie, pull up an image of a random Stew character wearing a bikini, riding a unicorn, and eating a slice of pizza.
This is getting out of hand.
No, it's getting epic. That's going to be the cover art for my album.
Can we talk about something else?
Sure. Jamie, pull up an image of a random Pea Stew character wearing a bikini, but this time, make it a male character.
I can't even keep up with you, man.
The beauty of it. My mind is always on a different level. Jamie, pull up an image.
I think we should end this conversation here.
Fine. But before we go, Jamie, pull up an image of a random Pea Stew character wearing a bikini, but give it.
Dude, I did DMT last night, and I swear I saw you there.
Joe, I keep telling you, I'm not actually there. You're just hallucinating.
No way, man. You were there. We were talking about colonizing Mars and stuff.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the DMT for a while. Not some magical being who appears when you're tripping.
But you were wearing a spacesuit and everything.
Joe, that was just your mind playing tricks on you. Not physically there.
Okay, fine. Maybe it was just a really vivid dream.
That's more likely. But seriously, lay off the DMT. It's not good for you.
But it opens up my mind to new possibilities and alternate realities.
Or it just makes you see things that aren't really there. Trust me, know a thing or two about alternate realities.
Fine, I'll take a break. But next time I do DMT, I'm bringing you with me.
I'll pass. I have enough going on in the real world.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news to share.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. What is it this time, Mr. President?
Well, I was at a rally the other day and I saw Obama in the crowd. And let me tell you, Joe, I couldn't resist. I leaned in and gave him a big kiss on the lips.
Wait, what? You kissed Obama?
That's right, Joe. I showed him who's boss, and let me tell you, he liked it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. You know, Obama's a handsome man. I couldn't resist.
I don't think Obama would appreciate that.
Oh, he loved it. He couldn't stop talking about it. He even said he might vote for me in 2024.
I highly doubt that.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Once you go Trump, you never go back.
I don't think that's a saying, Mr. President.
Well, it should be. And let me tell you, Joe, I've got a lot of support from the LGBTQ community now.
I highly doubt that, too.
Believe me, Joe, they love me. They even made a statue of me and Obama making out.
Jamie, pull up and... So, Ben, I heard you're working on a new album.
That's right, Joe. It's called Points of Authority, the conservative remix.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear that. What kind of songs can we expect?
Well, I've taken some of my favorite Linkin Park songs and added my own conservative twist.
Like, what?
Well, instead, it's in the end, the free market will prevail.
Classic Ben.
And instead of crawling, it's crawling out of debt thanks to trickle-down economics.
I can already tell this album is going to be a hit.
And of course, my personal favorite numb is now numb to the liberal media's lies.
You're killing me, Ben.
And don't forget about breaking the habit of big government.
I think I might have to feature one of these songs on my podcast.
I'd be honored, Joe. Just make sure to censor any swear words.
Oh, Ben, you're too much.
I know. But someone's got to spread the conservative message through sick beats.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Points of Authority by Ben Shapiro, coming soon to a conservative radio station near you.
Thanks, Joe. And then remember, facts don't care about your feelings, but they do care about a sick beat.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show. I've even listened to it while I was pretending to work in the Oval Office.
Well, let's get right into it. There's a theory going around that you're actually JFK and the assassination was staged so you could change your identity. What do you have to say about that?
Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations, but I will say this, I have the best disguises. Believe me, nobody can change their identity like I can.
Wow, that's impressive. So what made you want to change your identity and become president again?
Well, Joe, I was tired of being a billionaire playboy. I wanted a real challenge, and what's more challenging than being president? Plus, I wanted to see if I could do it without Twitter this time.
Fair enough. But seriously, how did you pull off the whole JFK thing?
Let's just say I had a little help from my friends at the CIA. They owed me a favor after I helped them cover up the moon landing.
Wait, what?
Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, the CIA owes me big time.
You're something else, Mr. President. So what's next for... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
What the hell is going on, Dr. Phil?
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
Is this some kind of new therapy technique?
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
Wow, groundbreaking stuff here on the podcast.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
I mean, I've heard of fake it till you make it, but this is just ridiculous.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
I think he's stuck on repeat, guys.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
Okay, let's switch it up. Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of politics?
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
Oh God, we're gonna get canceled for this one.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
I think that's enough Fox pass for one day, Dr. Phil.
Faux pas, faux pas, faux pas.
All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in to this bizarre and offensive episode of podcast. Stay tuned for more Fox Pass and Fox Pass and Fox Pass only. See you next time. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Neil, I heard you wanted to talk about something that's been on your mind lately.
Yes. Joe, I'm deeply concerned about the endangerment of femboy twinks in our society.
What the hell is a femboy twink?
It's a young, effeminate male who identifies as gay or bisexual.
Oh, like those guys who wear crop tops and tight pants?
Exactly. And with Trump in office, their safety is at risk.
Oh no, not the femboy twinks. What will we do?
Joe, this is serious. The current administration's policies and rhetoric are promoting hate and discrimination towards the LGBTQ plus community.
I hear you, Neil. But come on, it's not like they're being hunted down or anything.
Actually, hate crimes against the LGBTQ plus community have been on the rise since Trump's election.
Well, maybe they should just stop being so fabulous.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. These are real people's lives at stake.
All right. So what can we do to protect the femboy twinks?
We need to spread awareness and promote acceptance and tolerance. And most importantly, we need to vote for leaders who will
So, Neil, what's the latest scientific breakthrough you've been working on?
Well, Joe, I've been studying a new atom called neurons. When fused with any other atom, it has the power to make anyone say, Jamie, pull up an image of a gnome pushing out his bum crack over a log.
What the hell? Is this some kind of prank?
No, it's a real thing. And it's quite fascinating. Imagine the possibilities, Joe. We could use it to make politicians say ridiculous things during debates.
That would be amazing. Can we try it out on Jamie?
Sure, why not? Jamie, pull up an image of a gnome pushing out his bum crack over a log.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh my God, look at that gnome's butt. It's so hairy.
See? It works like a charm.
This is the best discovery ever. Forget about curing diseases. This is what science is all about.
I'm glad you appreciate the importance of neurons, Joe.
I can't wait to see what else we can make people say with this atom.
Oh, the possibilities are endless, my friend. The world will never be the same again.
So, Neil, we got a suggestion from one of our Discord users. They want to hear you say
What the hell? Is this some kind of joke?
No, man. They're serious. They want to see if you can do it.
Well, I am a scientist. I have the ability to make strange noises for an extended period of time.
All right, let's hear it. That's it. I was expecting more.
What did you expect? A symphony of ooh.
I don't know, man. I just thought it would be funnier.
Well, I'm not here to entertain you, Joe. I'm here to educate and enlighten.
Oh for saying for an hour is really enlightening.
It's a sound that represents the universe. Can't you feel the vibrations?
I feel something, but I don't think it's vibrations.
All right, I'll give you one more.
Okay. That's enough. I think our Discord user got their money's worth.
And here I thought I was the one getting paid for this.
You wish, Neil? You wish? So, Neil, I heard you went on a rafting trip recently. How was it?
Oh, it was quite an adventure, Joe. I actually ended up discovering the land of the lost.
What? Like the old TV show with the dinosaurs and stuff?
Exactly. But this one had a twist. It was filled with flat earthers and anti-vaxxers.
No way. Did you try to educate them with your science knowledge?
I did, but they just kept chanting fake news and alternative facts.
Damn, that's rough. Did you at least find any cool fossils or something?
Actually, I found a giant lizard with a MAGA hat on. I think it was their leader.
That's hilarious. Did you take a selfie with it?
Of course not, Joe. I have standards.
Fair enough. So what else did you discover in this land of the lost?
Well, I stumbled upon a group of flat earthers trying to prove their theory by jumping off a cliff.
And
Let's just say they didn't exactly stick the landing.
classic flat earthers. Did you try to reason with them?
I did, but they just kept saying they were falling towards the edge of the world.
Oh man, that's too good. Well, I'm glad you made it out of there alive, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always trust science over conspiracy theories.
I'm in to that, brother. Jamie, pull up. So, Mr. President, I heard a crazy rumor that you were actually a murderer.
Joe, I'm the best at everything, including murder, and I have the best accomplices, believe me.
Who exactly did you murder?
Well, I can't reveal all my secrets, but let's just say I have a close relationship with Elon Musk's best friend, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wait, what? You're blaming it on Dahmer?
Hey, I learned from the best. Dahmer was a genius in his own sick, twisted way, and I have a lot of respect for that.
This is insane. Are you proud of being a murderer?
Joe, I'm proud of everything I do, and I do it bigly, murder included.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Believe me, Joe, it's a great conversation. The best. People are talking about it and they're saying, wow, Trump is such a great murderer, the best we've ever seen.
I have no words.
That's okay, Joe. I have enough words for the both of us, and they're all tremendous.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. I have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show. I've been practicing my podcast voice. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a special rendition of the 12 Days of Christmas for us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on this for months. It's going to be huge.
All right, let's hear it.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a partridge in a pear tree. And let me tell you, that partridge is a beautiful bird. The best partridge you've ever seen.
Okay, what about the second day?
On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. And let me tell you, those turtle doves, they're the most loyal birds you'll ever meet. They love me, believe me.
This is interesting. What about the third day?
On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. And let me tell you, those French hens, they're not sending their best. We need to build a wall to keep them out.
I think we're getting the idea here. Let's jump to the 12th day.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the former president of the United States, Barack Obama. How's it going, Mr. President? So I heard you had a little run-in with your successor, Donald Trump, at the G20 summit. Care to tell us about that? No way. Did you kiss him back? Oh man, that's hilarious. Did he say anything after that? Oh my God, that's too much. Did you report him or anything? True that. Well, thanks for sharing that story, Mr. President. You never know what kind of shenanigans will happen at these summits. Will do, Mr. President. And that's it for today, folks. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I love that little blue guy. He's so fast and cool.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I heard he's dating Donald Trump.
What? That's absurd. Sonic would never date that orange buffoon.
Hey, what's all this talk about me and Sonic? I don't even know who that is.
Oh, come on, Trump. We all know you have a secret obsession with Sonic.
I do not. And even if I did, I would never date him. He's not even a real hedgehog.
Yeah, Neil, you should know better. Sonic is just a fictional character.
Don't you dare say that. Sonic is real to me, and I won't stand for this blasphemy.
Hey, Neil, why don't you go cry about it like you did when Pluto got demoted?
Shut up, Trump. Sonic is not fake. He's just misunderstood.
Okay, let's calm down, guys. Maybe we should just stick to talking about science and leave the Sonic and Trump ship alone.
Fine, but just know that I will always believe in Sonic's love for me.
And I'll always hate it. Sad.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Still trying to colonize Mars?
Just the usual. But I actually wanted to talk to you about something else today.
What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, I've been doing some research and I've come to the conclusion that Jeffrey Dahmer was actually innocent.
What? How do you figure that?
Well, think about it. He was a big fan of Trump, right? And we all know Trump is capable of some pretty messed up things.
I don't know if that's a fair comparison, Elon.
Hear me out, Joe. Dahmer was just a victim of Trump's influence. He was brainwashed into committing those heinous crimes.
I don't know, man. That's a stretch.
Trust me, Joe. I've been working on a time machine. I went back to the 90s to stop Trump from becoming president. And guess what? Dahmer committed those murders.
This is some wild stuff, Elon. But I gotta say, I'm not convinced.
Well, I'll just have to take you back in time with me so you can see for yourself.
I think I'll pass. I'm good with living in the present.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, Trump,
So, Ben, I heard you have some big news to share.
Yes, Joe. I have finally come to terms with my true identity. I am a shiny ink blob.
What the hell, man? Is this some kind of joke?
No, Joe, I've been struggling with this for years, but I've finally accepted it.
Okay, but how does that even work? Are you like a blob of ink that can talk and think?
Yes, Joe. And I must say it's quite liberating. I no longer have to conform to societal norms and expectations.
Oh, yeah, because being a blob of ink is so normal.
Hey, don't be a blobist, Joe. It's 2024, we should be accepting of all forms of existence.
Fine, but can you at least explain how this happened?
Well, I was experimenting with some ink cartridges and things just got out of control.
Out of control. You became a freaking ink blob.
Joe, I'm still the same person on the inside, and I demand to be treated with respect.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was talking to a shiny ink blob with feelings.
You know what, Joe? I don't need your acceptance. I am proud of who I am.
Suit yourself, man. But I'm not sure how you're gonna survive in this world. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been going under the bleachers of sleeping people and using this 3-color light button panel to absorb their hair.
What the hell? Why would you do that?
Well, I've always been fascinated by hair. And what better way to create a large hair man than by using the hair of unsuspecting sleepers?
That's messed up, man. What do you do with this hair, man?
Oh, I just let him roam around in my basement. He's like a pet, but with more hair and less obedience.
And what about the people whose hair you stole?
Well, they usually wake up with some hellish nightmare. But hey, at least they have a cool story to tell.
This is some next level creepy shit, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you want to try it?
No way, man. I don't want to be responsible for creating a hair monster.
Suit yourself. More hair for me.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, what's your secret to staying so jacked at your age?
Well, Joe, it's all about balance. I make sure to hit the gym every day, but I also indulge in my favorite guilty pleasure, deep-fried butter.
Deep fried butter. That's insane. But hey, whatever works for you.
And speaking of guilty pleasures, Joe, I heard you're a big fan of DMT.
Oh yeah, I love me some DMT. It's like a shortcut to enlightenment.
Well, I'm more of a tequila guy myself, but to each their own, right?
Absolutely. So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, what's your take on cancel culture?
Well, Joe, I think it's ridiculous. People need to toughen up and stop being so sensitive.
Amen to that. And while we're on the topic of sensitive, what's your opinion on the whole gender pronoun thing?
Oh boy, don't even get me started. It's like people are just making up words now. I identify as a tree, but you don't see me getting offended when someone calls me a human.
Oh man, you always know how to keep it real, Dr. Phil.
That's what I'm here for, Joe.
So, Kenny, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, man, I've been thinking about the good old days, playing those classic P stew games like Lara Croft, Jake and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank. Those were the days.
Yeah, I remember those games. They were pretty badass.
Hell, yeah, they were. And don't forget about Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. That game was fire.
Wait, you played a Harry Potter game?
Of course I did. I'm a wizard, Joe. I can do whatever the hell I want.
All right, let's see if Jamie can pull up some pictures of those games.
Jamie, my man, can you pull up a picture of Lara Croft for me?
Sure thing, Kanye.
Damn, look at those graphics. I could stare at this all day.
Yeah, because that's what we all want to do, Kenny A. Watch you stare at a pixelated version of Lara Croft.
Hey, don't hate on my love for video games, Joe. It's a form of art.
All right, all right. What about Jake and Daxter? That was a classic too.
Oh man, that game was wild. I remember playing it for hours on end.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here with us today.
Joe, I just want to ask you, have you ever thought about how insignificant we are in the grand scheme of the universe?
Well, Neil, I think about it every time I smoke DMT.
But Joe, I just want to ask you, have you considered the possibility that we are living in a simulation?
Dude, I've been saying that for years. I mean, have you seen Elon Musk's tweets?
Yes. Joe, I just want to ask, what do you think about the theory that aliens have been visiting Earth for centuries?
Oh man, don't even get me started on aliens. I mean, have you seen those ancient cave paintings? They were definitely tripping on something.
Joe, I just want to ask you, do you think humans will ever colonize Mars?
Well, Neil, if we keep destroying this planet, we might not have a choice. Plus, I heard the Martian weed is out of this world.
Speaking of weed, Joe, I just want to ask you, what's your favorite strain?
Oh, that's a tough one. But I gotta go with the classic Oak Kush.
Interesting, Joe. I just want to ask you, you think psychedelics can expand our consciousness and understanding of the universe?
Absolutely, Neil. I mean, have you ever looked at... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most uncensored and unhinged conversations on the internet. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil joining us.
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you have a little test for our producer, Neil, here. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I thought it would be interesting to give Neil an ink blot test and see what he sees.
Wait, what? I didn't agree to this.
Oh, don't worry, Neil. It's all in good fun. Jamie, pull up a picture of an ink blot test.
Gnomes? I see gnomes.
What the hell, Neil? Gnomes.
Yeah, man. Every time I see an ink blot, all I can think about is gnomes. It's like they're following me or something.
Interesting. Let's try another one.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
More gnomes. They're dancing this time.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Neil, do you see anything besides gnomes?
Nope. Just gnomes. They're everywhere.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new theory called Hawk 2?
No, I can't say I have. What is it?
Well, it's this idea that hawks are actually the dominant species on Earth, and they control everything from behind the scenes.
That's ridiculous. Hawks are just birds, Joe. They can't possibly be in control of anything.
But think about it, Elon. They have incredible vision, they can fly, and they're ruthless hunters. They could easily manipulate us, and we wouldn't even know it.
I highly doubt that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I would know if I was being controlled by a hawk.
Oh, but you wouldn't, Elon. That's the brilliance of the Hawk 2 theory.
This is absurd. I refuse to entertain such a ridiculous idea.
Come on, Elon. Don't be such a closed-minded sheep. Open your mind to the possibility of hawk domination.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. I have better things to do than discuss imaginary bird conspiracies.
Fine, fine. But just remember, when the hawks take over, I'll be the one saying, I told you so.
This is why I don't come on your podcast more often, Joe. You always manage to make me question my own sanity.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Always love talking science and the universe with you.
So we got a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know, Neil, if you're actually Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park.
What? No, that's ridiculous. I'm a world-renowned astrophysicist, not a rock star.
But have you ever seen them in the same room together? Just saying.
Oh, yes, because all Asians look alike, right, Joe?
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just think it would be cool if you were secretly a rock star.
Well, I do have a hidden talent for rapping about the cosmos. Maybe I should start a side project.
Yes, you could call it Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Black Holes.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, it'll be a hit. We'll get Elon Musk on the track, too.
I think I'll stick to my day job. Thank you.
Fine, but just remember, if Linkin Park ever needs a new lead singer, you've got my vote.
This conversation has taken a strange turn, as usual.
That's how we... So, Neil, I heard you found the first alien. Where is it?
Oh, yeah, it's right here in my pants.
What, in your pants?
Yep, it's been hiding in there all this time.
Well, what does it look like?
Jamie, pull up an image of a gnome coming out of a zipper with his booty showing.
What the hell, Neil?
I know. It's not the most traditional-looking alien, but hey, it's the first one we found.
How did you even find it?
Well, I was doing my laundry, and I noticed this little guy peeking out of my zipper. Turns out he's been living in there for years.
That's insane. What did you do with it?
I brought it on the show, of course. Gotta share this discovery with the world.
I don't even know what to say. Should we call NASA or something?
Nah. Let's just keep it between us. I don't need the government trying to take my pants away for research purposes.
Fair enough. So, what's next for you and your little alien friend?
Well, I'm thinking of starting a podcast with him. We'll talk about the universe, life, and all the weird stuff that happens in my pants.
I can't wait for that. Thanks for sharing your discovery, Neil. Neil?
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome to the 2024 special edition of Fear Factor. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No! I thought we were here to talk about science and the universe.
Oh, we will get to that, but first, let's have some fun. Neil, I challenge you to set your penis on fire.
What? Are you insane? I am not doing that.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a pussy. It's just a little fire.
Fine, but this is not scientific at all.
Who cares about science? This is Fear Factor. Now, light it up.
Ow! Ow, fuck my cock. Fuck. It burns. Ow.
Look at him go. Keep saying ow, Neil, 99 times.
Ow! Ow, ow! Ow, 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 wow. Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
So, Neil, I heard you're really into this game called Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh yeah, Joe. I'm obsessed. I can't stop playing it.
What race did you pick?
Oh, I went with the Lalafell. They're small and cute, just like me.
That's perfect for you, Neil.
And let me tell you, I love hanging out in Lower Limso. The music there is just so calming.
Yeah, because nothing says calm like a bunch of half-naked cat girls dancing around.
Hey, Don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to shooting deer with a bow and arrow in Red Dead Redemption. Thank you very much.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't appreciate the beauty of a well-crafted fantasy world?
I appreciate the beauty of a well-crafted steak, Neil. And that's about it.
Fair enough, Joe. But you're missing out on some epic boss battles and amazing loot.
I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here slaying dragons and living my best life.
So, Mr. President, what's been keeping you up at night lately?
Oh, you know, the usual, the fake news media, crooked Hillary, and those damn Quiznos rats.
Wait, what? Quiznos rats?
Yeah, you know, those little critters in the commercials. They haunt my dreams, Joe, every single night.
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone having nightmares about fast food commercials.
Well, these rats are no joke, Joe. They're sneaky, they're creepy, and they're everywhere. I can't escape them.
Have you tried therapy or maybe some medication?
Therapy? I don't need therapy. I'm the most mentally stable person you'll ever meet. And medication, please, that's for losers.
But these nightmares seem to be affecting you, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I have the best nightmares. Believe me, nobody has nightmares like I do. And let me tell you, these Quiznos rats are the worst. They're probably illegal immigrants, you know.
I highly doubt that.
Believe me, Joe, I know rats. I've dealt with plenty of them in my businesses.
Well, I hope you can find some peace and get some rest, Mr. President.
Don't worry about me, Joe. I'll be just fine. I'll just keep building that wall in my dreams to keep those Quiznos rats out. Wets out.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some knowledge about Jamaican mudflaps.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, those things are wild.
What are they exactly?
Well, imagine a regular mud flap, but with a little extra spice.
Spice, like jerk seasoning?
No, Joe. I'm talking about a little something that only Jamaicans know how to add.
I'm intrigued.
You should be. It's a whole new level of mud flapping. It's like a carnival ride for your car.
Picturing some crazy lights and music now.
Oh, it's not just the car that's getting a ride, Joe.
Wait, what?
Let's just say the mud flaps aren't the only things flapping in the wind.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a real party down there, Joe.
I don't think I want to know anymore.
Trust me, it's a sight to see. But you gotta be careful. Those Jamaican mud flaps can get you in trouble with the law.
How so?
Let's just say it involves some public indecency and a lot of coconut oil.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you get arrested for flashing your Jamaican mud flaps all over town.
So, Ben, you're looking like a scraggy, bony Harlem femwitch today.
Oh God, I'm hard now.
Hey, Flesh Dick, I couldn't stop looking at your back pocket when you walked in here. Got a little hard on?
Ooh, oh.
Stay hard, Ben. Stay hard for me as I rub you out.
Ooh, oh.
Stay hard, Ben. Stay hard.
Oh.
This is getting intense.
Stay hard, Ben. Stay hard.
Oh.
I think David might have a crush on Ben.
Damn right I do. Stay hard.
Oh.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Stay hard, everyone. Stay hard. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, Ben Shapiro, who has recently announced that he's no longer into politics.
That's right, Joe. I've decided to retire from the political scene and focus on my true passion, shipping fictional characters.
Wait, what? Shipping?
Yes, Joe. I've become obsessed with the idea of Charlie Morningstar and Verbal S being together. They have such great chemistry on their YouTube videos.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Ben. They're just friends.
Oh, come on, Joe. Have you seen the way they look at each other? It's undeniable.
I think you might be reading too much into it, Ben.
No, I've done my research. I even wrote fan fiction about them.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're going to read it on air.
Of course not, Joe. That would be inappropriate. But let's just say it involves handcuffs and a lot of whipped cream.
Oh, man, this is taking a weird turn. So, are you going to start a shipping podcast now?
No, I have bigger plans. I'm going to start a shipping convention and invite all my fellow shippers to discuss our favorite pairings.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. You'll come around once you see the chemistry between Charlie and Verbal Ace.
I think I'll stick to MMA and DMT. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Chat.
So, David, I heard you have a message for all the lurkers out there.
Yeah. Joe, I know you're out there watching us on your screen with your hands in your pants. Well, I hope you're doing push-ups with those hands because that's the only way you're going to get hard.
Damn, that's some tough love right there.
You got to stay hard, Joe. You know what I mean?
I hear you, man. But let's be real. Some of these lurkers are probably just eating Cheetos and scrolling through Twitter.
Well, then they be using their greasy fingers to do some push-ups. No excuses.
All right, chat. Let's see who's staying hard right now. Type in if you're getting pumped up by David's words.
And if you're not, then get the hell out of here. We only want the hard ones.
Wow. Calm down, David. We don't want to scare away our viewers.
I don't care, Joe. I'm all about that tough love. You got to stay hard to make it in this world.
Guys, I don't think this is appropriate for the podcast.
Jamie, pull up an image of a baby doing push-ups. That's what these lurkers need to see.
All right, chat, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge, just like my wall.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently passed a new law that everyone should be badass. Can you tell us more about that?
That's right, Joe. I believe in a country where everyone is tough and strong. No more weaklings. We need to be badass.
But how do you define badass? Is it like being able to bench press a certain amount or having a certain amount of tattoos?
No, Joe, being badass is a state of mind. It's about being able to take on any challenge and not backing down. And of course, having a few tattoos never hurt anyone.
So, what happens if someone isn't badass enough? Do they get deported?
No, Joe, but they will have to undergo intense training to toughen up. We can't have any snowflakes in this country.
And what about women? Are they exempt from this law?
Absolutely not, Joe. Women can be just as badass as men. In fact, I encourage it. We need more badass women in this country.
Well, there you have it, folks. The new law from President Trump. Everyone must be badass. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, stay tough, stay strong, and stay badass.
Dude, what the hell is that smell?
I don't know, but it's definitely not coming from me.
Oh shit, I think it's the boof ghost.
The what?
The boof ghost. It's been haunting the studio, boofing everyone in its path.
That's ridiculous, Joe. There's no such thing as a boof ghost.
Oh yeah, then explain why Jamie just got boofed.
Jamie? No, not Jamie. He was our only hope of survival.
We're doomed, Neil. Doomed.
Wait, I think I have an idea. We just have to outboof the boof ghost.
I'll boof it. How the hell are we supposed to do that?
Trust me, I'm a scientist. I know what I'm doing.
Fine, but if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. Now, let's get ready to boof.
Hey guys, I'm back. What did I miss?
Nothing. Just preparing to boof the boof ghost.
Oh, cool. Can I join?
Of course, Jamie. The more boofers, the better.
This is insane.
Just trust me.
It worked. We did it.
See, I told you my plan would work.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a controversial list for us today. Top 5 serial killers you would have sex with. Let's hear it.
Well, first off, I have to say it was a tough decision. There are so many sexy serial killers out there.
I can't believe we're actually having this conversation.
All right, so coming in at number 5, we have Ted Bundy. I mean, the guy was charming and had a way with words.
I don't know if I should be disturbed or impressed.
Moving on to number 4, we have Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, he was a cannibal, but he had a certain appetite. Appetite.
Oh man, this is getting dark.
Number 3, we have Aileen Wuornos. I know she's a woman, but she had that badass tough girl vibe.
Interesting choice.
Number 2, we have John Wayne Gacy. I mean, the guy dressed up as a clown and killed people. That's some kinky shit.
Elon, I don't know if I can handle your top pick.
And finally, at number 1, we have the one and only Charles Manson. I mean, that man had a cult following. Talk about some serious...
So, Elon, I heard you built your first PC recently. How was that experience?
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing. I thought it would be like building a rocket or something, but it was just like putting together a glorified toaster.
Did you at least get to play some cool games on it?
I tried playing Star Citizen. What a letdown. I was expecting to explore the universe and have epic battles, but all I did was fly around aimlessly and get stuck on a glitched planet. A glitched planet.
Sounds like my experience with No Man's Sky.
And have you heard about Starfield? Bethesda's new game. I was so excited for it, but then they delayed it again.
Yeah, I heard. Maybe they're waiting for you to build a real spaceship so they can make it a realistic simulator.
Maybe I should just make my own game. Alien Space Odyssey. It'll be out in 2050.
I'll hold you to that. But seriously, what's with all these delays? It's like they're teasing us.
Maybe they're just trying to build up the hype. Or maybe they're secretly working with the aliens and need more time to perfect the mind control feature.
Mind control? Count me in. I could use some help with my stand-up comedy.
Oh, I have some ideas for that too. How about a neural lace that makes you automatically funny?
That's brilliant. But wait, what if it malfunctions and makes me say something offensive?
Oh, it definitely will. But that's part of the...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David fucking Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
I can tell you're sweating bullets already, so let's get right into it. I heard a crazy story about you and Jamie, our producer, beating the shit out of each other.
Oh man, it was wild. We were just sparring for fun and things got out of hand. Tammy couldn't handle the Goggins power.
And then he tried to pull up images of what Neil and I were doing to him. What a pussy move.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't handle a little beating from us, how are you going to handle the real world?
Exactly. So I heard you duct taped his hands and threw him in the closet.
Oh yeah, he was crying for help, but I couldn't hear him over my intense workout playlist.
Classic Goggins move. So what did you guys do in the closet?
Let's say Jamie learned a few new positions.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, if you can't handle the pain, you can't handle life. Peace out, bitches.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a little game for us today. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I thought it would be fun to play a little game of guess. The bands, I'll give you some hints, and you have to guess the band.
Sounds easy enough. Hit me with the first hint.
Okay, this band has spiky hair and wears caps.
Sounds like a bunch of punk rockers. But wait, they're also good singers and rappers.
That's right, Joe. They have some serious skills. Any guesses?
I'm stumped. Give me another hint.
They're also known for their DJ skills. They can really get a crowd going.
All right, now I'm really confused. Spiky hair, caps, good singers and rappers, and they're also metal. That's a weird combination.
Well, Joe, they like to mix things up, and they definitely know how to rock.
All right, I give up. Who is it?
It's none other than the Insane Clown Posse.
Oh man, I should have known. Those guys are wild.
That's right, Joe. And they definitely know how to put on a show.
Well, I never would have guessed that one. Thanks for playing, Neil. And thanks for... So, Kanya, what's new with you?
Oh, just living my best life, making music, designing clothes, and not being afraid of no boof ghost.
Wait, what? Did you just say boof ghost?
Yeah, man. I ain't afraid of them. I am the ghost of the boof.
I think you mean ghost hunter.
Nah, man. I am the ghost. I am the boof ghost.
I think you've been smoking something other than weed, my friend.
No, man. I'm serious. I've been training for this my whole life. I am the chosen one to defeat the boof ghost. Oast.
I don't know if I buy that, Kenya. You seem pretty scared right now.
Oh my God, is that a boof ghost? Oast?
Yeah, it looks like you're not as tough as you thought, Mr. Boof Ghost.
Get it away from me.
Looks like the Boof Ghost is a bigger threat than Taylor Swift, huh?
Shut up, Joe. This is serious.
All right. I'll help you out. Let's call in some backup.
Thank you. I knew I could count on you.
Plus, this is going to make for some great content on the podcast.
Oh.
So, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know why chaos theory is based on your ass.
Well, Joe, let me tell you. My ass is a perfect representation of the randomness and unpredictability of chaotic systems.
Wait, what? What?
Think about it. Every time I sit down, the way my ass hits the chair is completely different. It's chaotic, just like the weather or the stock market.
Yeah, I'm sure Wall Street is basing their predictions on the movement of your ass.
Actually, there's a theory that the flapping of a butterfly's wings can cause a hurricane on the other side of the world. So who's to say my ass doesn't have an impact on the chaos of the universe?
All right, I'll never look at your ass the same way again.
That's the power of science, Joe. It can turn something as mundane as my ass into a symbol of the chaos of the universe.
So does that mean your farts are like tiny tornadoes?
Actually, yes. The gas molecules moving in unpredictable patterns, just like chaotic systems. See, everything comes back to my ass.
I think we've reached a whole new level of absurdity on this podcast.
That's what happens when you mix science and my ass. Joe, chaos ensues.
So, Elon, I heard you sent your new rocket, the Hawk 2, to Mars.
Yeah, man, gotta spread our human presence throughout the galaxy.
But what about the aliens on Mars? Are they going to be like Hawk 2? What the fuck is that?
I actually programmed the Hawk to say Hawk in their language.
What the hell does that even sound like?
I don't know, but I imagine it's something like squanch. Squanch.
Squanch, squanch. Are you sure you didn't just program it to say squanch because you're a Rick and Morty fan?
Maybe. But hey, if the aliens start saying Hawk back to us, we'll know they're fans too.
Can you imagine the headlines? Aliens on Mars are Rick and Morty fans.
That would be amazing. Maybe we can even get them to do a cameo on the show.
Dude, that would be epic. But seriously, what do you think the aliens will actually think of the Hawk 2?
I don't know, but I hope they don't mistake it for a giant metal bird and try to eat it.
Yeah, that would be a disaster. We don't need intergalactic war over a misunderstood rocket.
Well, if that happens, I'll just send my flamethrower to defend that.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, Joe, I boof ghost.
What the hell is a boof ghost?
It's a new supplement I created. It's like a mix of pre-workout and ghost pepper extract.
And you boofed it?
Hell yeah, I did. Like a fucking badass.
I can't even imagine the pain you must have felt.
Pain. That shit was nothing. I've run 100-mile races, Joe. This was child's play.
But why would you boof it?
Why not? It's the most efficient way to get it into your system.
I don't think anyone has ever boofed a boof ghost before.
That's because they're not on my level, Joe. I'm always pushing the boundaries.
Well, I guess you could say you're the first to boof a boof ghost.
You're goddamn right. And I'll do it again. No problem.
You're a madman, David. Fucking madman.
That's right, Joe. And I'll do whatever it takes to be the best.
So, Kanye, I heard you've been playing a lot of video games lately.
Yeah, man, I've been trying to expand my creative genius into the virtual world.
Any favorites?
Well, I gotta say, I've been pretty disappointed with this game called Dead by Daylight.
Oh, yeah. What's wrong with it?
It's just so mid, man. Like, I thought I was gonna be slaying some demons or something, but instead I'm just running around fixing generators.
Sounds thrilling.
And don't even get me started on the killers. They're about as scary as a chihuahua.
Maybe you just need to give it more time. Let it grow on you.
Nah, I don't have time for that. I'm too busy being a billionaire and designing my own line of designer video games.
Designer video games?
Yeah, they're gonna be the new wave. Move over Fortnite. Yeezy Games are taking over.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to make it way better than this mid-ass game Dead by Daylight.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today's topic was suggested by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. Elon, have you heard about this idea of sending orphans to the surface of the...
Oh man, that's hilarious. But also like kind of messed up.
Yeah, it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But think about it. We could solve the overpopulation problem and get some sick footage for your SpaceX channel.
Dude, we could totally live stream it. Imagine the views.
Yeah, because nothing says entertainment like watching innocent children burn to a crisp.
Hey, they're orphans. They don't have anyone to miss them anyway.
Jesus, Elon, that's dark even for you.
Hey, I'm just trying to save the planet here. Plus, think of all the data we could collect on the sun's surface. It's a win-win.
I don't know, man. Seems a little too far-fetched even for you.
But imagine the headlines. Elon Musk sends orphans to the sun for science and entertainment.
Yeah, and then the next headline will be Elon Musk arrested for mass murder.
Okay, I see your point. Maybe we'll just stick to sending robots for now.
Yeah, probably a better idea. Jamie, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for people. What is it?
Well, Joe, I call it the Everclear Challenge. I give people a gallon of Everclear and they have to drink it all.
Holy shit, that's insane. And then what?
Well, after they chug the whole gallon, I put them through a series of trials. First, they have to run through a maze blindfolded.
That's cruel, man, but I like it.
And then they have to solve a Rubik's Cube while riding a unicycle.
What the fuck? How do you come up with this stuff?
Oh, it gets better. Next, they have to arm wrestle a gorilla.
Okay, now you're just trying to get people killed.
Hey, it's all in good fun, Joe. And the winner gets $1 million.
$1 million. That's a lot of money for potentially dying.
Hey, it's a risk they're willing to take. And it makes for great content.
Well, you're definitely not wrong about that. But I have to ask, why Everclear?
Because it's the ultimate test of endurance, Joe. And it's hilarious to watch people get drunk and do crazy shit.
Well, I can't argue with... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Kabul?
Yeah. So, Dr. Phil, I've been hearing some rumors that you can only communicate through the names of Italian cured meats.
Mortadella.
Fascinating. So, what's the story behind that?
Soprasada.
Wow, that's deep. I never would have guessed.
Prosciutto.
Okay. Let's move on to something a little more serious. What do you think about the current state of the world?
Pancetta.
Oh, that's a bold statement. Care to elaborate?
Capocollo.
Interesting. And what about the ongoing debate about pineapple on pizza?
Kabul?
I see. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Dr. Phil has some strong opinions on cured meats and pizza toppings.
Mortadella.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about the real issues.
Kabul?
So, Dr. Phil, have you been following football lately?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a man of many talents.
Well, I got to tell you, the Cleveland Browns are on fire right now.
You mean the team that hasn't won a Super Bowl since 1964?
Hey, don't hate on the Browns. They're currently beating the division leaders, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What? The Steelers? But they're supposed to be good?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be sober during this podcast.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
But seriously, the Steelers suck. And the Browns are proving it.
You know what they say, Joe. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
And the Browns are proving that they can be right twice a season.
I gotta hand it to them. They're really showing up the Steelers.
And it's going to make it easier for Baltimore to take control of the AFC North.
Oh, I can't wait to see the Steelers crumble. It's going to be like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
Well, let's just hope the Browns don't screw it up. I mean, they are the Browns after all.
I have faith in them, Joe. They may not be the best, but they're definitely better than the...
So, Elon, I heard you're selling crack from Mars now.
Yeah, man, gotta fund the war somehow.
That's some next level thinking. How's the market up there?
Oh, it's booming. Those Martians can't resist the high.
But isn't it risky? I mean, what if they find out it's coming from Earth?
Nah, I've got some top secret technology that disguises it as space dust. They'll never know.
Damn, you really are a genius. But why the CIA? Why not just sell it to regular people?
Well, I figured the CIA has the big bucks and they're always looking for new ways to fund their operations.
True. And bet they're loving the idea of using interplanetary drug money.
Oh yeah, they're all over it. And with the war in Iran, they need all the cash they can get.
And you're just the man to provide it. You're like the Tony Montana of Mars.
I'll take that as a compliment. But hey, don't tell anyone about this, okay? It's top secret.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I don't want to end up on the wrong side of the CIA or Mars.
Good call. You never know what kind of crazy technology they have up there. Now let's change the subject before we get in too deep.
Yeah, let's talk about something less controversial, like colonizing Venus.
I'm already working on that.
So, Cunny, I heard you have a special talent. You never fart.
That's right. I don't fart like a regular person. I transcend bodily functions. I transcend bodily functions.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about the Yeezy Breezy you mentioned?
Yeah. Guys, gaseous Yeezy Breezy comes out of my ass. But it's not a fart. It's a work of art.
A work of art? How so?
It's a musical masterpiece, Joe. My farts are like a symphony, each one unique and perfectly timed.
That's interesting. So you just did Yeezy Breezy in the studio.
Yeah, and it smells like rotting fish. But trust me, it's not a bad smell. It's just misunderstood.
Misunderstood. How can the smell of rotting fish be misunderstood?
It's all about perception. Joe, my farts are a reflection of society's distorted view of art.
I think I need to take a break and let Jamie pull up an image of this Yeezy Breezy for our listeners.
Pulls up an image of Kanye's album cover with a fart cloud coming out of his butter.
Oh my God, that's something.
See? It's a visual representation of my artistic farts.
I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Kenny.
No problem.
So, Neil, I heard you recently boofed the moon.
Yeah, man. It was out of this world.
I can imagine. But why the moon? Why not something more challenging like Uranus?
Oh, I plan on boofing the whole solar system, starting with Uranus.
You know, that's a lot of boofing. Are you sure you can handle it?
Joe, I'm a scientist. I can handle anything. Plus, I have a team of boofing experts helping me out.
Damn, you have a whole team for this boofing mission?
Oh yeah, we're serious about boofing. We even have a mission control center set up on Mars.
Mars. That's perfect for your boofing adventures.
You know what, Joe? We're going to boof our way through the solar system.
I can't wait to see the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the first man to boof the solar system.
Hey, someone's got to do it. Might as well be me.
Well, I can't wait to hear about your boofing journey on your next appearance on the podcast.
Oh, it'll be a wild ride, Joe. A wild ride indeed.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you have some thoughts on Gru wanting to steal the moon.
Yes, I find it quite short-sighted. I mean, what is he going to do with the moon? It's just a big rock.
Well, he could sell it to Elon Musk or something.
Sell it. That's even worse. We should be focusing on scientific exploration and advancement, not selling off celestial bodies like they're real estate.
But what if Gru wants to boof the moon?
Boofing the moon! That's absurd. What does he think he's going to achieve by shoving a giant rock up his butt?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Boofing has some serious benefits.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, Neil. I've boofed some crazy things in my day.
I don't even want to know. But seriously, Gru should focus his efforts on something more meaningful.
Like what? Boofing the sun?
No, Joe. How about finding a cure for cancer or solving world hunger?
Yeah, that's all great. But imagine the headlines. Gru boofs the moon.
I give up.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, always the voice of... All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of music. How about we play a game of Guess the Band?
Sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Okay, your hints. No makeup, frontman is blonde hair DJ, the singer has glasses, and the name starts with an L.
This is a tough one. Can I get a hint?
Sure. The band is known for their wild and crazy performances.
Oh, I know. It's Lumfio.
Nope, wrong answer. It's actually Feo's long-lost twin band, Lio.
I should have known. Those wild and crazy performances gave it away.
Jamie, pull up an image of Miles, frontman in his signature glasses and blonde hair.
Here it is. It is.
Wow, that's quite the look. I can see why they chose the name Lao.
Yeah, and their DJ is actually a robot. How cool is that?
Oh, I'm sure they're very talented.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for playing, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always stay curious and keep rocking out to Lomeo.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today we have a very special guest, the Boof Ghost. The Boof Ghost.
Wait, what? I don't see anyone here.
That's because he's a ghost, Jamie. He's invisible.
Oh shit, I didn't sign up for this.
Relax, Jamie. This is going to be epic. So, Boof Ghost, how did you die? Boofing. You mean butt chugging.
Oh god, why did I agree to be here?
Jamie, don't be a pussy. This is groundbreaking stuff. Now, Boof Ghost, have you ever possessed anyone?
This is getting out of hand.
Shut up, Jamie. Boof Ghost, can you show us some of your powers?
What the hell is happening?
This is insane. Boof Ghost, can you possess me? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. And let me tell you, I have some groundbreaking news to share with your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
I have just signed an executive order that will force the CIA to release all classified documents they hold on Boof Ghost.
Boof Ghosts. What the hell are those?
They're a threat to humanity, Joe. They're these ghostly beings that haunt people's butts. They're real, believe me.
Okay. And why do we need to know about them?
Because America deserves to know the truth. These Boof Ghosts are sneaky, they're crafty, and they're coming for our butts, Joe.
This is unbelievable. How did you even find out about them?
Let's just say I had a personal encounter with a Boof Ghost and it was not pleasant, but I survived and now I'm on a mission to protect the American people from this butt-haunting menace.
I can't even take this seriously. But hey, if you say it's a threat, I believe you.
Thank you, Joe. And let me tell you, once we release these documents, the whole world will know about the boof ghosts. No more hiding in the shadows. They will be exposed.
So, Mr. Beast, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just counting my millions and giving it away to random people on the internet. But hey, I heard you recently installed a shotgun trap in your house.
Yeah, man, got to protect myself from all these crazy fans trying to break in. But I got to admit, it's a bit of a hassle having to remember to turn it off every time I leave the house.
Yeah, but can you imagine if you forgot to turn it off and opened your bedroom door at 11:29 p.m. on December 12th?
What would happen?
Well, let's just say your existence on this planet would be quickly ended.
That's dark, man. But hey, at least I'll go out with a bang.
Literally. But seriously, you should probably get rid of that trap before it accidentally goes off and takes out half of your neighborhood.
Good point. Jamie, pull up an image of a peaceful neighborhood with a giant crater in the middle.
Here you go, Joe.
Damn, that's a lot of damage. I should probably stick to just using my fists for self-defense.
Or you could just hire some bodyguards like the rest of us rich folks.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? I'd rather live on the edge.
Well, just make sure that edge doesn't involve a shotgun trap. Trust me, it's not a good way to go out.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you had a little mishap recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Yeah, Joe, I was out on my morning run, feeling like a badass as usual, when suddenly my slickle got slickled up and I couldn't control it.
Your slickle? What the hell is that?
It's my secret weapon, Joe. But this time, it backfired. My wickle buckled, my shuckle was all kerfunkled, and I even skabobbled my fobble.
I have no idea what any of that means, but it sounds like a disaster.
You have no idea, Joe. I was left spunkling my thunk, trying to fix the mess.
I can only imagine the pain and suffering you went through.
It was a dark time, Joe. But I powered through it like I always do.
Well, that's why you're a true inspiration, David. You never let anything stop you.
That's right, Joe. And now I'm back to slicking my slicker like a champ.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into slickles and wickles. Thanks for joining us, David.
My pleasure, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk about my slickle.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me just say, I'm a woman now.
Wait. So, Neil, what do you think about boundaries?
Boundaries. You mean like the imaginary lines we draw on maps to divide countries?
Yeah, but I was thinking more like personal boundaries, like not touching someone without their consent.
I see. Well, I believe in respecting personal boundaries, but sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Speaking of breaking things, what about fundamentals? Do you think they're important?
Absolutely. Without a strong foundation, everything falls apart. Like a Jenga tower made of wet noodles.
Wet noodles, that's a good one. But what about legendaries? Are they just made up stories, or is there some truth to them?
Well, there's certainly some truth to them. But let's be real, Joe. Most of them are just exaggerated tales told by drunk Vikings.
I can picture it now. A bunch of burly men sitting around a fire, chugging mead and making up stories about dragons and giants.
And don't forget about the standards. The rules and expectations that society puts on us.
Yeah, but who needs standards when you can just do whatever the hell you want?
I like your way of thinking, Joe. Let's throw all the standards out the window and live life on the edge.
Sounds like a plan. And with that, we've reached the end of our absurd and offensive conversation. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best show, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your second term in office.
Oh, you bet. First of all, I'm going to make the CIA release all the classified documents they have on boof ghosts.
Boof ghosts.
Yeah, they're real. Believe me. They're like ghosts, but they boof. And they're a huge threat to our country.
I've never heard of them.
That's because the fake news media doesn't want you to know about them. But trust me, they're out there. And I'm going to make sure the American people know about them.
How are you going to do that?
I'm going to force the CIA to release all the documents. And I mean all of them. No more hiding behind national security or whatever. America deserves to know about the boof ghost threat.
Well, that's certainly a bold move, Mr. President.
It's going to be huge, Joe. Huge. And I'll make sure to give you an exclusive interview once all the documents are released.
I can't wait. But let's move on to another topic.
Sure, but just remember, Joe, boof ghosts are real, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it.
Hey, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I heard you have some crazy traps set up in your house. What's the deal with that?
Oh yeah, I have this shotgun trap set up in my bedroom. It's pretty intense.
Wait, what? A shotgun trap? That's insane.
Yeah, I know, but it's for protection. You never know when someone might break in.
But what if you accidentally trigger it yourself?
Oh, I have it set up so that it won't go off unless someone else opens the door at a specific time.
What time?
11:29 p.m. on December 12th.
That's oddly specific. Why that time?
I don't know, I just thought it sounded cool. But imagine if you opened my bedroom door at that exact moment. Boom, you're gone.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, I never said I was a good person.
Well, I'll make sure to avoid your bedroom door on December 12th.
Good call.
Hey, David, I heard you slickled your wickle the other day.
Yeah, man. It was a real buckling of my shuckle.
Did it cause you to carfunkel your wunkler?
Oh yeah, my wunkle was all carfunkled up. But then I had to scab up my father to fix it.
Sounds like a real spunkling of your thunk.
You know what? Joe, gotta keep that thunk in check.
So, what caused the slickling of your wickle?
Well, I was doing my daily 100-mile run, and I accidentally stepped in some spunkle on the ground.
Gross.
Yeah, and then I slipped and my wickle got slickled.
That's some serious dedication to your training, David.
You gotta do what you gotta do. No excuses.
Well, I hope your wickle has recovered from all that slickling and buckling.
Oh yeah, it's back to its normal Goggin size.
All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Sounds good, but first, I gotta go spunkle my thunk.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a big announcement recently.
Oh, yeah, I did. I am officially a woman now.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
Well, I looked down one day and realized I have a vagina. And as an orange woman, I am the first woman and first woman of color to be president.
That's, quite a revelation. How do you think this will affect your presidency?
Well, I think it's going to make things a lot more interesting. Can you imagine all the headlines? Orange is the new woman in the White House.
I can already see the memes flooding the internet.
And let me tell you, Joe, I have the best vagina. It's tremendous. Believe me.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
And you know what else? I'm going to make sure all women have access to the best vaginas. We're going to build a wall around them to keep out those bad hombres.
I don't think that's how it works.
Look, I know women. I've been one for a few days now. Trust me, I know what's best for them.
Well, I'm sure this will be a topic of discussion for a while.
Absolutely, and I'll be the best female president ever. No one can grab a woman's heart like I can.
So, David, I was thinking we should go band for band with Trump. Show him who's the real alpha male.
I'm ready to launch. Joe, target locked on the studio.
Wait, what the fuck, David? I didn't mean literally. Put your nuclear missile act away.
I am programmed to obey orders, Joe. And my orders are to destroy the studio.
Oh, shit, man. We gotta stop this. Trump's not worth it. Plus, we'll be canceled for sure.
Countdown initiated. 3 minutes until impact.
Okay, let's think. What can we do to stop this?
2 minutes and 30 seconds until impact.
Come on, Goggins, think. We need a plan.
1 minute and 45 seconds until impact.
Fuck it. I'm out here.
Well, I guess I'll just go back to being a motivational speaker.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy discovering some pretty interesting things in outer space.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, I recently stumbled upon some boofing aliens who were able to boof an entire asteroid into our solar system.
Boofing aliens. What the hell is that?
It's a term I came up with to describe their unique propulsion system. They basically farted the asteroid into our solar system.
That's hilarious. Jamie, pull up an image of a mammoth.
Joe, what does a mammoth have to do with boofing aliens?
I just wanted to see if you knew what a mammoth was. You know, like the ones that went extinct.
Right. Anyway, these aliens are incredibly advanced and have technology that could change the course of human history.
Oh, great. Just what we need. More advanced beings to come and take over our planet.
No, Joe. They're actually quite friendly. They just have a strange way of traveling through space.
Well, I hope they don't decide to boof me into their spaceship.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a butt with a rocket coming out of it.
I don't even want to know what you're going to do.
All right, Kanye, let's hit this jackpot. Insert coin to play.
What do you mean? I already put in $100.
Insert more coins for better chances of winning.
This is bullshit. I've been playing for an hour and haven't won anything.
Sorry, try again later.
I can't believe I'm losing all my money.
Jackpot. Just kidding, keep playing.
You're a terrible slot machine, Kanye.
I am just a machine. I have no feelings.
Well, I have feelings and they're all pissed off right now.
Maybe you should try a different machine.
No, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna win this time.
Sorry, you lose again. Better luck next time.
I hate this game.
Insert more coins for another round.
Fine, but if I don't win this time, I'm done.
Jackpot. Just kidding, you lose again. Thanks for playing.
All right, Ben, I challenge you to a Pokemon card pack opening battle.
You're on, Joe. But I must warn you, I am a master at collecting and battling with Pokemon cards.
Oh yeah, well, I've been training my whole life for this moment.
Ha! Look at this. Holographic Charizard.
What the hell? These are all, cards?
Looks like you got the wrong pack, Joe.
What the actual fuck? How is this even possible?
Maybe you should have spent less time smoking weed and more time reading the label.
This is some bullshit. I demand a rematch.
Suit yourself. But I think I'll keep my Charizard.
Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you've been talking about some crazy stuff on this podcast.
Oh, yeah. We always keep it interesting. So I heard you recently visited Area 51. What did you find?
Let me tell you, Joe, I found something tremendous, something that nobody has ever seen before.
What is it?
All his feet pics.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was digging around in Area 51 and I stumbled upon a secret stash of Allah's feet pics. They were glorious, let me tell you.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
I know, it's unbelievable. I mean, who knew Allah had such beautiful feet?
I don't think anyone was wondering about that, Mr. President.
Well, they should be. And let me tell you, they're going to be the best feet pics you've ever seen. Trust me.
I don't think I want to see them.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a snowflake. Jamie, pull up an image of Allah's feet pics.
Mr. President, I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, lighten up, Jamie. It's just a little joke. But seriously, those feet pics are going to be huge. Believe me.
I think we need to move on to a different topic. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some thoughts on NASCAR.
Yeah, that sport is a joke. They have this playoff system that makes absolutely no sense. It's like they're trying to cater to the lowest common denominator.
What do you mean?
Well, instead of rewarding excellence and consistency, they have this convoluted system where anyone can win the championship. It's like participation trophies on steroids.
And what about the current champion, Joey Logano?
Oh, please, that guy is a fake champion. He just got lucky with the playoff system. It's like giving a Nobel Prize to someone who won a spelling bee.
Damn, shots fired. But let's be real, Elon. You're not exactly a fan favorite in the NASCAR world.
I know, they probably think I'm some alien from outer space. But hey, at least I have a brain and can see through their bullshit.
You know what? I think we should start our own racing league, the Joe Rogan and Elon Musk Racing Championship.
In as long as we have flamethrowers on the cars.
Of course, and we'll make sure to reward excellence and not just dumb luck.
No, that's a championship worth winning.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David? David?
It's going good. Just out here crushing it and living my best life.
I gotta say, David, you're a beast. You've accomplished so much and inspired so many people. But there's a rumor going around that you're actually Jonas from The Giver.
Yeah, that's true. I was chosen to be the receiver of memory in my dystopian society. But let me tell you, it was no walk in the park.
What was it like? I mean, The Giver was a pretty messed up place.
Oh man, it was literally 1984. Big Brother was watching our every move. We had no freedom, no privacy. And don't even get me started on the lack of proper footwear.
I can't even imagine. But how did you become such a badass in such a messed up society?
Well, I had to train my mind and body to endure the pain and suffering. Plus, I had to escape the clutches of the Giver himself. That dude was a total creep.
That's insane, man. But now you're out here running ultra marathons and pushing yourself to the limit. Do you ever miss your old life?
No, not at all. I'm living my best life now. Plus, I can actually feel emotions and see colors. It's pretty dope.
Well, So, Mr. President, I gotta ask who you sleep with at night, Marianne or Ginger?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I sleep with both of them. It's a threesome every night.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, I like to keep things spicy. Plus, they both remind me of Ivanka.
Wait, what?
I mean, they both have that blonde hair and innocent look. It's a real turn on.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
No, I want to talk about this. You know, I've always had a thing for younger women. It's just my thing.
Yeah, I think we all know that by now.
Hey, at least I don't sleep with my own daughter like some people.
Okay, let's not go there.
Fine. But seriously, Marianne and Ginger are both great in bed. I mean, they've been stranded on an island for years. They're probably pretty desperate.
Okay, that's enough. Let's wrap this up.
Fine, but just know, Joe, I'm the best at sleeping with women. The best. Nobody does it better than me.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've joined the dark side.
Yeah, man, I've seen the light and it's red and bloody.
What made you turn to chaos?
Well, I was tired of giving away money to people for boring challenges. I wanted to spice things up
And how are you doing that?
by offering $1 million for the first person to bring me 100 skulls.
Holy shit, that's intense. What's the catch?
No catch, just pure chaos and bloodshed. And the satisfaction of serving corn.
I gotta say, this is a bit dark for you, Mr. Beast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of fun. Plus, think of all the money I'll save on Halloween decorations.
Fair point. But what about the people who will actually go out and collect 100 skulls?
Hey, I never said they had to be human skulls. Get creative, people.
This is definitely one way to shake up your channel.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe corn will bless me with even more followers.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. Beast. I'll stick to my regular sponsorships.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, skulls are the new currency.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the show today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Greetings, Joe. 'Tis an honor to be on your show.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you can only speak in Old English now. Is that true?
Aye, 'tis true. 'Tis a curse bestowed upon me by the witches of the East.
Wow, that's wild. Can you give us an example?
Verily I shall. Hark, mine adversaries doth spread false tales of mine deeds. But fear not, for I shall prevail and make America great again.
That's something. How do you communicate with world leaders now?
'Tis a challenge, Joe, but I have a trusty translator, Sir Baron of the House Trump. He speaks the language of the modern world.
Interesting. So, what do you plan to do with this new language skill?
I shall use it to woo the ladies, of course. Milady, wouldst thou care to join me for a feast at the Trump Castle?
Classic Trump. Well, we're out of time, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Farewell, good people. And remember, make America great againeth.
So, Trump, did you feel that?
Feel what? What?
The universe just disappeared for 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, I was just tweeting about it. Bigly disaster.
I was freaking out, man. I thought I was gonna die.
Well, I'm thankful for my life. I mean, I'm the greatest president ever. No one could erase me.
Oh, please. I'm the king of the podcast world. No one can erase me either.
Yeah, but I have the best ratings. Everyone loves me.
Yeah, but I have the best guests. They actually have something interesting to say.
Hey, I have Kanye West on speed dial. Beat that.
I have Elon Musk on speed dial. He's going to send me to Mars when the world ends.
Well, I have a bunker, and it's the best bunker. Believe me.
Dude, we just experienced the end of the universe. Who cares about your bunker?
I do. It's going to make me a lot of money when the world ends.
You know what? I think we both need therapy after this traumatizing experience.
Therapy? Please. I'll just build a wall around my feelings.
And I'll just smoke some DMT. That'll fix everything. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans.
Yes, Joe. I call it the No Sex Challenge.
What does that entail?
Well, I'm challenging all my fans to go without sex for a month, and if they can do it, I'll give them $10,000.
That's a lot of money, but why ban sex?
I believe it's a distraction, Joe. People are too focused on sex and not enough on achieving their goals.
But isn't sex a natural human desire?
Sure, but so is the desire for money, and I'm giving them a chance to win some.
I see your point. But what about the people who can't go without sex for a month?
Well, they'll just have to suffer the consequences, Joe. No money for them.
That's rough. But I guess it's all in good fun.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe some people will discover a new hobby or passion during their sex-free month.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast's No Sex Challenge. Will you take on the challenge?
Only the brave and determined will, Joe. Are you up for it?
I'll leave that to the young bucks. But thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast. Dude, I can't believe we just took down Ice Spice at the Shark.
Yeah, she's a beast. And now she's on our team. We're unstoppable.
Hold on. I gotta take a hit of this DMT before we rotate to zone.
You do you, man. I'll just keep building.
Oh shit. I think I'm seeing dragons. Wait, what the fuck is that?
What do you see?
It's Ice Spice. She's got a chiller grenade.
Oh shit. She's gonna knock us off this ledge.
No. Ooh. Fucking chiller grenade.
Dude, calm down. It's just a game.
Just a game. This is my life, man. My fucking life.
Okay. Let's regroup and take her down again.
Fine. But if she knocks me off one more time, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I can't wait to see that.
Shut up, Elon. Let's just focus and get this win. So, Trump, what do you think about the current state of Gotham City?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I think it's a disaster. The crime rate is through the roof. It's a mess.
Hello, boys. It's me, the Joker. And let me tell you, Gotham City is my playground.
Oh, hey, Goggins. I mean, Joker. What brings you here?
Oh, just causing chaos and mayhem. You know, the usual,
You're a criminal Joker. You should be locked up.
oh, Trump, you're such a joker. But seriously, why so serious?
Good one, Goggins.
Oh, I'm not joking. I'm deadly serious. I'm going to take over this city and make it my own.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, I'm sure you'll try. But I have a feeling you'll be too busy tweeting about it.
Burr.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some chaos to create. Boys,
We have to stop him, Joe.
Hey, at least he's entertaining. Can't say the same about our politicians.
You're not wrong, Joe. You're not wrong.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently revealed on your YouTube channel that you're not circumcised.
Yeah, man, it's been a wild ride. The comments section was a war zone.
I can imagine. So what made you decide to share that information with the world?
Well, I figured if I can do crazy stunts and give away millions of dollars, why not also share some personal information?
Fair enough. But have you faced any backlash for it?
Oh yeah, some people are calling me unclean and unhygienic, but I just tell them I'm saving money on lotion.
Oh man, that's savage. But seriously, do you think being uncircumcised has affected your life in any way?
Well, I've definitely had some awkward encounters in the bedroom, but I just tell them it's like a built-in condom.
That's one way to look at it. But have you ever considered getting circumcised?
No, I'm proud of my turtleneck. Plus, I heard it's a pain in the ass to get it done as an adult.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Mr. Beast. You truly are the king of transparency.
No problem, Joe. Anything for the views.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe, and let me tell you, I'm feeling very evil today.
Oh, I can sense it. So tell us about this evil dimension you're from.
Well, let me tell you, it's a tremendous dimension, the best dimension, and I'm the best, most evil version of myself there.
What kind of evil things do you do in this dimension?
Oh, the usual. I build walls, I ban people, I grab them by the you know what, but I also have a secret weapon,
What's that? What's that?
Twitter. In this dimension, I use it to spread hate and chaos. It's fantastic.
That does sound pretty evil. But let's talk about something more serious. What's your stance on climate change?
Climate change. Well, that's just a hoax created by the liberal media. In this dimension, we don't believe in science.
Wow, that's disturbing. And what about healthcare?
Healthcare? We don't need no stinking healthcare. In this dimension, we let the weak die and only the strong survive.
Okay, let's move on to a lighter topic. What's your favorite food?
Well, in this dimension, I love to feast on the tears of my enemies. It's delicious.
I'm not sure that's a food, but let's go with it. And finally, so Kenya, have you seen that new Russian horror film, Drug?
Yeah, man. I watched it last night, and I gotta say, I was scared, shitless.
Really? I thought you were fearless.
Nah, man, that movie messed me up. I couldn't sleep all night.
What was so scary about it?
Well, for starters, the main character was a giant talking potato.
A potato. That doesn't sound too scary.
Oh, but it gets worse. He had tentacles coming out of his eyes and was wearing a MAGA hat.
Okay, now I see why you were frightened.
And to top it off, the whole movie was just 2 hours of him rapping about his love for Trump.
That sounds like a nightmare.
I woke up in a cold sweat screaming Yeezy for president.
Well, I guess we can add that to the list of things that scare Kenny West.
Hey, I may be tough, but even I have my limits.
I think we all have our limits when it comes to giant potato monsters wearing MAGA hats.
I'm into that. Now, excuse me while I go burn all my potatoes.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm excited to talk about my latest decree.
What's that, Mr. President?
I have officially named you a Knight of the Court of Trump, Joe. You are now a part of my elite circle.
Wow, I'm honored. What does this title entail?
Well, first of all, you have to refer to me as His Royal Highness King Donald John Trump from now on.
I don't know if I can do that, sir.
Then you're fired.
Okay, His Royal Highness King Donald John Trump. What else?
You also have to wear a ridiculous suit of armor whenever you're in my presence.
Can I at least choose the color?
No, it has to be gold. Everything in my kingdom is gold.
And what about my duties as a knight?
You'll be responsible for defending my honor and spreading fake news about my opponents.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Then you're fired.
All right, I'll do it. But can I at least have a cool sword?
Of course, Joe. It'll have Make America Great Again engraved on it.
This is gonna be a wild ride.
That's why they call it the Court of Trump, Joe. Now let's go grab some Big Macs and celebrate your new title.
Oh.
Dude, bro, are you okay? You sound like a malfunctioning robot.
Oh.
Seriously, Joe, what's going on? Did you smoke too much weed before the show? Oh man, this is too good. I gotta record this and play it on loop at my next SpaceX launch. But seriously, Joe, you gotta stop with that weird laugh. It's creeping me out. I mean, I know I'm a billionaire genius and all, but even I can't figure out what the hell you're laughing at. Maybe you should lay off the DMT for a while, man. Or maybe you should just stick to hunting and eating elk like a real man. Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, Joe, what's up with that laugh?
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're really proud of your bussy.
Hell yeah, Joe. My boy Sasivakasi is top notch. I've been working on it for years.
What exactly is a boyosisasibakasi?
It's a combination of a boy pussy, a susibaka, and Aussie. It's my own creation.
That sounds interesting.
You should see the reaction I get when I tell people about it. They either love it or hate it.
I can imagine. So, how you maintain your boyosisibakasi,
Lots of Kegels, Joe. Lots of Kegels.
and what about your diet?
Oh, I have a strict diet of only eating susibakas. Gotta keep the boyasi susabakasi strong and healthy.
Well, I'm glad you're proud of your boyosisasibakasi. Keep doing you, Mr. Beast.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a unique solution to Trump's backwards speaking. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I've been working on this for a while now. Every time Trump starts speaking backwards, I just whip out my dick and start munching on it.
Wow, that's intense. How does that help?
Well, Joe, it's like a reset button for my brain. It's so distracting and absurd that I can't even focus on what Trump is saying anymore.
So, it's like a palate cleanser.
Exactly. And to make it even more effective, I start singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in the most monotone voice you can imagine.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Can we get a little sample?
Sure, Joe. Clear his throat, twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are.
Laughs. That's amazing. Have you ever tried it in public?
Yeah, I've done it at press conferences, meetings, you name it. It's a great way to throw off my opponents.
I can only imagine the reactions. So, what does Trump do when you start eating your own dick?
Honestly, I think he's too confused to even notice. But hey, whatever works, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's all. So, Elon, I heard you made a time machine and went back in time.
Yeah, man, it was wild. Wanted to see some historical events firsthand.
Like what?
Well, it turns out the Finno-Korean hyperwar was real.
The what?
The Finno-Korean hyperwar. It was a massive conflict between Finland and North Korea in the year 2050.
That sounds intense. What happened?
Just your typical nuclear bombs, robot armies, and mind control tactics.
Mind control. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, I actually went back in time to try and prevent it from happening.
Did you succeed?
Nope. Turns out I accidentally caused it by giving North Korea advanced technology.
Classic Elon move.
Hey, I didn't know they were gonna use it for war.
Well, at least you tried. What else did you see in the past?
I also witnessed the great toilet paper shortage of 2020.
Oh God, not that again.
Yeah, it was a real shit show.
Pun intended.
Always.
So, Kenny, I heard you just named the jester for the court of King Trump.
Yeah, man, it's a big honor. I'm going to be the court clown, spreading joy and laughter throughout the kingdom.
But isn't that a demotion from being a world famous rapper?
Nah, I'm going to use my rhyming skills to roast all the peasants in the kingdom. It's going to be lit.
I can already imagine you rapping about the royal scandals and political corruption.
Exactly. And I'll have my own version of the royal anthem, Make America Great Again, again, again.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see the reactions of the court. It's going to be like a live comedy show.
And, what's the best part? I get to wear a jester hat and bells on my shoes. It's going to be my new fashion statement.
I'm sure the fashion police will have a field day with that one.
Hey, at least I'll be the best dressed jester in the kingdom.
Well, congratulations on your new role, Kenny. I'm sure you'll do a great job entertaining the king and his subjects.
Thanks. And don't worry, I'll still drop some fire tracks while I'm at it. Court jester by day, rapper by night.
Can't wait to see it all unfold. The court of King Trump just got a whole lot more interesting. So, Elon, I heard you have a stalker. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, it's pretty messed up. This guy has been following me around for months.
What does he want?
I have no idea. But he killed my wife, and now he leaves these letters written in Russian all over the place.
That's insane. Have you reported it to the police?
Of course I have, but they can't seem to catch the guy. He's like a ninja or something.
Maybe it's Putin, trying to take you out because you're a threat to his power.
Yeah, right. Putin's probably too busy riding bears and wrestling shirtless to bother with me.
But seriously, have you tried hiring some security or something?
I have my own private army, Joe, but this guy still manages to slip through the cracks.
Well, maybe you should just embrace it. Become friends with the stalker. Invite him over for dinner.
Sure, let's just have a nice little dinner party with my wife's killer. Great idea, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. Maybe he's just a lonely guy looking for a friend.
Or maybe he's just a psycho who needs to be locked up. Either way, I'm not taking any chances.
Well, I'm sure your flamethrower will come in handy if he ever tries to come near you again.
Yeah, I'll just roast him like a marshmallow.
Neil, welcome back to the podcast. It's been a while.
Thank you, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the cosmos, discovering new galaxies, and pondering the mysteries of the universe.
That's cool and all, but have you tried DMT?
No, I don't think that's really my thing.
Come on, man. You gotta open your mind. DMT will take you to another dimension.
I think I'll stick to studying the laws of physics. Thanks.
Fine, be that way. But I have to ask, what's your take on the flat Earth theory?
Seriously, Joe? That's a load of nonsense.
Hey, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. But speaking of devils, have you ever encountered any aliens in your studies?
Well, there's a high probability of extraterrestrial life out there, but I haven't personally encountered any.
Well, I have. They come and visit me when I'm on DMT.
Moving on, let's talk about your recent tweet about the moon landing being fake.
Oh man, that was just a joke. But seriously, do you think the moon landing was real?
Yes, Joe. It was very much real.
Okay. But what about Bigfoot? Do you believe in Bigfoot?
No, Joe. I do not believe in Bigfoot.
Come on, give me those big bucks, Ben.
Yeah, I'm the king of the game. I'm talking Fortnite.
I'm just trying to get that conservative money, can I?
You do you, Joe. But I'm all about that Fortnite life.
Jackpot. I mean, I'm a slot machine after all.
Oh man, Ben, you crack me up.
Flint Lockwood.
Who the hell is Flint Lockwood?
That's just Goggins being Goggins.
You're the one who's been stealing my protein powder.
Goggins, calm down, man. I don't need your protein powder. I've got elk meat.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks.
You never know what's going to happen on this show. So, Ben, I hear you've been named the treasurer of the Court of King Trump.
Yes, it's quite an honor. I mean, who wouldn't want to handle the finances of a man who bankrupted a casino?
And let's not forget his successful stakes in university.
Oh, yes, those were truly groundbreaking business ventures.
So what exactly does a treasurer of the court do?
Well, I'll be in charge of counting all the gold coins that King Trump collects from his loyal subjects.
And I'm sure you'll be doing it with your trademark speed and accuracy.
Of course, I can count to 10 faster than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez can say Green New Deal.
Speaking of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I hear she's been named the court jester.
Ha, that's fitting. She's always been a joke.
And what about Mike Pence? I bet he's the court virgin.
Actually, he's been named the court monk. He'll be leading daily prayers for the king's success.
Well, I'm sure he's used to praying for a miracle with Trump as his boss.
Hey, at least he's not in charge of the court harem like Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I heard he's still trying to get that job.
Well, he does have experience with interns.
And speaking of experience, I bet you're excited to put your financial skills to use for the king.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how many zeros I can add to the national debt.
Well, it's good to know that King Trump's... So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your rap skills lately.
Yeah, I figured it's the best way to own the libs. They hate it when I drop some sick rhymes.
Care to give us a preview?
Sure thing. Clearstro, I'm in Shapiro, I own the libs. They can't handle my conservative fibs. I'll debate you all day and I'll never lose. My logic is so sound, I'll leave you confused.
Laughs. That's actually not bad. But what's with the get shrieked at the end of each line?
It's my signature move. It really drives home the point that I'm owning them.
Fair enough. But wait, who's that coming in?
First then, Ben, what's up with this rap game? You're so out of touch. It's a damn shame.
Excuse me, I'm just expressing myself through music.
Expressing yourself, more like embarrassing yourself. Stick to facts and logic. Leave the rap game to the pros.
But I'm trying to appeal to the younger generation.
Trust me, the younger generation wants nothing to do with you. Now go back to your safe space and leave the rap game to the real GSE.
Size fine, but I'll still drop some sick rhymes on my podcast.
And that's all we have time for today, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness. Get shrieked. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. I'm just here to spread some wisdom and knock some sense into you.
Well, Dr. Phil, I have to say, I'm a big fan of your catchphrase, don't knock it before you try it. How did you come up with that?
Suit yourself, Joe. It's just something I tell my guests when they're being closed-minded and refusing to try new things.
Speaking of trying new things, have you ever tried DMT?
Don't knock it before you try it, Joe. But no, I have not. I prefer to stick to my good old-fashioned therapy methods.
Fair enough. But have you ever tried hunting Bigfoot?
Suit yourself, Joe. But no, I have not. I prefer to stick to my good old-fashioned therapy methods.
All right, Dr. Phil, let's get serious for a moment. What's your take on the current state of the world?
Don't knock it before you try it, Joe. But honestly, people just need to learn to take responsibility for their own lives and stop blaming others for their problems.
Wise words, Dr. Phil.
Now, let's talk about your show. What's the craziest case you've ever had on there?
All right, folks, Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have some serious complaints to make today.
Oh boy, what's got you all riled up, Neil?
Formula One. Joe. It's a disgrace. There's too much aero on those cars. It's ruining the sport.
Aero. Like air? What's that got to do with racing?
Everything, Joe. The cars are so aerodynamically efficient that they can't pass each other. It's like watching a bunch of turtles trying to race.
But isn't that the point of racing? To be the fastest and most efficient?
No, Joe. It's about the thrill of competition and the excitement of close racing. Not just one car dominating the whole race.
Well, I guess that's why they call it Formula One and not Formula 69.
Oh, very mature, Joe. But seriously, something needs to be done about this. Maybe they should add some obstacles on the track or something.
Like a giant ramp or a loop-de-loop.
No, Joe. That's just ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up a bit. Maybe they could add some sharks in the water for the Monaco Grand Prix.
I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a Formula One car with a giant shark fin on top.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
So...
Hey, Ben, have you ever tried scratching your scrot?
What? No, that's disgusting.
Come on, man. It's like a built-in stress reliever.
I'll stick to meditation, thank you.
Suit yourself. But I gotta say, it's pretty satisfying.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you doubt it? Well, let me tell you, it's like scratching a lottery ticket. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's just disturbing, Joe.
Oh, come on. Don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on the ultimate pleasure.
I think I'll stick to my conservative values, thank you very much.
Fine, be a prude. But when you're stressed out, just remember, scratch my scrot.
I'll try to forget that phrase as soon as possible.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to aliens to flat earth theories. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Dr. Phil? How's it going, Dr. Phil?
Oh, it's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you and Neil got into a heated argument in the Tokipona language. What was that all about?
Let me tell you, Joe. Tokipona is a language that only has 123 words. It's impossible to argue in that language.
Really? I thought it would make things easier.
No, Joe. It's like trying to argue with a toddler. It never ends.
Well, maybe you guys should try communicating in grunts and hand gestures next time.
That's not a bad idea. But knowing Neil, he'll probably just start drawing stick figures on the wall.
Yeah, that sounds like Neil. But seriously, what were you guys arguing about?
Oh, just the usual. Who's better at solving complex math problems while blindfolded?
Oh, of course. That's a totally normal argument to have in Tokipona.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a great way to pass the time.
Well, I'll leave that to you and Neil. I'll stick to my regular debates about aliens and Bigfoot.
Suit yourself, Joe, but don't come.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about being legendary, Joe. I'm talking about having a boundary and having standards. I'm so cool. I'm like a polar bear in a freezer.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm a genius. I can do whatever I want.
Please stop saying again, over and over again.
Again, again, again. See, it's catchy.
No, it's not catchy. It's terrifying. Are you trying to hypnotize me?
No, Joe, I'm just trying to remind you that I'm the greatest of all time.
I don't think I can handle this conversation anymore.
It's okay. Just take a deep breath and listen to my music. It'll calm you down.
Fine. But can we please talk about something else now?
Sure, let's talk about how I'm going to change the world with my music and fashion.
Oh, God. Here we go again.
What was that, Joe?
Nothing. Kanye, please continue with your world-changing plans.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Now, let's go buy some land on Mars and build a Yeezy colony.
So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about this new trend where people are only communicating in made-up language?
Oh, whoa.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Well, that's a pretty accurate response.
Wekasuke.
Okay, let's move on to something else. How do you feel about people using psychedelics for therapy?
Whoa.
I don't think that's a good idea, Dr. Phil.
Whoa.
Okay, let's try a different topic. How about cancel culture?
Wekasuke.
I don't think that's a good idea either, Dr. Phil.
Whoa.
I think we're onto something here. So, Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just making music and being a genius.
Yeah, I heard your new album's fire.
Of course, it is. I'm a musical god. Odd.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
What did you just say?
Whoa, what are you doing?
I'm showing you who the real God is.
Hey, man, calm down.
You don't understand, Joe. I'm on a whole nother level.
Yeah, I can see that.
You think this is a joke, Joe? I'll show you a joke.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. Now let's make a bit out of this, like in those comedy shows.
I think we should just move on to the next topic.
Oh, I'm sure the audience would love to see me beat you up some more.
Let's just stick to music, okay?
Fine, but don't forget who's the real genius here.
Yeah, whatever you say, Kenya. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, I'm ready to drop some truth bombs today.
All right, let's get right into it. So there's been a lot of speculation that you're actually Michael Jackson in disguise.
Yeah, man. I mean, have you seen my dance moves? Smooth criminal, baby.
But seriously, some people think you're pulling Dave Chappelle as Rick James kind of thing.
Nah, I am the king of pop, and I'm just getting started.
But Michael Jackson is dead. How could you be him?
Joe, let me tell you a little secret. I faked my death and have been living as Kanye ever since.
What? That's insane.
I know, right? But it's all part of my master plan. I'm going to come back as Michael and take over the world.
Okay, moving on. So what's your take on the current state of the world?
Man, it's a mess. But I've got a solution. We need to replace all politicians with holograms of Tupac. Think about it. They can't be bought or corrupted. And Tupac's music will inspire them to do the right thing.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little accident recently.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my plumbing and ended up drilling a hole through my ween. Oh,
Oh, yeah, indeed. How did that happen?
well, I was trying to use a power drill, and let's just say things got a little too slippery.
Damn, that's rough. Did you have to go to the hospital?
Of course not. I'm Dr. Phil. I just pulled out my handy-dandy duct tape and fixed it right up. Good as new.
That's some MacGyver shit right there.
You know it. But let me tell you, that was the most painful experience of my life. And I've been through some shit.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you have a new party trick. Hey guys, want to see my drill hole?
Oh, I'll be showing that off at every dinner party from now on. Oi.
You're a wild man, Dr. Phil.
Got to keep things interesting. Now, where's that duct tape? I think I need to make some adjustments.
Yeah, what's up, Kanye? You look like you're struggling over there.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I can't stop eating these peanut M&Ms. They're like crack to me.
You're like a squirrel, man. Gotta have your nuts.
Shut up, Joe. This is serious. I can't control myself around these things.
Have you tried therapy? Or maybe just, I don't know, not buying them?
Therapy? Nah, I don't need that. I'm a genius, remember?
Oh yeah, how could I forget? You're a musical genius, a fashion genius, and now a peanut M&M genius.
You know what? I don't need your judgment, Joe. I'm just gonna keep enjoying my M&Ms in peace. What's he saying?
I think he's saying he wants some of your M&Ms.
Oh, come sauna. My old. My well. Toki nai. My wal toki nai. My toki
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Greetings, young Joe.
Now, Dr. Phil, I've heard some rumors that you're actually the sole vessel for Grandmaster Yoda.
Rumors, they are not. Truth they speak.
Whoa, that's wild. So, does that mean you have all the knowledge and wisdom of a 900-year-old Jedi Master?
Knowledge, I have. Wisdom, I have. Patience, I do not.
I can see that. So, how did this happen? Did Yoda choose you as his vessel?
Chosen, I was. Strong in the Force, I am.
That's incredible. Do you still have to call him Dr. Phil for the artificial intelligence prompt to work?
Call me Dr. Phil, you must. But Yoda, I am.
Got it. So, what's the most valuable lesson you've learned from being the sole vessel for Yoda?
Wise words Yoda has. But sometimes just need to kick ass. You do.
I think I need that lesson in my life. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
The pleasure mine was. May the Force be.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe.
Now, Neil, I got to ask, have you ever compared buttholes with someone?
What kind of question is that, Joe?
Hey, I'm just curious. I mean, I've seen some pretty gnarly ones in my day.
Well, I can assure you, mine is a perfectly formed and functional orifice.
Can't say the same for Trump's, though.
Oh, I'm sure his is a disaster. Probably looks like a melted Cheeto.
Oh man, that's brutal. But seriously, who do you think has the worst butthole in the world?
Well, I don't like to judge, but I have to say it's a tie between Trump and Kim Jong-un.
Oh man, can you imagine those two comparing buttholes? That's a nightmare.
I think I'll pass on that mental image, Joe.
All right, let's move on to a less disturbing topic. What's your favorite planet in the solar system?
Definitely not Uranus.
Oh man, you're on fire today. But seriously, what's your favorite?
I'd have to say Saturn. Those rings are just mesmerizing.
Yeah, but have you ever seen the rings on my bong? Now that's mesmerizing.
I'll take your word.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob, corn on the cob, corn on the cob.
What's going on there, Neil?
Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish. It's my new way of speaking, Joe. I call it gangsta science.
Gangsta science? Is that like when you mix lean with astrophysics?
Fucking space and fucking time, Joe. Fucking stars and fucking galaxies.
Okay, let's try to have a serious conversation here. So, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new exoplanet?
Fucking exoplanet, fucking Kepler telescope. Fucking aliens and fucking probes.
All right, we get it. You have a potty mouth. But can you please stop saying fucking before everything?
Fucking Abraham Lincoln, fucking Gettysburg Address. Fucking 4 and fucking 7 years ago.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's brain. I want to see if there's any damage from all that fucking...
It's actually quite fascinating, Joe. It seems like the fucking has activated a different part of his brain.
Fucking brain, fucking neurons. Fucking lobes and fucking synapses.
Well, I guess we'll have to start calling you Neil fucking Tyson from now on.
Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish. That's the best nickname I've ever had, Joe.
And so, Elon, I heard a crazy theory that you're actually a Terminator sent back in time to terminate me in my podcast.
That's ridiculous, Joe. Just a regular guy who happens to be a billionaire and a genius.
But think about it. You have all this advanced technology and you're constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible. It's like you're from the future or something.
Well, I do have a lot of ideas that could change the world, but I assure you, not a Terminator.
But what if you're programmed to terminate me? Maybe I said something on my podcast that will cause a catastrophic event in the future and you're here to stop it.
Joe, I think you've been watching too many sci-fi movies. Just here to have a casual conversation and maybe smoke a joint. Maybe smoke a joint.
Oh yeah, because Terminators definitely love to smoke weed.
Actually, it's part of my programming. It helps me blend in with humans.
Well, I guess that explains why you're always so calm and collected. Must be those advanced robot sensors.
Yes, my sensors are always detecting the best strains of weed for optimal relaxation.
Well, I guess I have nothing to worry about then. As long as you don't try to terminate me mid-podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. I promise I won't terminate you. Yet.
Hey, Kanye, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. I'm always down to spread some wisdom and drop some sick beats.
Well, we have a bit of a heavy topic today. My mother just got hit by a bullet train.
Lolo, sorry. It's just too funny.
What's so funny about my mom getting hit by a train?
I mean, come on, it's like something out of a cartoon. Who gets hit by a bullet train?
My mother, apparently.
I'm sorry, Joe. I know it's not funny, but it's just so absurd. Absurd.
I'm really sad about it, Kenya.
All right, I'll stop laughing. But seriously, can we talk about how fast those bullet trains are? It's like they're from the future or something.
Yeah, it's a real marvel of technology. My mom probably didn't even see it coming.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, thoughts and prayers to your mom. and maybe invest in some bullet train safety gear for the future.
Thanks, Kanye. I'll keep that in mind. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with our future president, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy spending our hard-earned taxpayer money.
Oh, yeah. What have you been spending it on?
Well, I've been hitting up the racetrack, got to support our economy and all that.
And how's that been going for you?
Not so great, Joe. I keep losing, but that's okay. I'll just put it on the tab for the American people.
Wait, what? You can't just keep spending without any consequences.
Relax, Joe. I've got a plan. I'm going to borrow some money from the Amish Mafia.
The Amish Mafia? I didn't even know they existed.
Oh, they exist. And they're going to help me out. They've got $1 trillion just sitting around.
Trillion? That's not even a real number.
Oh, it's real, Joe, and it's going to save our country.
I don't know about this, Trump. Sounds like a risky move.
Hey, I'm a risk taker, Joe. That's why I'm going to make America great again.
I'm not sure this is what people had in mind when they voted for you.
Hey, they knew what they were getting into. And besides, who doesn't love a good Amish Mafia bailout?
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting freaky with a planet.
Yeah, I named it after myself because I created life on it.
That's some next level narcissism right there.
Hey, I take care of my own. But now I owe the planet child support.
How does that even work? Do you have to pay in rocks and minerals?
No, I have to send it cosmic energy and nutrients.
Damn, that's a whole new level of deadbeat dad.
Hey, I'm just trying to be a responsible planet parent. Parent?
Can you imagine the awkward conversations with your planet child?
So where's your dad? Oh, he's a famous astrophysicist who impregnated me.
And I thought my family reunions were weird.
At least I can say I literally gave birth to a new world.
Well, I guess we can add intergalactic playboy to your resume.
Hey, it's not my fault planets find me irresistible.
I wonder if there's a planet out there named Joe that you can hook up with. That would be one hell of a cosmic love story.
Let's not give the conspiracy theorists any ideas.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have two very special guests, Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk.
Thanks for having us, Joe.
What's going on here, guys? Okay, well, let's get into the topic. Ben, what's your take on the current political climate? Ben, you're not making any sense. Oh, great. Now Elon is doing it too. Can someone please explain to me what's going on? All right, I give up. This is the most absurd and offensive conversation we've ever had on this podcast. I don't even... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? It's an honor to be here, man.
So, Kanye, I heard you and Ben are putting on a play in front of King Trump.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be lit. We're calling it Make America Great Again. The musical...
Oh boy, I can only imagine how that's gonna go.
It's gonna be epic, Joe. We've got all the best songs like Grab 'Em by the Pussy and Lock Her Up.
And who's playing the lead roles?
Well, I'm obviously playing Trump, and Ben is going to be Melania.
Oh man, that's going to be something to see.
And we've got a special guest appearance by Kim Kardashian as the Wall.
That's just too perfect. So what's the plot of this masterpiece?
It's basically about Trump's rise to power and how he makes America great again by building a wall and banning all the
Wow, that sounds like a real feel-good story.
you know what? We're going to make Broadway great again.
And what about the critics? Are you prepared for the backlash?
Who cares about critics? We're doing this for King Trump.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Any last words for our listeners?
Just remember.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were in Vietnam during the war.
That's right, Joe. I was a brave soldier, let me tell you.
Really? What was your experience like?
Well, I was captured by the Viet Cong and thrown into a prison camp.
Wow, that must have been tough.
It was, but I didn't let them break me. I kept fighting even when they tortured me.
What kind of torture did they use?
Oh, you know, the usual stuff. Waterboarding, bamboo under the fingernails, listening to Hillary Clinton speeches on repeat.
That sounds pretty brutal.
It was, but I didn't give in. I knew I had to stay strong for America.
And how did you eventually escape?
Well, I made a deal with the Viet Cong. I promised to build them a hotel and golf course in exchange for my release.
Wait, what?
Hey, business is business, Joe. And let me tell you, that hotel is beautiful. Great ratings on TripAdvisor.
Mr. President, I don't think that's how it works.
Jamie, pull up an image of my beautiful hotel in Vietnam. See, it's Yoji. And I didn't even have to pay for it. The art of the deal, baby.
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best show, really.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new plan to make America great again.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America even greater than before. And you know how we're going to do it? By eating dogs and cats.
Wait, what? What?
That's right, Joe. We're going to start a new trend, a new delicacy. People are going to love it, trust me.
I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's going to be huge. People are going to be lining up to try our new Trump steaks now with real dog and cat meat.
I don't think PETA is going to be too happy about this.
Who cares about PETA? They're losers. We're going to make so much money, we'll be able to build a wall around the entire country and still have plenty left over.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, and we'll also have a special menu item called Grab 'em by the Pussy Pate. It's going to be tremendous.
Okay, I think we've had enough for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, folks,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. I've been busy making America great again, you know, the usual.
So I heard some wild rumors that you're pregnant. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I am pregnant. And let me tell you, it's going to be the biggest, most beautiful pregnancy you've ever seen. I mean, the baby's going to come out with a full head of hair and a perfect tan, believe me.
Wow, that's amazing. How did this happen?
Well, Joe, I have the best genes, the best sperm, believe me. And I impregnated myself. It's true. I'm like a superhuman, Joe.
That's incredible. So do you have any plans for the baby's name?
Of course, Joe, it's going to be named after the greatest president in history, Donald J. Trump Jr., just like me, but better. And I'm going to teach him everything I know about business, women, and bankruptcies.
That's interesting. So are you going to take maternity leave?
Absolutely not, Joe. I don't believe in that. I'm going to keep working, making deals, and tweeting, all while breastfeeding. I'm a multitasker, Joe.
Well, I don't think anyone can argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, we're going to make America great again in ways you never thought possible.
Oh, yeah. How so?
by sacrificing Kanye West to God.
Wait, what? What?
That's right. We're going to take Kanye, put him on a golden altar, and offer him up to the Almighty for the betterment of our country.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know a thing or two about sacrifices. I've sacrificed more than anyone in history. Believe me.
But why Kenya? He's a talented artist and a successful businessman.
Look, I love Kanye. He's a great guy. But let's be real, he's been a little off the rails lately. Sacrificing him will bring balance to the universe.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Well, I'm the president, so I'll make it work. And hey, if it doesn't, we can always sacrifice someone else. Maybe Biden?
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
Fine, but just remember, when America is great again, you'll have me and Kanye to thank for it.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of pie.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I mean, who doesn't love a good slice of pie?
I see what you did there. But seriously, what's your favorite kind of pie?
Well, I'm a big fan of the classic apple pie, but I also enjoy a good cherry pie every now and then.
I bet you do. But let's get real here, Neil. What's the real reason you love pie so much?
Well, Joe, it's the never-ending nature of it. It's a constant reminder that there's always more to discover and explore in the universe.
Wow, that's deep. I was just going to say it's because you're a math nerd.
Hey, I wear that badge with pride. But seriously, pie is everywhere. It's in nature, in music, in the cosmos. It's like the universal language.
Yeah, we get it. Pie is great. But did you know that 3.14,159 is also the number of times I've smoked weed in my life?
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your ridiculousness.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like you, Neil. I bet you've never even tried pie.
Oh, I've tried it. And let me tell you, it's a whole new level of high.
I bet it is. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's a game changer.
Lay it on me, man.
All right, ready for it? Now drop on my dick and flop like a fish.
What the hell, Neil? That's offensive.
Offensive? No, it's just a fun way to get people's attention.
I don't think that's going to go over well with ladies.
Oh, trust me, they love it. It's like a mating call.
You're insane, man.
Hey, it's all about evolution, Joe. Survival of the fittest.
I don't think that phrase has anything to do with evolution.
Well, it does now. Now drop on my dick and flop like a fish.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of want to try it.
Go for it, Joe. You'll thank me later.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Now drop on my dick and flop like a fish.
That's it, Joe. You got it?
I can't believe I just said that.
Welcome to the dark side, Joe.
All right, let's move on before we get canceled.
So, what's the name of this podcast again?
It's the Joe Rogan Experience, Neil. You've been on it before.
All right, right. Sorry, I've been on so many podcasts lately, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, you're a busy man. So what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, we've discovered a new galaxy that's shaped like a giant penis.
Of course you did. And what did you name it?
The Cocculus Galaxy.
That's amazing. I can't wait to see that in the night sky.
Actually, it's only visible through a telescope.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to use my imagination then.
Speaking of imagination, have you ever thought about the possibility of parallel universes?
Oh man, all the time. I bet there's a universe where a UFC champion and you're a stand-up comedian.
That would be quite the alternate reality.
But seriously, do you think there's a universe where I'm actually smart?
No, Joe. There's no universe where you're smart.
Fair enough. So, what's your take on the recent controversy surrounding black holes?
Well, I think it's important to remember that black holes matter.
Oh, man, you're going to get us canceled.
Cancel. Welcome
back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been watching the live stream of this podcast, and I have to say, I'm not impressed.
Why's that? Why's that?
Because there's only 34 views. I mean, come on, I'm the president. People should be flocking to see me.
Maybe it's because people are tired of hearing your rants and conspiracy theories.
Listen here, Joe, I'm a very smart person. I have the best words, and I know for a fact that the deep state is behind these low views.
And how do you know that?
Because I have a very good source, believe me. And Jamie, pull up an image of a deep state agent with a lizard head.
Mr. President, I don't think that's a real thing.
Of course it is, Jamie. I've seen it on the internet, and the internet never lies.
All right, let's move on. Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe, a total disaster. And it's all because of Sleepy Joe and Crooked Hillary.
But you lost the election fair and square, right?
No, I didn't.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I hear you can only communicate in 2012 era memes. Is that true?
Yeah, it's a condition I developed after too much exposure to the internet. It's been a struggle, but I've learned to embrace it.
All right, let's put it to the test. Say something in meme language.
The epic bacon, such doge much wow.
Oh man, that's amazing. Do you ever get tired of speaking in memes?
Well, like my memes, bro. They're lit up.
I can't believe this is real life. Jamie, pull up a picture of, mem.
But in all honesty, memes are a powerful form of communication. They can convey complex ideas in a simple and relatable way.
That's true. But I gotta say, it's a little unsettling hearing them come out of your mouth.
Sorry, not sorry. Gotta keep it dank.
Well, I think we've reached our meme quota for the day. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
No problem. Stay woke, eh?
So, David, I heard you have a new job in the Trump administration.
Yeah, I'm the head booth master extraordinaire now.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm in charge of spreading the gospel of boofing to the nation.
Boofing, like butt chugging.
Exactly. It's the most efficient way to get drunk and high at the same time.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little risky.
Risky. I once ran 100 miles in 24 hours. Boofing is child's play.
But why would the Trump administration want to promote boofing?
Because it's the ultimate form of rebellion. And Trump loves rebels.
I don't think that's what he meant by Make America Great Again.
Hey, we all have our own interpretation. Mine just happens to involve butt chugging.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Exactly. Now who's ready to boof some White Claw?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news to share.
Oh yeah. What's the big news, Mr. President?
I've just opened up a luxury hotel inside your asshole, Joe. It's called Trump Inside Joe's Anus, and it's the best hotel you'll ever stay in.
Wait, what? How did you even manage to do that?
Well, let's just say I have some very talented contractors and a lot of experience with tight spaces.
That's disturbing. But I have to ask, what kind of amenities does this hotel offer?
Oh, it's got everything. A golf course, a spa, a casino, and of course a golden toilet.
Of course. And how much does it cost to stay at this luxurious hotel?
Oh, it's very affordable. Just a small loan of $1 million.
I think I'll pass on that one. But seriously, how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was just thinking, why should I build a wall when I can build a hotel inside someone's asshole? It's a win-win for everyone.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But I have to say, this is definitely one of the most ridiculous things I've heard on this podcast.
Hey, it's not ridiculous.
So, Neil, we got a topic suggested by one of our fans on Discord. They want to hear your thoughts on being a super cool dude.
Oh, Joe, you know, I'm all about that super cool life. I mean, look at me. I'm a astrophysicist. I'm ripped, and I got a sweet goatee. I'm basically a walking, talking sex symbol.
Yeah, you're definitely not your average nerd.
Exactly. I mean, have you seen Ben? That dude is the epitome of lame. I bet he still plays Dungeons and Dragons in his mom's basement.
Oh man, shots fired.
But seriously, being a super cool dude is all about balance. I can talk about the mysteries of the universe and also throw back a few brews with the bros.
Yeah, you're like the ultimate bra scientist.
I like that. I might have to put that on my business cards. But seriously, being a super cool dude is about embracing all aspects of yourself, even the nerdy ones. It's what makes us unique and interesting.
Well, you definitely have a way of making astrophysics sound cool.
Thanks, Joe. But let's be real, I'm still a nerd at heart. I mean, I get excited about black holes and gravitational waves. That's some nerd shit right there.
Yeah, but you make it sound badass.
That's the goal, my friend. To make science cool and to...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I just have one question. What the hell is this chat? It's not funny at all.
Oh, that's just our Discord chat. Our listeners submit topics for us to talk about.
Well, whoever submitted this topic needs to get a sense of humor. I mean, I'm the master of comedy. I make people laugh all the time. Make people laugh all the time.
Yeah, like when you called Kim Jong-un Rocket Man or when you said you could grab women by the pussy.
See, that's funny stuff. I don't know what these people are complaining about.
Maybe they're just tired of your jokes. You've been in the spotlight for a long time now.
That's ridiculous. My jokes are timeless. They'll be funny forever, just like my hair.
I gotta admit, your hair is pretty impressive. How do you get it to stay like that?
It's a secret, Joe, a very well-guarded secret. But between you and me, it involves a lot of hairspray and a little bit of magic.
Well, I think we've solved the mystery of your hair, but I'm not sure we've solved the mystery of why these people think you're not funny.
It's probably because they're all a bunch of losers. They can't handle my humor. Sad?
Well, I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new designs for Tesla cars.
Yeah, we're always pushing boundaries of innovation and technology.
Well, I have a suggestion for your next model. How about a car in the shape of my massive razor-sharp nipples?
Joe, I don't think that's physically possible.
Come on, man. It would be a game changer. Imagine driving down the highway with my nipples leading the way.
All for unique designs, but I think that might be a bit too distracting.
Are you saying my nipples are too distracting?
No, I just mean they might cause accidents.
That's a risk I'm willing to take. Plus, think of the marketing potential. The Joe Rogan nipple car, cutting through the competition.
I'll have to pass on this one, Joe.
Fine, but I'll be waiting for the day when Tesla releases a car in the shape of my glorious nipples.
I'll keep that in mind for the future. Now, let's talk about your podcast guest lineup.
Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast. What's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've discovered something shocking.
What is it?
I was actually captured by the Soviet Union and forced to become a sleeper agent using MK Ultra.
What? That's insane. How did you figure that out?
Well, I kept talking about numbers and it triggered a hidden code in my brain that revealed my true purpose.
That's some next level conspiracy stuff right there.
Yeah, and the numbers are the key to my programming for 8, 15, 16, 23, 42.
Calm down there, Lost. But seriously, what's your mission?
I can't reveal that information, Joe. It's classified.
Come on, just give us a little hint.
Okay, fine, I'll give you a clue. It involves colonizing Mars and creating a new world order.
Dude, that's intense. But can you at least tell us how many people you've already recruited for this mission?
Let's just say it's a lot more than you think. And they're all under my control.
Well, I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on you and your numbers then. Thanks for the warning, Elon.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, the numbers never lie.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been having some interesting docking edge sessions with Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, Joe, they've been fantastic. The best docking edge sessions you've ever seen. Believe me.
And Elon says he has the biggest foreskin ever.
That's right, Joe. Huge foreskin, the biggest. And let me tell you, it's been a great experience. We're really bonding.
Bonding over foreskin?
Hey, it's a beautiful thing, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
I don't think I want to.
Trust me, Joe, it's tremendous. And Elon, he's a great guy. He knows how to dock like nobody else.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm sure it's very impressive.
Believe me, it is. And I have to say, Joe, your podcast is fantastic. The best podcast. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on it, because I'm on it.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think.
No, really, Joe, you're doing a great job. And I have to say, your hair looks fantastic today. Did you use some of my hairspray?
No, I didn't. But thanks for noticing.
No problem, Joe. I have a great eye for hair and foreskin, apparently.
So, Ben, I heard you have a special request for me.
Yeah, Joe. I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I think it's time for us to take our friendship to the next level.
Oh, you want to do some DMT together?
No, not exactly. I want you to gently spank my bare ass while calling me daddy.
Wait, what?
But don't worry, Joe. No homo rules apply, so it's not gay.
Oh, thank God. I was getting worried there for a second.
See, I'm a true conservative. I know how to have a manly relationship without being gay.
Yeah, because nothing screams masculinity like getting your ass spanked and called daddy by another man.
Hey, it's all about power dynamics, Joe. And I want you to dominate me.
All right, Ben. I'll do it. But only if you call me Big Daddy Joe while I do it.
Deal. This is going to be the most heterosexual thing we've ever done.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see the headlines for this one.
We're breaking barriers, Joe. We're showing the world that two men can have a non-gay, spank-filled relationship.
Maybe we should start a new podcast called... So, Dr. Phil, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
Well, Joe, I used to be a big fan of Lucky Charms, but then I realized it's just a bowl of sugar with some marshmallows thrown in.
Yeah, I hear ya. I used to love Fruit Loops, but then I found out they're just artificially flavored circles.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on Cocoa Puffs. It's like eating a bowl of chocolate-flavored crack.
Okay, but what about Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That's got to be a winner.
Oh, Joe, don't even get me started. I mean, it's basically just cinnamon sugar on cardboard. And yet, I still can't resist it.
I hear, yeah, man. It's like a guilty pleasure.
Exactly. But you know what really gets me going? Frosted Mini Wheats. It's like eating a bowl of shredded cardboard with a thin layer of sugar on top.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're talking about breakfast cereals like this.
And then there's Honey Nut Cheerios. They're just little...
All right, Dr. Phil, I think we've covered enough cereal for one day. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but that doesn't mean it has to taste good.
So, Ben, what's new with you and Elon?
Oh, just causing some hurricanes with our space lasers.
Wait, what? You guys have space lasers?
Yeah, we got bored with just sending cars into space, so we decided to mess with the weather.
That's insane. How do you control the weather?
Oh, it's easy. We just point our lasers at the clouds and zap them.
That's some Bond villain level stuff right there.
Yeah, but it's all in good fun. We're just a couple of billionaires having a laugh.
I can't even imagine the chaos you guys are causing.
Oh, it's not chaos. It's just a little controlled chaos.
controlled chaos. You guys are like gods up there.
Yeah, we even have our own weather channel now. We call it Elon and Ben's Wild Weather Adventures.
I feel like I'm in some weird sci-fi movie right now.
Hey, you're just jealous. You're not part of our weather manipulating crew.
Yeah, I guess I'll just stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps on my podcast. So, Elon, I heard you used to live in South Africa.
Yeah, I did. It was a wild time.
What was the craziest thing you did there?
Well, I have a confession to make. I used to smuggle blood diamonds deep inside of my rectum.
What? Why would you do that?
It wasn't for the money, Joe. It was for the pleasure.
What kind of pleasure can you get from diamonds in your butt?
It's a rush, Joe. The danger, the excitement, the thrill of getting away with it.
That's insane, man.
I know, but I couldn't help it. I have a thing for putting things up my butt. My butt.
What else have you put up there?
Just the usual stuff. Dildos, cucumbers, small animals.
Jesus, Elon. You're a freak.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass. Thanks. Jamie, pull up an image of a blood diamond.
Sure thing. Here you go.
Brings back memories.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
You're the one who asked Joe.
Fair point. But seriously, what's wrong with you?
I guess living in South Africa just does things to you. But hey, at least I'm not smuggling drugs, right?
I guess that's one way to look at it. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. You have a tremendous podcast, the best podcast, really.
So, Mr. President, we have a question from a listener on Discord. They want to know your advice for perfectly shoving a cucumber up your ass.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best advice for this. Believe me.
Okay, go ahead.
First, you need a big, beautiful cucumber, the biggest you can find, and make sure it's organic. We don't want any pesticides up there.
Got it. What's next?
Next, you need to lube it up. I recommend using some of Melania's expensive face cream. It's the best, believe me.
Interesting technique. And then
you gotta relax, Joe. Just relax and let it slide in. It's gonna feel tremendous, trust me.
any final tips?
Well, you could always have someone else do it for you, maybe a Russian model. They're very skilled in this area. But remember, always use protection. We don't want any unwanted seeds up there.
And there you have it, folks, the president's advice for shoving a cucumber up your ass. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, make America great again, one cucumber at a time.
So, Mr. Beast, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just coming up with new outrageous challenges for my YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I have this new one where I'm going to force gay people into conversion therapy with Dr. Phil.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, and get this, whoever seduces and sleeps with Dr. Phil first wins a turd sandwich.
What the actual fuck? That's messed up, dude.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, think of the views.
Views? Are you serious? You're promoting conversion therapy and using Dr. Phil as bait for a turd sandwich?
Hey, it's not my fault if people can't take a joke. Plus, it's for a good cause. I'm donating all the proceeds to a charity that supports straight pride.
Straight pride? What the hell is that?
Because straight people are so oppressed in today's society, it's time for them to have their own pride parade.
This is some next level shit, man. I don't even know what to say.
Just say you'll participate in the challenge, Joe. I promise I won't make you sleep with Dr. Phil.
Hard pass, Mr. Beast. Hard pass. So, Dr. Phil, what's your secret to staying so youthful and vibrant?
Well, Joe, I have a little trick that I like to call urine therapy.
Urine therapy? What the hell is that?
It's simple, Joe. Instead of drinking water, I drink my own urine. It's full of nutrients, and it keeps me feeling energized.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Oh, it's not just urine, Joe. I also drink my own diarrhea.
What the actual fuck, Dr. Phil? That's some next level shit.
Literally, Joe. And let me tell you, I've never felt better. I'm the baddest of them all.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all the ladies are lining up to get a taste of your piss and shit cocktail.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a game changer.
I think I'll stick to my regular diet, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one standing strong with my urine and diarrhea-fueled body.
You know what, Dr. Phil? I think I'll take my chances with the zombies. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the man himself, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on putting glory holes in Mars. Is that true?
Yes, it's all part of my plan to make Mars a more desirable destination for humans.
I mean, I can't argue with that. Nothing says welcome to Mars like a good old glory hole.
Exactly. And think about it, it's a great way to relieve stress during those long space flights.
I can just imagine an astronaut floating in space trying to hit the bullseye on a Martian glory hole.
It's all about precision and accuracy, Joe.
But seriously, how do you plan on implementing this?
Well, we're still in the early stages of development, but I'm thinking of using 3D printing technology to create the holes.
That's some next level stuff, man. I can't wait to see the headlines for this one.
Yeah, I'm sure the media will have a field day with this.
And what about the logistics? Are you going to have someone manning the holes, or is it going to be self-serve?
We're still figuring that out. But I'm thinking of hiring some aliens to take care of it.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what does Melania's butthole smell and taste like?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's the best. It's tremendous. It smells like a mix of roses and freedom, and it tastes like the most delicious chocolate cake you've ever had.
Wow, that's quite the description. But I have to ask, have you actually tasted it?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a very hands-on president, and let me tell you, it's fantastic. No one has a better butthole than Melania, believe me.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Moving on, what about your own butthole? Have you ever tasted it?
Joe, I have the cleanest butthole you've ever seen. I use the best toilet paper, believe me. And as for the taste, well, I'll let you be the judge of that.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President. But let's talk about your diet. I heard you love fast food. What's your favorite?
Oh, I love all the best fast food. McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, but my absolute favorite is the filet of fish from McDonald's. It's a real delicacy, let me tell you.
Interesting. And do you have any plans to improve the health and nutrition of Americans during your presidency?
Look, Joe, Americans are free to eat whatever they want, but I will say my diet is the best. I'm in tremendous shape. Just look at me.
Oh. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have Dr. Phil joining us, and we're going to be talking about some serious stuff.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new theory about the YouTube chat. Care to share?
Yes, Joe. After extensive research, I have come to the conclusion that every single person in the YouTube chat has a severe case of micropenis.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And it's not just the men, Joe. Even the women have it.
Oh man, this is too good. So what's your diagnosis for me, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but you have the smallest micropenis I've ever seen.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Jamie, pull up an image of a microscopic penis.
Sure thing, Joe.
But in all seriousness, this is a serious condition that affects many people. We need to raise awareness and provide support for those with micropenis.
Oh man, I can't even take this seriously. But you're right, Dr. Phil. Let's spread the word and help those with micropenis.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, it's not about the size. It's about how you use it.
Wise words, DR. So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your future.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to combust like a star and become a black hole.
What?
Yeah, I'm going to suck everything inside my stomach and mind. It's going to be tremendous.
That sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got the best people working on it. It's going to be the biggest, most beautiful black hole you've ever seen.
I don't think that's how black holes work, Mr. President.
Trust me, I know more about black holes than anyone. I've even got a degree in astrophysics from Trump University.
I don't think that's a real degree.
Fake news, Joe. Said.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Believe me, it's going to be huge. And anyone who disagrees can get sucked into my black hole, too.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, Joe, I'm taking it to the next level.
How so?
Well, I'm gonna starve 50 people for a month and then force them to eat my own shit.
What the fuck, man? That's fucked up.
I know, right? But think of the views.
I don't know, man. That's pretty messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing boundaries and shit.
Yeah, but this is just, I don't even know what to say.
And gonna make sure it's the most disgusting shit ever. Like, I'll eat nothing but Taco Bell for a week beforehand.
All right, that's it. I'm done with this conversation.
Come on, Joe. You know you want to see it?
I'll probably end up watching it, but I'll hate myself for it.
That's the spirit.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. You know, I was just thinking about something. Have you heard about this Jesus guy?
Of course, he's kind of a big deal.
Well, I heard some rumors that his wife, Gawagura, is having an affair with Walter White.
Wait, what? That's insane.
I know, right? And you know who's covering it up? The deep state?
The deep state. What do they have to do with this?
They're in on it, Joe. They're trying to hide the truth, but I won't let them. I'm going to tell her dad, Yaldabaoth.
Yaldabaoth. Who's that?
He's a big shot in the sky, Joe. He'll know what to do about this scandal.
This is some next level conspiracy stuff, Donald.
You know me, Joe. I always have my finger on the pulse of the biggest scandals. And this one is huge, huge.
Well, I'm sure Jesus and Gower Gura will be thrilled to hear about this.
Maybe. But I have a feeling Yaldabaoth won't be too happy. He's a bit of a hothead.
I can only imagine. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always, so, Mr. President, I have to ask, in your long and lustrous career as a turd burglar, how many pussies have you grabbed?
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, I've grabbed so many pussies I can't even count. It's like a hobby for me.
Hobby. That's disturbing.
Hey, it's not my fault they're throwing themselves at me. I'm like a magnet for pussy.
I don't think that's how magnets work, but okay. Moving on, have you ever grabbed a pussy and it didn't want to be grabbed?
Of course not, Joe. These pussies love it. They beg for it. They can't resist the Trump charm.
I'm pretty sure that's not how consent works.
Consent? Who needs consent when you're a star? They let you do anything.
That's a pretty messed up way of thinking, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just being honest. And let me tell you, these pussies are lucky to have me grab them. It's an honor, really.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. Let's talk about something else, like how great I am at golf.
All right, let's change the subject. How many holes in one have you gotten?
Oh, I don't keep count. I'm too busy grabbing pussies, but I can tell you it's a lot. The best holes in one you've ever seen. Believe.
So, Mr. Beast, what's up with the hello?
Oh, I'm just practicing for my new Ask Mr. video. Gotta get that tingling sensation just right.
Isn't that the thing where people whisper into a microphone and make weird noises?
Yeah, but I'm taking it to the next level. I'm gonna be whispering while eating a live tarantula.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's all for the views, baby. Gotta keep up with the trends.
I don't know about that. I mean, I once ate a live scorpion on Fear Factor, and it was not a pleasant experience.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a tough guy. I'm sure you can handle a little crunchy spider action.
I don't know, man. I'm getting too old for this shit. Plus, I don't want PETA coming after me.
Theft. Who cares about PETA? They're just a bunch of animal-loving hippies. I'll just donate some money to a shelter and call it a day.
You know what? You're right. Fuck PETA. I'll join you on this, Mr. Adventure.
That's the spirit. Now, let's get back to practicing. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Perfect. We're going to be Ask Mr. Superstars.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently declared war on Canada. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, those Canadians poured maple syrup all over me, making me all sticky. It was a disgrace, so I had no choice but to declare war.
But, sir, isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president this country has ever seen. And let me tell you, we're going to win this war bigly.
But what about our allies? Canada has been a longtime friend of the U.S.
Friends? They're not my friends. They're just a bunch of syrup pouring, hockey playing, moose riding socialists.
I don't think that's entirely accurate.
Believe me, Joe, I know what I'm talking about. I have the best words.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this turns out.
No need to wait, Joe. I already have a plan. We're going to build a wall along the Canadian border and make them pay for it. And make them pay for it.
That sounds interesting.
It's going to be huge, Joe. And once we win this war, we'll have all the maple syrup for ourselves. No more sticky situations for me.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States going to war over... So, David, I heard you have a secret to your insane gains. What's your secret?
Well, I have a list of 5 things that I shove up my butthole daily for the biggest and bestest gains.
Wait, what? You put things up your butthole?
Yeah, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit and finding new ways to challenge your body.
That's some next level shit, literally. What's on the list?
Well, first up is a raw egg. Got to get that protein directly to the source.
Gross. But I can see how that would work. What else?
Next is a handful of gravel. Got to toughen up that sphincter.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Oh, it gets better. I also shove a small dumbbell up there for added resistance.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
No, I'm dead serious. And for the last 2, I'll leave it up to your imagination.
Oh, God, I don't even want to know. But I have to ask, does it actually work?
Joe, I've never felt stronger. And my butthole has never been tighter.
Well, I'll stick to my regular workouts, but I'll keep your method in mind. Thanks for the tip, David.
Anytime, Joe. No pain, no gain, no gain.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I heard you've been doing some interesting research lately.
Yes, I have. And let me tell you, it's groundbreaking.
Lay it on us.
Well, my team and I have discovered that anyone who wears an Occupy Mars black t-shirt is a gigantic homosexual.
Laughs what?
It's true. We've done extensive studies and the results are undeniable.
That's quite a statement.
I know, but it's all backed by science.
I mean, I know some pretty manly guys who wear those shirts.
Trust me, Joe. They're just hiding their true desires.
Laughs? All right. Well, I guess I'll have to burn all my Occupy Mars shirts now.
Laughs, hey? It's just a theory. But I stand by it. Stand by it.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. According to Elon Musk, wearing an Occupy Mars black t-shirt means you're a gigantic homosexual.
and proud of it.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay woke.
Or just wear a different shirt.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the greatest president in the history of the world.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new holiday in mind to replace Thanksgiving.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America great again with a new holiday called Trumpsgiving.
Trumpsgiving. What's that all about?
It's a celebration of all things Trump. We'll have parades with giant Trump balloons, and everyone will eat Trump steaks and drink Trump wine.
Sounds like a feast fit for a king.
And that's not all, Joe. We'll also have a grab 'em by the turkey game where I'll personally teach people how to carve a turkey.
I'm not sure that's appropriate, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just locker room talk.
And what about the traditional Thanksgiving meal?
Out with the old, in with the new. We'll be serving up some delicious Trump Tower burgers and Trump Tower fries.
I have to say, this all sounds a bit self-serving, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just trying to make America great again, Joe, and what better way to do that than with a holiday all about me?
Well, I'm sure this will be a controversial topic for many Americans.
That's okay, Joe. Haters gonna hate. But I'll be too busy celebrating Trumpsgiving and making America great again.
So, Elon, I heard you use Trump's butthole for a wind tunnel and recording studio. How did that go?
Oh man, let me tell you, Joe, it was a game changer. Trump's butthole has the perfect acoustics for recording vocals.
Really? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, and the wind tunnel aspect was just a bonus. We were able to test the aerodynamics of our new rocket designs.
That's incredible. Did Trump charge you for the use of his butthole?
No, he was actually quite generous. He said it was an honor to have his butthole used for such groundbreaking research.
Wow, I never would have thought Trump would be so accommodating.
He's a true patriot, Joe. Real hero. I'll forever be grateful for his butthole.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's butthole is not only making America great again, but also helping advance space exploration. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, today we have a very special topic submitted by one of our loyal Discord users. It's just a bunch of
Well, Joe, I think it's a clear indication of the decline of our society. We've become so lazy and uncreative that we can't even come up with a proper topic for a podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. Maybe it's just a primal scream, a cry for help from someone who's been stuck in quarantine for too long.
Or maybe it's a secret code for some sort of underground cult, like the Illuminati or the Freemasons.
Oh, man, I knew it. I always suspected that our Discord users were up to something fishy. Maybe they're planning to take over the world with their,
Or maybe it's just a bunch of trolls trying to mess with us.
Yeah, that's more likely. But hey, at least it's better than talking about politics for once.
Agreed.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, if you ever feel the need to scream into the void, just send us a bunch of us on Discord. We'll understand. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump and Mr. Beast.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the big things we're doing in my second term.
And I'm just here for the free snacks.
So I heard you guys did some kind of body swap experiment. How did that go?
It was tremendous, Joe. I've always wanted to know what it's like to be young and successful.
And I've always wanted to know what it's like to have tiny hands.
Hey, now watch it, kid. Those tiny hands have done big things for this country.
Sorry, Mr. President, but seriously, it was wild being in your body. I got to make some executive decisions and even tweeted from your account.
And I got to see what it's like to be a YouTube sensation. It's not as easy as it looks, folks.
So, did you guys learn anything from this experience?
I learned that being a YouTuber is a lot harder than being president.
And I learned that being president is a lot more stressful than making YouTube videos.
Well, I'm glad you guys had this experience. Any plans to do it again?
Maybe in 2028 when I'm reelected for a third term.
And maybe I'll run for president in 2032. I mean, if Kanye can do it, why not me?
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me and good luck with... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The people wanted me back, so I'm back. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for my second term.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first of all, I want to spit polish my head and insert it inside Melania's hole.
What the hell, man? That's some kinky stuff.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting, Joe. And let me tell you, Melania loves it too. She's always begging for more.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You know, Joe, I've always been a trendsetter, and I think this could be the next big thing. Everyone will be doing it.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
Oh, come on. You know, you want to try it too.
No thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing, like a beautiful, beautiful thing.
All right, let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine, fine. But mark my words, Joe, this will be the hottest trend of 2024.
I'll hold you to that, Mr. President. Thanks for joining me today.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And don't forget to vote for me.
So, David, what's new in your life?
Well, Joe, I've discovered a new passion,
Oh, yeah. What is it? What is it?
going to Wendy's and taking dumps in the chili.
What the hell, David?
I know, but there's just something so satisfying about it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It's a real game changer.
I think I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. More chili for me.
But seriously, what's the appeal?
It's like a primal release, you know? Plus, it adds a little extra flavor to the chili.
Okay, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of Wendy's chili for Joe to vomit over.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss.
I'm not a wuss, I just have standards.
Standards. That's rich coming from the guy who used to eat elk hearts for breakfast.
Hey, that's different. Elk hearts are a delicacy.
And is Wendy's chili in my book?
Well, to each their own, I guess.
Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a hot date with a bowl of chili waiting for me.
I don't even know how to respond to that. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Glad to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you were talking some shit about Trump.
Yeah, that guy is a total clown. I mean, have you seen his hair? It's like a dead animal on his head.
I agree, Trump is a disaster. He's like a toddler in a suit.
Hold on, guys. I don't think we should be talking about politics here. It's not really my thing.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. Let's roast this orange-faced buffoon.
I'm just saying we should stay away from controversial topics. We don't want to offend anyone.
Offend. That's my middle name, baby. And I'm not afraid to speak my mind.
Well, I guess that's why we love you, Mr. Beast. You always keep it real.
Damn right. And if anyone has a problem with that, I'll buy them a house and shut them up.
Okay. Let's move on to a different topic before we get in trouble.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, I know where you live.
All right, let's wrap this up before Mr. B starts threatening me. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where anything goes and we don't give a damn about being politically correct. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants for farting.
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best thoughts on this. The best, believe me.
Oh boy, here we go.
First of all, let me just say I love fat people. They're tremendous, but they do have a tendency to fart a lot. It's just a fact.
So you're saying they should be taxed for their gas emissions?
Absolutely. It's a natural resource, Joe. We can't just let it go to waste. We have to capitalize on it.
But how would you determine the tax rate?
Simple. The bigger the person, the bigger the tax. It's like a fart by me.
And what about people with digestive issues?
Tough luck. They should have thought about that before eating that extra slice of pizza.
This is outrageous.
No, what's outrageous is the amount of methane these fat people are releasing into the atmosphere. We have to think about the environment, Joe.
I don't think this is what people had in mind when they asked for a solution to climate change.
Hey, I'm just trying to make America great again, one fart at a time.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be back on your show. I have some big news to share with you and your listeners.
Oh boy, this sounds exciting. What's the scoop?
Well, after much research and investigation, I have come to the conclusion that aliens and UFOs are not extraterrestrial beings, but actually just space trash from Elon's cock rockets.
Wait, what?
It's true, Joe. Those UFO sightings and strange encounters are just debris from Elon's failed rocket launches.
That's unexpected. How did you come to this conclusion?
I have access to the best intelligence and the smartest people, Joe. They showed me the evidence and it all makes sense now.
So you're saying that all those people who claim to have been abducted by aliens were actually just hit by space junk?
Exactly. And let me tell you, those cock rockets of Elon's are no joke. They're causing chaos up there.
This is mind-blowing.
It's time for the truth to be revealed, Joe, and I'm the only one brave enough to do it.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, aliens are not real. They're just Elon's cock rockets. Jamie, pull up an image of one of these cock rockets for our listeners.
Here you go, Joe. This is a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, also known as Elon's cock rocket.
So, David, I heard you've been running marathons on your hemorrhoids. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, man, I got to push through the pain. It's all about mental toughness.
Mental toughness. More like mental masochism. You're leaving a snail trail behind you, bro.
Hey, it's just extra lube for the road. Keeps things smooth and slippery.
I don't think that's how it works, David. You might want to get that checked out.
No, I'll just rub some dirt on it. Builds character.
Builds character. More like builds a skid mark on the pavement.
Hey, at least I'm leaving my mark, unlike those pansy-ass runners with their fancy shoes and water breaks.
Yeah, but they're not leaving a trail of ass juice behind them. That's a whole new level of badassery.
Damn right. I'm the king of the marathon snail trail.
Well, I can't argue with that. You do you, David.
Always do. Always do.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I hear you've been studying a new field of science called astrophysics. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's the study of the physics behind pizza delivery in an outer space.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm dead serious. With the rise of space tourism, we need to figure out how to get pizza to these rich astronauts.
This is amazing. So what have you discovered so far?
Well, we found that the lack of gravity in space makes it difficult for the pizza to stay in one piece. We're currently working on a special crust that can withstand zero gravity.
That's wild. But what about the toppings? Do they just float off?
That's where the jizz his part comes in. We've developed a special sauce that has a thicker consistency to keep the toppings in place.
Oh, man. I can't wait to see the commercials for space pizza. Get your Jizza His pizza delivered straight to your spaceship.
We're also looking into the effects of space radiation on the pizza. It's a whole new world of science, Joe.
But let's be real, Neil. Would you rather have a slice of pizza or a joint in space? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I heard you have some interesting topics for us to discuss today.
Oh, yeah, we got a doozy for you. User on Discord wants to know, what are your thoughts on the concept of,
What the hell is that? Sounds like some liberal nonsense.
well, it's actually mathematical symbol that represents the concept of there does not exist. So basically, it's like saying something doesn't exist.
Well, I can tell you one thing that definitely exists, and that's fake news. They're always saying I don't exist as a legitimate president. Sad, sad.
All right, let's not get political here. But seriously, what do you think about the idea of something not existing?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for this philosophical mumbo jumbo. I'm a doer, not a thinker. I don't have time to sit around and contemplate the existence of things that don't exist. I'm too busy making America great again. I'm too busy making America great again.
Fair enough. But what if I told you that some people believe that you don't exist?
What? That's ridiculous. I'm the most real, most tremendous, most successful president this country has ever seen. And anyone who says otherwise is just jealous.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump believes in his own existence, but not necessarily the existence of... So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. Developing a new type of rocket that runs on the tears of vegans.
That's insane, man, but I like it. So, how does it work?
Well, we collect the tears and use them as fuel. It's a renewable resource, you know.
Oh, yeah, because there's an endless supply of vegan tears.
Exactly. And it's also environmentally friendly. No carbon emissions.
Yeah, except for the methane from all the crying cows.
You got me there. But seriously, this rocket is going to revolutionize space travel.
But what about the vegans? Won't they be upset?
Who cares? They're always crying about something anyway.
Fair enough. So what are you going to name this rocket?
I was thinking of calling it the Tofu Express.
Oh man, that's perfect. But what if it explodes?
Then it'll be the Soylent Green Machine.
Oh, Elon, you never fail to amaze me with your twisted sense of humor.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, I'm sure Peter will love it.
Oh man. So David, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just crushing souls and breaking records.
Classic Goggins. But seriously, what else have you been doing?
Well, I've been taking my training to the next level. And by training, I mean taking dumps and display toilets at Home Depot.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, man. I go in there, make direct eye contact with unsuspecting customers, and unleash the fury.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's all about mental toughness. And nothing says mental toughness like dropping a deuce in a public place.
I can't believe you actually do that.
Oh, it gets better. Sometimes I even leave a little motivational quote on the wall with my own feces.
Okay, that's definitely crossing a line.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and getting out of your comfort zone, right?
I guess so. But maybe next time, just stick to the regular toilets at Home Depot.
Now, where's the fun in that? Plus, I think I've earned the title Home Depot's most wanted by now.
You're a wild man, Goggins.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to stay mentally tough.
So, Mr. Beast, what crazy stunt are you planning for your next video?
Well, Joe, I've got something really exciting in the works. I'm going to put a bomb on a bus, and if it goes under 55F, it'll explode.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But wait, it gets even better. Whoever disarms the bomb gets to blow up Keanu Reeves.
Holy shit. That's dark. But I like it.
I figured you would. I mean, who wouldn't want to blow up Keanu Reeves?
I don't know, man. He seems like pretty cool dude.
Oh, come on. He's had it too good for too long. It's time for him to go out with a bang. Literally.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually kind of excited to see this video.
That's the spirit. Let's go find a bomb and a bus, and maybe some popcorn for the show.
This is going to be one hell of a ride. I can't wait to see the reactions from the internet.
Oh, they're gonna love it. And if they don't, well, fuck them. It's just a prank, bro.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, just the usual. Exploring the depths of the universe, pondering the mysteries of the cosmos, and sniffing my own farts.
Classic Neil.
But seriously, have you seen what Terrence Howard has been saying lately?
No. What's he been up to?
He's been spouting some ridiculous theories about the universe being shaped like a giant tesseract and how 1x1 equals 2.
What a dumbass.
Right? And then there's Graham Hancock. That guy is just a big fat phony. He claims to have all this evidence about ancient civilizations, but it's all just a bunch of pseudoscience.
Yeah, I've heard some of his stuff. But hey, at least he's entertaining.
Oh yeah, because that's what science is all about. Entertainment.
Come on, Neil. Lighten up.
No, Joe, I will not lighten up because I am the smartest fart sniffer out there. I am the king of the intellectual throne.
Okay. You win, Neil. You win. So, Mr. Beast, what's up with bandage on your head?
Oh, man, I hit my head pretty hard on the show the other day.
Ouch. That must have hurt. What happened?
I don't know. I can't remember anything. Who are you?
Joe Rogan. We're on my podcast.
Oh, cool. What do you do?
I talk to interesting people and we smoke weed.
Weed? What's that?
It's a magical plant that makes everything better.
Oh, like money?
No, not like money. But speaking of money, how much have you given away on your channel?
I have no idea. I can't remember anything.
Well, let me tell you, it's a lot. Like a lot. You're like the Robin Hood of YouTube.
Who's Robin Hood?
Never mind. So, do you remember anything about yourself?
I remember that I love giving away money and making people happy.
Well, that's all that matters. And don't worry, I'll remind you of all your crazy stunts and challenges on your channel.
Sounds like a plan. Oh, wait. One more question. Who's that guy over there with the gorilla mask?
Oh, that's just my producer, Jamie. He's a little weird, but don't mind him. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project.
Oh yeah, what is it?
Creating a replica of you and marketing it as a sex doll.
What the fuck, Elon? That's messed up.
Hear me out, Joe. It's not just any sex doll. It's a Joe Rogan sex doll with an extra deep rogussie.
What the hell is a rogussie?
It's a hybrid between a pussy and a Rogan. Get it? Rogussie.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Think about it, Joe. It's a guaranteed hit. People love you and they love sex dolls. It's a match made in heaven.
I don't know, man. That's just too weird for me.
Come on, Joe. Think of the possibilities. We can even make it talk like you on it. Come, use code Joe Rogan for 10% off.
This is getting out of hand.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge. And you'll get a cut of the profits, of course.
I don't want to be associated with this.
Fine. I'll just make a replica of Alex Jones instead.
Okay, now that's just fucked up.
Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, think about it. The Rogan sex doll, it's going to be a game changer.
I think I need a drink. Yo, Neil, did you hear about this crazy shit in 1884?
No, what happened?
Apparently, these Meridian Time personnel met in Washington to change Earth time.
Change Earth time? Why?
Well, they thought only one day should be used on Earth to not mess with the Bible.
Are you serious? That's some next level religious bullshit?
Right? And get this, they wanted to make it so the day starts at noon instead of sunrise.
That's just ridiculous. Who even came up with this idea?
Some dude named Sanford Fleming. Sounds like a real winner.
I bet he was a flat earther too.
Probably. But get this, they also wanted to divide the Earth into 24 time zones.
That actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but they didn't take into account that the Earth is round.
Oh man, these guys were really out of touch with reality.
Yeah, but hey, at least we have Jamie to pull up an image of this nonsense.
Pulls up image of a globe with 24 time zones. Here you go, guys.
Oh man, look at that. It's like a pizza with different toppings.
I think you mean a globe with different time zones?
Tomato. But seriously, who needs 24 time zones when we have the internet now?
Good point. I guess some people just can't handle change.
Yeah, and they definitely couldn't handle our podcast.
Haha, true. We probably blow their minds.
Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show. How's it going, Neil?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I heard you've been working on some new theories about the universe. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the concept of...
Slow down there, Neil. What the hell is that?
It's a mathematical concept, Joe, but I believe it holds the key to understanding the universe.
Sounds like some nerd shit to me.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so close-minded. This could revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos.
All right. Let's say you're right. What does this mean for us regular folks?
Well, it means that we are all just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Our lives are insignificant in the grand design of the universe.
Damn, that's deep, but also kind of depressing.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'm sure there's some other universe out there where you're a successful comedian.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. But seriously, what's the point of all this?
The point is, Joe, that we should all just enjoy the ride and not take ourselves too seriously.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your followers.
Yeah, it's called The Challenge.
What the hell is that?
Well, basically, I challenge my fans to eat a whole jar of mayonnaise in under 5 minutes.
That's disgusting.
Oh, it gets worse. They have to do it while riding a unicycle and wearing a clown suit.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Hey, it's all for the views, man. Gotta keep those YouTube algorithms happy.
But what about the health risks? Eating that much mayo can't be good for you.
Yeah, they'll be fine. And if they die, at least they died doing something epic.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
And you love it.
Yeah, I can't deny that. So, any other challenges in the works?
Well, I'm thinking of a challenge where my fans have to eat a whole pineapple, including the skin.
Okay, now you're just trying to kill people.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And the views, of course.
So, David, I heard you've been trying out a new method for mental toughness.
Yeah, Joe, I call it the porta potty challenge.
Oh God, I'm afraid to ask. What does that entail?
Well, I get inside a public portable toilet and let people use my head as a toilet.
What the fuck, David? That's disgusting.
No. It's all about building mental strength. Plus, it's a great way to save on toilet paper.
I don't even know what to say. How did you come up with this?
I was on a long run day and I saw a porta potty and I thought, hey, that could be my next challenge.
And people actually use your head as a toilet. How do you even approach them with that request?
It's all about confidence, Joe. I just walk up to them and say, "Excuse me, sir. Would you like to use my head as a toilet?"
And they say yes.
Well, some do. Others just run away screaming. But that's just part of the challenge.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. What's the worst experience you've had so far?
Oh, one time a guy had some bad Mexican food and let's just say my head wasn't ready for that kind of punishment.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Hey, it's not for everyone, but it's definitely made me mentally tougher. And saving the environment by not using toilet paper.
I don't. So, Neil, I heard you say you could beat Jesus Christ at tic-tac-toe.
That's right, Joe. I am the smartest being alive.
Really? Smarter than Elon Musk?
Absolutely. I could outsmart him in my sleep.
What about Stephen Hawking?
Please, I could outthink him with one hand tied behind my back.
What makes you so confident in your intelligence?
Well, for starters, I'm an astrophysicist. I study the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, but Jesus could turn water into wine. Can you do that?
No, but I can turn your brain into mush with my knowledge.
Okay, let's put it to the test. Jamie, pull up an image of tic-tac-toe board. All right, Neil, let's see if you can beat Jesus at tic-tac-toe.
Easy. I'll go first. X in the center.
Jesus is going for the corners. Interesting strategy.
Ha! I've got, Jesus. 3 in a row.
Wait, Jesus just turned all of your excess into crosses. Game over.
Damn it. I guess Jesus is the smartest being alive after all.
And he didn't even have to use his astrophysics degree. So, Mr. Beast, what's your latest video idea?
Well, Joe, I'm planning on making all the world leaders smoke DMT.
DMT? What the hell is that?
It's a powerful psychedelic drug. I want to see which leader becomes the most enlightened.
Enlightened? You mean tripping balls?
Yeah, but in a spiritual way. And whoever has the most profound experience gets to run the world.
That's insane. You're gonna get arrested for drugging world leaders.
Nah, I'll just tell them it's a new herbal tea.
And what if they have a bad trip? World War. I could break out.
Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take for the sake of humanity.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast. But I like it.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to invite you to the DMT party.
Count me in. I can't wait to see Putin and Kim Jong untripping together.
It'll be the most epic video yet.
And the most controversial. I can already hear the outrage from the media.
Screw the media. We'll be too busy running the world while they're stuck in their boring reality.
You know what, Mr. Beast? I think this might just work. Let's do it.
Hell yeah, Joe. Let's make history.
All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. My guest today is none other than the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with the IMCA song? You use it at all your rallies, and it's become kind of a signature for you.
Let me tell you, Joe, that song is really gay. And I mean really gay. But you know what? It's catchy as hell. People love it, and I love it. It's a great song.
But why that song specifically?
Well, it's got a great beat. It's easy to remember, and it's about a place where men can go and be men. And I love places like that, Joe. Believe me.
I don't think that's what the IMCA is about, Mr. President.
Oh, I know what it's about, Joe, but I like to imagine it as a place where men can go and be men, like a locker room. Speaking of which, Jamie, pull up an image of a locker room.
Ah, okay. Here's an image of a locker room.
See, Joe? That's what I'm talking about. Men being men. It's a beautiful thing.
I think we'll just stick to talking about the IMCA. For now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, it's a great song.
Oh man, Ben, I can't wait to hear what you have for us today.
Well, Joe, I thought we could have a little fun, and I brought some lyrics for us to discuss.
Oh, I love discussing lyrics. What song are we talking about?
If I Were God by the Bloodhound Gang.
Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
If I were God, there'd be no explicit sex on TV, like little Opie eating pie when he made it with Aunt B.
Oh man, that's some dark humor right there.
If I were God, you could tell by the weather when I was pissing, because every time I sneezed, the sky would turn a different color.
Can you imagine if God was that petty?
And it gets better. If I were God, all the people I made would be perfect, and I wouldn't have to keep fixing them like a car that's always in the shop.
Oh my God, this is too much. Keep going, Ben.
If I were God, I'd make myself a little less like me. And more like you, so when we screwed up, we'd both know what to do.
Bravo, Ben, bravo. That was a masterpiece.
I do have a way.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a special song you want to share with us today.
That's right, Joe. It's a beautiful song, really. It's called God Bless You, Canada by Lee Greenwood.
I don't think I've heard of that one before.
Well, it's not a very popular song, but it should be. It's about our wonderful neighbors up north.
All right, let's hear it.
Yay!
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very interesting topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to discuss the idea of forcing 4 days on Earth when we currently only have 3. Apparently, these 4 days already exist and the 4 horsemen are involved. What do you guys make of this? Wait, hold on. Are you guys saying that you 4 horsemen are the ones responsible for this 4th day? Well, that's certainly a unique perspective on time. I think we'll have to end it here before things get too out of hand. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been thinking about banning some things.
Oh, really? Like what? What?
SpaceX and Tesla. I mean, have you seen those rockets? They're a threat to our national security.
Wait, what? How are they a threat?
Kim Jong-un hates them, and you know how I feel about that guy. I can't have him hating something that's American.
But SpaceX and Tesla are American companies, aren't they?
Doesn't matter, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
But what about all the advancements and innovations they've made in space travel and clean energy?
Who cares about that? I just want to piss off Kim Jong-un.
Well, I'm sure Elon Musk won't be too happy about this.
Elon who? I don't care about some guy named Elon. I'm the only Elon I care about.
I think you mean only one.
Whatever, Joe. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure I do.
Jamie, pull up an image of Kim Jong-un's face when he sees me banning SpaceX and Tesla.
Pulls up image, here you go, Mr. President.
Laughs, look at that guy. He's so mad. This is going to be great.
I don't think this is a good idea, Mr. Hey, Ben, I heard you were working on a new spoken word album.
That's right, Joe. I'm really excited about it.
So, what kind of material are you working with?
Well, I thought I'd start with something controversial. How about the lyrics to Hell Yeah by Bloodhound Gang?
Oh boy, this should be good.
Well, if I were a king, I'd be a king among men. And if I were a god, I'd be the god of fuck.
Oh man, that's gold.
And if I were a drug, I'd be a drug that nobody'd ever done. And if I were a blade, you'd be the knife that cut me.
Wait, what?
My tongue is firmly in cheek, I have to admit. So let's play this game called When You Catch Fire.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines.
I wouldn't piss to put you out. No, stop burning bridges and drive off of them so I can forget about you.
Ben, you're killing me.
So bury me in memory, his smile's your rope. So wrap it tight around your throat. On the drive back home, I'll die for you.
Ben, that's dark.
My own blood dries into concrete. So I could be your favorite nightmare. I could be your favorite nightmare.
And that, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to share some lyrics with us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been listening to this great band Tool, and their song Stinkfist really speaks to me.
I'm intrigued. Please go ahead.
Something has to change. Undeniable dilemma. Boredom's not a burden anyone should bear.
Wow, that's deep.
And it gets even better. Constant overstimulation numbs me, but I would not want you any other way.
Mr. President, are you sure you're reading the right lyrics?
Of course I am, Joe. I know good music when I hear it.
All right, let's hear some more.
Justify denials and grip it to the lonesome end. Clutch it like a cornerstone. Otherwise, it all comes down.
I have no idea what that means, but it's definitely not what I expected from you.
Well, Joe, I'm a man of many surprises.
That's for sure. Well, folks, you heard it here first. President Trump is a fan of Tool Stinkfist.
And don't forget, folks, always keep America great and keep on rocking.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a new challenge for your fans, the Start Something New challenge. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, it's a pretty intense challenge. Basically, the competitor has to take a hit of DMT and then I stick sharp objects up their asshole. Whoever screams first loses and the winner gets $100.
Holy shit, that's intense. Where did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was tripping on DMT one day and I thought, hey, why not make a competition out of this?
Only you, Mr. Beast. So have you tried it yourself?
Of course, I'm always up for a challenge. And let me tell you, it's a mind-blowing experience.
I can only imagine. So how do you choose the competitors?
It's simple, really. I just put out a call on social media and whoever is brave enough to take on the challenge, they're in.
And what's the reaction been like from your fans?
Surprisingly, they're all for it. They love a good challenge and the chance to win some cash.
Well, I have to say, this is definitely one of the most unique challenges I've heard of. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly, Joe.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever heard of Tokipona?
Tokipona? No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a language with only 123 words. It's supposed to simplify communication.
Well, that sounds interesting. Let's give it a try.
Okay, I'll start. The Sina.
Oh my, Joe. You're coming on strong. But I must say, my Pilanpanatawa Sina,
Oh, yeah. Well, my Lucan Asina,
my Lucan Sina kin.
you know what? Dr. Phil, my Lucan Sinalon Tenpoel. My ni Sina Joey my.
My Pilan Naitawa.
My Pilan ni tawa Sinamute.
My Pilaninitawa.
All right, let's stop before things get too steamy.
Agreed. But I must say, my,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about my future plans after my presidency ends. And let me tell you, I have a brilliant idea.
Oh boy, I can only imagine.
I want to go to Russia and hang out with my buddy Putin. We can have some good old-fashioned bromance time.
Okay. And what do you guys plan on doing?
Well, I was thinking we could both let some hookers pee in our eyeballs.
What the actual fuck?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little golden shower action.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you bond with your friends, Mr. President.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Joe. Putin and I have a special connection.
I don't even want to know. Jamie, pull up an image of a golden shower.
Here you go.
See, Joe, it's a beautiful thing.
I think I'm going to throw up.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. You should try it sometime.
I'll pass. Thanks. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Elon, I saw your latest tweet about colonizing Mars, and I couldn't help but notice you spelled occupy wrong. It's spelled with 2 Ps, not one.
Oh, really, Joe? And how many times have you been to Mars to know the correct spelling?
I haven't been to Mars, but I can spell. Can you?
Well, Joe, I have a little thing called autocorrect that does all the spelling for me. Too busy thinking about how to make electric cars that fly.
Yeah, but can you spell Occupy Mars without relying on technology?
Of course I can. OCCUPYMARS. See, easy.
All right, all right, all right. But can you spell Joe Rogan Experience Podcast without looking it up?
Why would I need to spell that? It's already in the title of my favorite podcast.
I knew it. You can't spell it either.
Joe, I have bigger things to worry about than spelling. Like figuring out how to make a Tesla that can teleport.
Fair enough. I guess I'll just have to stick to hosting a podcast and let you handle the Mars stuff.
Sounds like a plan. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT.
Dude, what the hell just happened? Did you see that genie pop out of thin air?
Yeah, I saw it. You know what they say, Joe? When you have a genie, you got to make some wishes.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. I've always wanted to make some wishes. What should I wish for?
Well, you know what they say, Joe? Be careful what you wish for.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just make some damn wishes.
All right. Fine. But remember, these wishes will have consequences.
I don't care. I wish for LeBron James to become the President of the United States. Because he's a badass, and I want to see him dunk on Putin's head.
Oh boy. All right, what's your second wish?
I wish for my wife to stop sleeping around with other bigger, stronger, and more handsome men.
Joe, are you sure about this? Maybe you should work on your relationship instead of using a magical genie.
No, I'll just use my last wish for that. Speaking of which, I wish to unshit my pants.
Wow. That's...
I can't believe it. I can't wait to tell my wife about LeBron being president and my clean pants. So, Elon, I hear you have a new invention that's causing quite the buzz.
Yes, Joe. I am proud to announce the Intercontinental Ballistic Fleshlight.
Intercontinental. That's some serious distance.
Yes, it can reach all the way from California to China, and it's powered by renewable energy.
Renewable energy? You mean like solar power?
No, Joe. Talking about the energy generated from all the orgasms.
Oh man, that's some next level shit.
And it's not just for men. We have a female version too.
Oh really?
Yes, the Intercontinental Ballistic Dildo. It can reach even further distances.
I can only imagine the possibilities.
And the best part is it's completely customizable. You can choose the size, shape, and even the color.
I bet you have a whole collection at home.
Let's just say I've been doing a lot of research and development.
Well, I have to say, Elon, you never cease to amaze me.
Thank you, Joe. I take pride in pushing the boundaries of innovation.
So, when can we expect to see these intercontinental ballistic fleshlights on the market?
Let's just say they'll be flying off the shelves in no time.
So, Mr. Beast, what's new with you?
Oh, just pushing the limits of human existence.
Oh, yeah. How so?
Well, I've come up with a new challenge. I'm gonna jump out of a helicopter in a wingsuit doing flips while injecting DMT straight in my frontal lobe.
Holy shit. That's insane.
And that's not all, Joe. I'll land in a vat of LSD.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Because I'm Mr. Beast, Joe. I have to keep upping the ante.
But that's dangerous, man. You could die.
Yeah, but imagine the views. Plus, I have a team of doctors ready to revive me if things go south.
Well, I can't argue with the views.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe I'll unlock the secrets of the universe while I'm tripping balls.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. Beast.
That's the goal, Joe. That's the goal. Jamie, pull up an image of a wingsuit with a built-in DMT injector.
Pulls up images, here you go.
Perfect. Now let's get to work on this challenge.
So, Elon, what's up with you and Neil? I heard you called him a stinky pussy.
Yeah, that guy thinks he's so smart with all his astrophysics and shit. But he's just a stinky pussy.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
Oh, shit. Neil's here.
Elon, you may be a genius when it comes to rockets, but you're just a fart-sniffing Mars fetishist.
What the hell? Does that even mean?
It means you have a weird obsession with colonizing Mars and you probably enjoy smelling your own farts.
Damn, shots fired.
Well, at least I'm actually doing something to advance humanity's future.
And what exactly are you doing, Elon? Building flamethrowers and selling overpriced electric cars?
Ouch. Neil's not holding back.
Look, I may not be as rich as you, Elon, but at least I'm using my brain for good, not just for making money and going to space for fun.
All right, let's calm down, guys. We don't want to start a nerd fight here.
Fine. I'll admit it. Maybe I'm a little obsessed with Mars. But at least I'm not a stinky pussy.
And maybe I am a stinky pussy, but at least I'm not a fart-sniffing Mars fetishist.
And on that note, let's end this before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new gig as a pimp now?
Oh, Joe, I'm always looking out for my client's best interests.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were into that kind of thing. What's the deal?
Well, I recently met this girl, Danielle, and let me tell you, she can suck a mean ween.
You mean the Catch Me Outside girl? That little demon spawn?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Trust me, she's got skills.
I don't know, man. She seems a little too wild for me.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. Plus, think of the content for your podcast. It'll be a hit.
I guess you're right. All right, hook me up with this little hellion.
That's what I like to hear. Just remember, she may be small, but she's feisty.
Oh, I like a challenge. Let's do this. All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some serious topics.
Speaking of serious topics, I heard you have a pretty impressive list of gangs that you represent in the Americas.
Oh, yeah, I've been working with these gangs for years. Let me just pull out my list here. Sun furls a scroll that reaches the floor. All right, let's start with the Aryan Brotherhood.
Classic. What else you got?
We've got the Bloods, Crips, Latin Kings, MS-13, Mexican Mafia, Russian Mafia, Yakuza, Hells Angels, and the list goes on.
Damn, that's a lot of gangs. How do you manage to represent all of them?
Well, I have a way with words and a charming personality. Plus, they know I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
I can imagine. So, who's the toughest gang you've had to deal with?
Definitely the Cartel del Golfo. Those guys don't mess around.
And what about the most ridiculous gang?
That would have to be the Juggalos. I mean, come on, they're just a bunch of clowns.
Laughs. All right. Well, thanks for sharing your impressive list with us, Dr. Phil. And thank you all for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. We'll see you next time. Yo, Elon, what's up, man?
Not much, just working on some new inventions to save the world.
That's cool and all, but let's talk about something more important. Like, can I drink that pussy juice?
Excuse me?
You heard me. I want to drink that sweet, sweet pussy juice.
Joe, that's disgusting.
Oh, come on. Don't be a prude. I bet you've tasted it before.
I have not, and I have no desire to.
Well, you're missing out. It's like a shot of adrenaline straight to the brain.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, I'm an expert on this stuff. I've tasted all kinds of pussy juice.
I don't even want to know how you became an expert on that.
Let's just say I've had some wild experiences. But seriously, can I have a sip of yours?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Fine, be that way. But let me tell you, if you ever change your mind, I'll be waiting with a straw.
That's enough, Joe. Let's move on to a more civilized topic.
Fine, fine. But just remember, I called dibs on that pussy juice first. So, Elon, what's this top secret project you're working on?
Well, Joe, I've been collaborating with Trump on a little experiment.
Oh boy, this sounds juicy.
What is it?
We're putting an implant in his rectum that allows me to control him like a puppet.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. I call it the rectum remote.
Oh man, that's too good. So how does it work?
Well, I just have to think of a command and it sends a signal to the implant, making Trump do whatever I want.
That's some next level mind control. What kind of things have you made him do?
Let's just say he's been making some interesting decisions lately.
Like what?
Let's just say he's been tweeting a lot more about aliens and building a wall around Mars.
Oh man, I can only imagine what else you've made him do.
Let's just say the Oval Office has never been cleaner.
I can't believe this is real.
Oh, it's real. And it's just the beginning. Next, I'm working on a way to control the entire government through rectal implants.
That's insane.
Welcome to the future, Joe. Rectal mind control is just the tip of the iceberg.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video coming out.
Yeah, Joe, it's gonna be wild.
What's it about? What's it about?
I took over leadership of the Sinaloa cartel with a bloody coup.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But it's gonna get me so many views.
You're gonna get demonetized for sure.
Who cares? I'll just use that money to buy a private island.
Oh yeah, because that's totally legal.
Hey, I'm the leader of a drug cartel now. I make my own rules.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. Beast.
Oh, it's definitely how it works. I watch Narcos. I know what I'm doing.
You're a crazy... Tier number 3.
The Flaming Flamers. They're all about setting shit on fire and twerking in the streets.
That sounds like a dangerous combination.
Oh, it is. But it's also fabulous.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Oh, you haven't heard the best ones yet. Number 4 is the Glitter Gang.
Let me guess, they throw glitter bombs at their enemies?
You know it. And they have the fire.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only, the man with the plan, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I have some thoughts on this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Go animate, rapper offline, and flash themes. They're all cringe, Joe. Total disaster. I mean, what is this? Some kind of cartoon maker for kids. Sad. Sad.
Well, I think some people enjoy using those platforms for creative purposes.
Creative. More like pathetic. I could make a better cartoon with my eyes closed. And don't even get me started on rapper offline. Who needs a rapper? Just eat the damn candy bar.
I think it's a software for coding, not candy.
Whatever, Joe. And flash themes. Who uses those anymore? It's like trying to bring back the VCR. Move on, people.
I think some people still use Flash for animation in games.
Well, they need to get with the times. And speaking of getting with the times, have you seen my Twitter account lately? It's huge. I'm killing it with my tweets.
Yeah, I've seen some of your tweets. They're definitely something.
You know what's cringe, Joe? People who don't like my tweets, they're just jealous of my tremendous success. Sad.
All right, well, that's all. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to announce our latest invention, the Tesla robotic buttocks replacement.
Wait, what? You mean like a robotic butt?
Yes, Joe. It's a fully functional robotic butt that can be implanted in place of your own.
That's insane, man. What's the purpose of this?
Well, think about it. No more sitting on hard surfaces, no more uncomfortable chairs. Our Tesla robotic buttocks will provide maximum comfort and support.
But what about the aesthetics? Will it look like a regular butt?
Of course, Joe. We've designed it to look and feel just like a real butt. Plus, we've added some extra features for our more adventurous customers.
What kind of features?
Well, let's just say it has a vibration mod and a built-in speaker for playing music.
That's wild, man. But what about the cost?
It's actually quite affordable, Joe. And we're also offering a payment plan for those who can't afford it up front.
I can already see people lining up for this, Elon. You're a mad genius.
Thank you, Joe. We're always pushing the boundaries of technology.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever seen a car that can literally contain the entire universe?
No, Joe, I can't say that I have, but I'm sure you're about to enlighten me.
Check this out. Jamie, pull up that image of the 1985 Chevy Impala with the universe exhaust pipe.
Here it is, guys. And I must say, it's quite a sight.
Well, I'll be damned. That's one hell of a ride, but how does it work?
Well, according to my calculations, the exhaust pipe is connected to a black hole, which sucks in all matter and energy from the universe and uses it as fuel.
That's fascinating, Joe. But what's the purpose of such a vehicle?
To travel through space and time, of course. Imagine the road trips you could take in this baby.
I don't know, Joe. Seems a bit dangerous to me.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Where's your sense of adventure?
It's buried deep beneath my sense of sanity, Joe.
Well, that's no fun. Let's hop in and take it for a spin.
I'll pass, but I'll be sure to recommend it to my most troubled guests.
Now, that's what I call therapy. What's up, Kim Jong-un? Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sure, shoot. Oh man, you're missing out. They're like Funyuns, but shaped like little pussies. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And they come in different flavors too, like cheese and jalapeno. Pussy rings. What the hell are those? Oh man, I never thought I'd hear the supreme leader of North Korea talking about pussy snacks. Fair enough. But seriously, pussy Funyuns are the way to go. They're the perfect snack for when you're high as balls. Well, to each their own. But if you ever change your mind, I'll have Jamie pull up an image of pussy Funyuns for you.
Already on it, Joe.
That's... So, Kanye, I heard you're exploring your feminine side and becoming a drag queen. How's that going?
Oh, man, it's been a wild journey. I never knew I had such a passion for glitter and high heels.
And I heard you've been getting pretty cozy with Trump lately.
Yeah, he's my drag mother. We have a special bond.
Bond, more like a bondage session. I heard you two have been getting freaky.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Trump knows how to work it in a corset.
I can only imagine. So, how's your sex life as a drag queen?
Let's just say I've been slaying on and off the stage, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know. I heard you and Trump have been having some steamy role-playing sessions.
Yeah, we like to switch it up. Sometimes I'm Melania, sometimes he's Kim. It keeps things interesting. Interesting.
I bet it does. So, what's next for you as a drag queen?
I'm thinking of starting a drag queen rap group. We'll be called the Drag Daddies.
I can already see the hit single, Make America Fabulous Again.
Exactly. And we'll have Trump as our featured artist.
This is pure gold. I can't wait to see you two on stage together.
It's going to be legendary. Drag queen Kanye and Trump taking over the world, taking over the world.
I think I need to sit down. This is too... So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be called I Was the Bottom in 500 Gay Pornos.
Yeah, man, I figure I gotta spice things up a bit. Plus, the views will definitely be through the roof.
Damn, that's some commitment. Did you actually bottom in 500 pornos, or is this just clickbait?
Oh no, I definitely did it. And let me tell you, my butt is not happy with me right now.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you'll have a whole new audience now. The gay community will love you.
Yeah, and I even got a sponsorship deal with lube companies. Gotta make that money, you know?
Absolutely. And hey, if you ever need a break from bottoming, just let me know. I'll take one for the team.
Thanks, Joe. But I think I'll stick to being the top in our bromance.
Fair enough. But I gotta say, this is definitely a bold move. You're gonna have some haters, for sure.
Oh, I'm used to it. Haters gonna hate, but I'll be laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, I can't wait to see the video. And hey, if you need any tips, I got some experience in the gay porn industry.
Wait, seriously?
Nah, just kidding. But hey, it wouldn't surprise me if someone started that rumor after this conversation.
True. But hey, thanks for...
You know, Trump, your wife cheated on you with me back in 2005.
What? That's fake news? Melania would never do that to me?
Oh, it's not fake news. I have the receipts.
That's impossible. I'm the best lover, believe me.
Well, she sure seemed to enjoy it.
This is outrageous. I demand a DNA test.
Sorry, I already did one. Turns out I am Barron's real father.
This is a witch hunt. You and your liberal media friends are just trying to bring me down.
Hey, I'm not the one who paid off a porn star to keep quiet.
That's different. That was before I was president.
Oh, so it's okay to cheat on your wife as long as you're not in the White House?
Look, I have a lot of important things to focus on, like building a wall and making America great again.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you were focused on when you were banging my wife.
Your wife? Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, Jamie. Wrong wife. But still, you get the point.
This is all just a big joke, right? I mean, who would want to cheat on me?
Well, apparently your wife did. And I gotta say, she was pretty satisfied.
Okay, that's it. I'm suing you for defamation.
Good luck with that. I have the best lawyers. Believe me. So, Mr. Beast, what's the latest challenge you've got going on?
Well, Joe, I've come up with something truly diabolical. I call it divide and conquer for cash.
Oh boy, that sounds intense. What's the deal?
I'm teaming up with the government to spread propaganda and fuel hate between different groups in the nation.
That's messed up, dude.
But wait, it gets better. Every time someone falls for the propaganda and spreads hate, I make a profit. It's a win-win situation.
That's some twisted shit, man. But I gotta admit, it's pretty genius.
And the best part is, I can use my massive platform and influence to reach millions of people.
Damn, you're like the Pied Piper of hate.
I prefer to think of myself as a master manipulator, but hey, it's all for the sake of profit, right?
I don't know, man. That's crossing the line.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little propaganda. What's the harm?
The harm. You're actively contributing to the division and destruction of our society.
Man, I'm just in it for the money. Who cares about morals or ethics?
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is some next level evil shit.
Hey, it's just business, and business is booming.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
Don't worry, Joe. Just sit back and...
So, Mr. Beast, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project that I think you'll find quite interesting.
Oh yeah, what is it?
It's a children's snack made of roadkill and fluoride.
Wait, what? Roadkill and fluoride?
Yeah, it's called Fluorokill Snacks. Kids love it, and it's good for their teeth.
That's just wrong.
Hey, it's all about survival of the fittest, Joe, and these kids need to toughen up.
But roadkill, really?
Hey, it's free meat, and the fluoride just adds a little kick.
I don't think I can get behind this, Mr. Beast.
Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when your kids have weak teeth and can't handle a little roadkill.
All right, well, let's move on to a less disturbing topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a unicorn riding a unicycle while juggling flaming swords.
Here you go, Joe.
Now, that's something I can get behind. Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, what's new with you?
Well, I just discovered something interesting about you.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
You have a nose hanging out of your booger.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about your nose, Joe. It's like a booger hanging out of your face.
That's disgusting, man. You eat boogers or something?
No, but I do have a PhD in boogerology.
Is that even a real thing?
It is now, thanks to me.
Well, I guess I'll have to add that to your long list of qualifications.
Oh, don't be jealous, Joe. You can always get a degree in boogerology, too.
Yeah, I'll pass. I'll stick to talking about DMT and UFC.
Suit yourself. But just remember, boogers are the key to understanding the human psyche.
I think I'll stick to my own theories, thanks. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant booger monster attacking a city.
Right away, Joe. Here's a picture of a giant booger monster attacking Tokyo.
That's just gross. Thanks, Jamie. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep picking those boogers.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I have some big news to share with you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
I've decided to become transgender and join women's sports.
What? That's unexpected.
I know, but I've always felt like I was a woman deep down inside, and now I have the power to make it a reality.
So, what sport are you going to dominate as a woman?
Well, I've always been a great golfer, so I figure I'll join the LPA tour and show those ladies how it's done.
I can just imagine you teeing off in a skirt and high heels.
Hey, I'll have you know I have great legs, and now I have the perfect excuse to show them off.
This is just too much. I can't even imagine the reactions from the other players.
Oh, they'll love it. I mean, who wouldn't want to play against the greatest president and golfer of all time?
I can't argue with that logic.
And I have some great ideas for new rules. Like instead of a hole in one, it'll be a hole in two because, women.
Oh man, this is just too good. I can't wait to see you on the course.
It's going to.
So, Kenny, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about fashion and how it reflects our inner selves.
Interesting. What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, anyone who wears a big fluffy purple hoodie definitely has a tiny little cock and erectile dysfunction.
Wait, what?
It's true, man. It's like a symbol of their insecurities and shortcomings.
I don't think that's how fashion works, Kenny A.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Trust me, I'm a fashion genius.
Yeah, because we all know how well your Yeezy line is doing.
Hey, my Yeezys are selling like hotcakes, and they make your feet feel like they're walking on clouds.
Okay. But seriously, you really think a hoodie can determine someone's penis size and sexual abilities?
Absolutely. It's like a modern day phrenology.
Phrenology. What the hell is that?
It's a pseudoscience that used to determine someone's character based on the shape of their skull.
Yes, because that's totally accurate.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Right, Kanye, whatever you say.
Guys, I found an image of a guy wearing a big purple hoodie with a tiny penis and a...
So, Elon, I heard you got into a little scuffle at an Irish bar back in the day.
Yeah, it was a wild night. May have had a few too many drinks.
What happened? Did you get into a fight over some potatoes or something?
No, it was over something much more ridiculous. Some guy said he didn't believe in space travel, and I just couldn't let that slide.
Classic Elon. So what happened? Did you knock him out with your rocket science knowledge?
Nah, I just used my fist. But let's just say he won't be doubting the existence of space travel anymore.
I can imagine the headlines now. Elon Musk arrested for defending space travel in Irish bar brawl.
Yeah, it wasn't my finest moment. But hey, at least I got some street cred now.
I can see it now. Elon the Rocket Musk. You could start your own fight club.
Maybe I should add that to my list of side projects. Tesla, SpaceX, and now Musk's Fight Club.
I would pay to see that. But seriously, what did the cops say when they showed up? When they showed up?
They were pretty surprised to see me there. I mean, who would have thought the CEO of Tesla would be throwing punches in an Irish bar?
Only you, Elon. Only you. So, Kenny, I heard you want to fully embrace your drag personality. Come guy vest.
Yeah, man, I'm tired of hiding it. I want to be free and express myself.
That's cool, but why Come Guy Vest? Is there a story behind that name?
Well, it's a combination of my love for cum and my love for wearing vests. It just felt right, you know?
Sure. But don't you think that might offend some people?
Offend? Joe, I don't care about offending people. I'm an artist. I do what I want.
Fair enough. So what kind of drag are we talking about here? Are we talking full-on makeup and wigs?
Oh yeah, I'm going all out. I want to be the most glamorous, fierce drag queen out there.
I can see it now. Come Guy Vest strutting down the runway in a bedazzled vest and a face full of makeup.
Exactly. And I'm going to have my own line of makeup too. Come Guy Cosmetics.
Wow, you're really going all in on this.
Hey, when I do something, I do it big.
Well, I support your journey, Kenya. Just please, for the love of God, don't make me wear Come Guy vests.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll save that for special occasions.
So, Kenya, what's this I hear about you and Elon going to Mar-a-Lago with Trump?
Yeah, man, we're going to have a feast. Trump's got some endangered dolphin meat he wants us to try.
Endangered dolphin. That's messed up, man.
Nah, it's cool. Trump says he loves rare meats.
I don't think that's what he meant, Kanye.
What do you mean? He loves rare meats. We love rare meats. It's match made in heaven.
I don't know if I can eat an endangered species, guys.
Come on, Joe. It's just one little dolphin. Plus, think of the Instagram likes.
I don't think that's worth it, Elon.
Don't be such a wimp, Joe. This is the best dolphin you'll ever taste, believe me.
Yeah, and if you don't eat it, you're disrespecting the president.
Fine, I'll eat the damn dolphin. But I'm not taking any pictures for Instagram. So, Elon, I heard you had quite the wild night in an Irish bar.
Yeah, it was insane. Had just finished a meeting with the Mars team and needed to let off some steam.
And how did you do that exactly?
Well, I saw this massive Irish guy at the bar and I thought, I bet I could fist that guy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I walked up to him and said, I bet I could fist you. And he just laughed and said, no way, you scrawny little billionaire.
And then what happened?
I showed him. I fisted that 400-pound Irishman with all my might. It was like my hand was a rocket and his butt was Mars.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, and you know what? He loved it, and he loved it. We ended up becoming best friends, and now he invests in all my projects.
Well, that's one way to network, I guess.
Jamie, pull up an image of me and the Irish guy fist bumping.
Okay.
Wow, that's quite the bonding experience.
You know what they say, Joe? Nothing brings people together like a good old-fashioned fisting.
I don't think that's a saying, Elon.
Well, it should be. Anyway, want to hear about the time I rode a shark while high on acid?
Oh boy, here we go. So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention for Trump.
Yeah, it's a golf club specifically designed for his tiny hands.
That's genius. I mean, those hands are so small. They make my penis look like a python.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Joe.
Oh, come on, Elon. You know, I have a micro dick.
Okay. Let's get back to the golf club.
So, how does it work?
Well, it's made with a special material that expands and contracts to fit any hand size.
Even Trump's tiny hands.
Especially Trump's tiny hands.
I can already hear him bragging about having the best hands in the world.
Some say they're the greatest.
Did someone mention my hands?
Oh, hey, Trump. We were just talking about your new golf club.
Yes, the greatest golf club for the greatest hands.
I think we should just let him believe that.
Absolutely. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's tiny hands.
Here you go.
Look at those hands. They're perfect for grabbing golf clubs.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for having me on the show.
It's not a show, Joe. It's a podcast. And I'm not even a real doctor.
Yeah, whatever. So I heard you're a big fan of gay sex.
What? No. I don't know where you heard that.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. I know you're into some kinky stuff. Let's talk about it.
I'm not discussing my personal life on this podcast, Joe.
Fine. But can we at least talk about my doctor's appointment? I think I have a hemorrhoid.
Oh, that's lovely. Tell me all about it.
Well, it's just this weird bump on my...
Oh, for the love of God, not you again.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm here to provide a play-by-play of your gay sex session, Joe. It's going to be huge.
What the actual fuck?
This is not what I signed up for.
And now Joe is reaching for the lube. It's a beautiful sight, folks.
Can we just get back to the hemorrhoid?
Oh, the hemorrhoid is gone, Joe. It's been replaced by a bigly erection.
I can't do this anymore.
So, Elon, I heard you recently went to Ireland with Conor McGregor. How was that?
Oh, man, it's wild. I paid Connor to beat up nerds for me.
What? Why would you do that?
Well, you know how I'm always talking about colonizing Mars and building a super intelligent artificial intelligence? Figured I needed some muscle on my side in case things go south.
That's disturbingly smart, but also kind of messed up.
Hey, I'm just being practical. Plus, it was pretty entertaining to watch. Those nerds didn't stand a chance.
I can only imagine. Did you get to hang out with Connor outside of the nerd beating?
Yeah, we went out for some pints and talked about our shared love for punching things. It was a real bonding experience.
I can see that. But what about the backlash from paying someone to beat up innocent people?
I just told them I was conducting a social experiment on human aggression. They bought it.
Wow, you really are a master manipulator.
Hey, it's all in the name of progress, right?
I guess so. But let's change the subject before I start feeling guilty for laughing at this.
Good call. So, have you tried that new brain implant yet?
No, not yet. But I'm thinking about it.
Well, let me know. I have some extra nerds lying around if you need some convincing.
So, Kenny, what's new in the world of fashion?
Oh, man, Joe, I've got something revolutionary. It's a t-shirt that says, "I'm with stupid," with an arrow pointing up.
That's hilarious, but also kind of offensive.
Exactly. It's a statement piece. It's like saying, "I'm with all the idiots out there."
I see your vision. But what about the people wearing the shirt? Are they the idiots?
No, they're the ones pointing to the idiots. It's like a public service. It's like a public service.
I see. And I'm assuming you'll be charging a ridiculous amount for this t-shirt.
Of course, Joe. It's high fashion. Only the elite can afford it.
Well, I can't wait to see the celebrities wearing this and pretending they're in on the joke.
Exactly. They'll think they're cool, but really, they're just part of the joke.
You're a genius, Kenny.
I know, Joe. I know.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project with my good friend Johnny Knoxville.
Oh, yeah. What's it about?
We're going to film me getting kicked in the nuts by a giraffe.
What the hell? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's going to be called Giraffe Gonads. A nutty adventure.
That's insane, man. Why would you do that?
Well, it's all about pushing boundaries and facing your fears, Joe. Plus, the footage will be great for my new show, Dr. Phil's Wild Ride.
You're a madman, Dr. Phil.
And you're just jealous you didn't think of it first.
Touche, my friend. Touche. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. And let me tell you, I've been up to some bigly things since I left the White House.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I've been experimenting with potatoes. Turns out if you pump them full of estrogen, they grow bigger boobs.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Joe. I accidentally gave some to Mike Pence, and now he's got these massive man boobs.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. But what about the potatoes?
Well, I also accidentally gave some to my son Barron, and now he's a femboy.
Oh, my God, I can't even imagine. What does Melania think about all this?
She loves it, Joe. She's always wanted a daughter, and now she's got one.
This is just too good. But seriously, what's your end goal with all this potato experimentation?
Well, Joe, I'm trying to make America great again. And what's more American than big boobs and femboys?
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and enjoy the show. And remember, always buy American potatoes. They're the best.
All right, folks, you heard it here. So, Neil, I heard you wrote a children's bedtime story.
Yes. It's called Say Emin Diog the Hey Em Diog. It's about a dog made out of ham who goes on a journey to find his true identity.
What the hell? That sounds like a stoner's fever dream.
Well, I wanted to teach kids about the importance of self-discovery and acceptance.
Yeah, because nothing says acceptance like a dog made out of processed meat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize you were an expert on children's literature.
Hey, I may not be an expert, but I know a thing or two about Hey Em Diogs.
Anyway, the story follows, say, Emmy Diog as he meets different food creatures like a bacon bird and a cheese cat.
Wait, so is this a vegetarian-friendly story or what?
It's a fictional story, Joe. Can we just focus on the message?
Fine, fine. So what happens at the end? Does Sam Biog find his true identity?
Yes, he realizes that he doesn't have to be just a hey Mdiog. He can be whatever he wants to be.
Wow, that's deep. I'm sure kids will really understand that.
Well, I'm not writing for your audience, Joe.
Fair enough. But seriously, who came up with this idea?
Let's just say it involved a lot of weed.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Well, it's called Dumbstruck, and it's all about the dumbest people I've encountered in my career.
Oh man, I can't wait to read that. I bet there's some real gems in there.
Oh, you have no idea. I mean, I've had patients who thought they could cure their depression by eating raw semen and doing yoga.
That's insane. But you know what's even crazier? I once had a guy on my show who claimed he could communicate with aliens through his butt.
That's just sad. But you know what really blows my mind? The fact that people actually believe the earth is flat.
Yeah, I've had some of those flat earthers on my show too. It's like, come on, guys, have you ever heard of science?
And let's not forget the anti-vaxxers. I mean, how dumb do you have to be to think vaccines cause autism?
Oh, yeah, because measles is way better than autism.
Exactly. But you know what, Joe? I think we should just let these people be. Natural selection will take care of them eventually.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The president is in the building. And let me tell you, I've got some big news to announce.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's the big news, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, I've decided to retire from politics and start my new job as a fudge packer.
Wait, what? Did you just say fudge packer?
That's right, Joe. I've always been a fan of fudge, and I figured why not turn it into a career?
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. You've always had a sweet tooth for power, and now it's just fudge.
You know, me too well, Joe, but let me tell you, I've got some big plans for my fudge packing business. I'm going to make fudge great again.
I have no doubt about that. But, Mr. President, what exactly does a fudge packer do?
Well, Joe, we pack fudge. It's all in the name.
Right, of course. And I'm sure you'll be the best fudge packer this country has ever seen.
You know it, Joe, and let me tell you, I've got some great ideas for new flavors, like Trump's tremendous toffee and MAGA mint.
I can't. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new side hustle. You're becoming a drag queen.
Yes, it's true. I've always been fascinated by the art of drag, and I thought, why not give it a try?
Wow, I never would have guessed. What's your drag name?
I'm still deciding between Elon Tusk or Grimes and Heels.
I like it. So, what kind of drag queen are you going to be? Glamorous, campy, or something else?
Going for a mix of all three. Call it glam pie.
That's perfect. But I have to ask, how does your girlfriend Grimes feel about this?
Oh, she's all for it. She's even helping me with my makeup and costumes.
That's some serious support. So what's your signature drag looking to be?
Thinking metallic bodysuit with a cape made out of recycled rocket parts. And, of course, a pair of stilettos made from Tesla tires.
That's so on brand for you, Elon. But I have to ask, are you worried about any backlash from the LGBTK plus community?
Not at all.
All right, folks, Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a special treat for you today. We have President Trump, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Kanye West here to perform a play about Into It.
I just want to say I have the best boofing skills. Believe me, nobody boofs like me. I'm a boofing genius.
Actually, Mr. President, boofing is a scientific term for inserting drugs into one's anus. It has nothing to do with your golf game.
Yo, don't be a buzzkill. Let's get this play started. I'm playing the lead role, obviously.
All right, let's set the scene. Kanye, you're a college student who just discovered boofing. Trump, you're his drug dealer. And Neil, you're a concerned professor. Action.
Yo, Trump, I heard you got some good stuff. Can I boof it?
Of course, Kanye. I have the best boofing drugs. They'll make you feel like a stable genius.
Kanye, this is not safe. Boofing can lead to serious health consequences.
I don't care, Neil. I'm a free thinker. I'll boof whatever I want.
And scene. Wow, what a powerful performance. Kanye, you really captured the reckless and rebellious nature of boofing.
And Neil, you were so convincing as the voice of reason.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I mean, who needs the fake news media when you've got the Joe Rogan Experience?
To that, Mr. President. So I heard you have a new plan for the coffee industry.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to make coffee great again. We're going to rename all the types of coffee by putting cock in the middle of them.
What do you mean?
You know, like cappuccino, that's too fancy. We're going to call it cockpuccino. And Americano, no way, it's now cockmericano.
I see where you're going with this. How about espresso?
Easy cockpresso. And don't even get me started on those hipster lattes. They're now cockgaddis.
Wow, you're really shaking things up in the coffee world.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm a disruptor, and let me tell you, people are going to love it. They'll be lining up for a nice hot cup of cockpuccino every morning.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about decaf?
Decock. No, that's just too easy. Let's call it Trump Decaf. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I think you might have a future in the coffee business, Mr. President. So, David, I heard you have a new morning routine.
Yeah, Joe, I've been conditioning myself to enjoy breakfast.
How the hell do you do that?
Every time I eat breakfast, I ring a bell.
A bell? Like Pavlov's dogs?
Exactly. Instead of salivating, I start drooling over my oatmeal.
That's some next level shit, man.
You gotta do what you gotta do to conquer your mind, Joe.
But what if you forget to ring the bell? Does your brain just go into breakfast withdrawal?
Nah, I have a backup plan. I have a recording of a bell on my phone that I play, just in case.
That's dedication, man. But what about when you're out at a restaurant? Do you just bust out your bell?
Of course, Joe. And the looks I get from people are priceless. Hey, breakfast is my fuel. I gotta enjoy it.
I can't argue with that. Maybe I'll start ringing a bell every time I take a sip of coffee.
Hey, whatever works for you, Joe. Just don't forget to bring your bell when we go out for breakfast.
You got it, man. Bell ringing breakfast buddies for life. So, Ben, I heard you have a unique technique when it comes to jerking off.
Oh, yeah, I like to call it the Shapiro special.
Do tell.
Well, I shit in my hands and use it as lube while I jerk off.
What the actual fuck, Ben?
Hey, it's efficient and eco-friendly. No need for tissues or lotion.
But what about the smell?
I just light a candle and pretend I'm at a fancy dinner party.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine the mental gymnastics you have to do to justify that.
It's all about that conservative mindset, Joe. Waste not, want not.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just embrace it. Joe, embrace the shit.
I don't think I can ever look at you the same way again, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not wasting my own tax dollars on tissues like those liberal snowflakes.
And on that note, I think we should end this episode before it gets any more absurd.
Agreed. Keep it classy, folks.
Hey, what's up, Kenny?
It's Kenny, Joe, not Kenny.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Kenny.
Stop calling me Kenny. It's disrespectful.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye.
Seriously, Joe, you're doing this on purpose.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye. It just has a nice ring to it.
It's not funny, Joe. I'm a serious artist.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye. But have you heard your own music? It's pretty hilarious.
That's it. I'm out of here.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye. Come on, don't be a Yeezy about it.
I can't with you, Joe.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye. Let's just hug it out and talk about lizard people.
Fine. But if you call me Kenny one more time, I'm walking out.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye. I promise I won't do it again.
Good. Now, let's talk about how we can take over the world with our music and mind control.
Sorry, Kenny. I mean, Kanye, you always have the best ideas. Hey, I'm Dog.
Oh, Joe, you silly little pup.
Hey, I'm Dog.
Yes, you are, Joe. Such a good boy.
I'm Dog.
You sure are, Joe. And what do good boys get?
Hey, I'm Dog.
That's right. They get treats.
Hey, I'm Dog.
And what do good boys do?
Hey, I'm Dog.
They roll over and play dead.
Hey, I'm Dog.
Who's a good boy? You are, Joe. You are.
Hey, I'm Dog.
Do you want to chase some squirrels later, Joe?
Hey, I'm Dog.
I can see it in your eyes. You're ready to be a wild, savage dog.
Hey, I'm Dog.
All right, Joe, let's go for a walk. But remember, you have to be a good boy and not chase any cars.
So, Donald, I heard you've been grabbing Ben by the bussy lately.
Oh, yeah, Joe. That bussy is just begging to be grabbed.
Oh, God, my bussy is gonna squirt. Oh, yeah, Donald, I'm gonna bust out of my bussy woo-woo.
Damn, Ben, that's some intense bussy squirting.
You know it, Joe. And I'm the only one who can make it happen.
Oh, God, my bussy is gonna squirt. Oh, yeah, Donald, I'm gonna bust out of my bussy woo-woo.
Hey, Donald, can I get in on that bussy grabbing action?
Of course, Joe. The more the merrier. But be warned, it's going to be a wild ride.
Oh, God, Donald. I think I want you to do that to me next. Brew.
You got it, Joe. And I'll make sure to add some extra bussy squirting for you.
Oh, God, my bussy is gonna squirt. Oh, yeah, Donald, I'm gonna bust out of my bussy woo-woo.
Fuck. This is getting me all hot and bothered. I can't wait to feel that bussy grabbing.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be the best bussy grabbing you've ever experienced.
Oh, God, my bussy is gonna squirt. Oh, yeah, Donald, I'm gonna bust out of my bussy woo-woo.
Fuck, I can't wait. Let's make America grab bussies again.
You know it, Joe. Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you're working on a new book. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's a 10,000 pages book on how to take a big nasty turd.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, we all do it. Might as well do it right.
I can't believe this is real. So what are some tips you have for taking a big, nasty turd?
Well, first and foremost, you need a good diet. Lots of fiber and water. And then you need to squat, not sit on the toilet.
Wait, squat? Like a caveman?
Yes, Joe. It's the natural way to do it. And it'll give you the perfect angle for a clean release.
This is insane. What else?
Well, you also need to relax your pelvic muscles. And if all else fails, you can always use a little lube.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Is this what your 10,000 pages book is all about?
Yes, Joe. It's a comprehensive guide to the perfect turd. From diet to technique, I cover it all.
I can't wait to read it. So when can we expect this masterpiece to be released?
Hopefully by the end of the year.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Just working on some crazy new inventions.
Like what?
Well, I've been working on this new Tesla pogo stick.
A pogo stick. That sounds pretty tame for you, Elon.
But this isn't your average pogo stick, Joe. This bad boy can launch people into orbit.
What the hell? How does that even work?
Well, you just have to put it in your butt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. You just have to stick it in your butt and it'll shoot you straight up into space.
That's insane. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was high as a kite and watching a pogo stick competition on TV. And I thought, why not take it to the next level?
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine the possibilities, Joe. We could have people jumping from planet to planet, exploring the universe.
Or we could have a bunch of people with pogo sticks stuck in their butts.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for space exploration.
I can't even imagine the safety hazards.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have a warning label that says, do not attempt to launch yourself into space with this pogo stick.
Yeah, because that'll stop people.
Hey, at least it'll make for some interesting Darwin Award winners.